Catchers Report. We're picking it apart. Plus, Bregman Watch with us. CHGO Cubs next. Chicago, what do you say? It's the CHGO Cubs podcast. Another week, another day, another sunny day in Chicago. It is Monday, February 10th. Luke Stuckmeyer, Cody Delmendo with you. Sean Anderson spitting the ones and twos for us. The live YouTube chat is up and rolling. It's the best way to enjoy the CHGO experience. Hope you go there and make sure you give us the old thumbs up.
The time is now. Your chance to take a leap, to do what you've been waiting for, like taking a closer look and making a bigger difference. Because when you become a rocket, you're able to do smart things, to do art things, to do let's roll up our sleeves things. Whatever your thing is, you have the power to do what it takes. The University of Toledo, the power to do it.
Speaking of, we're going to talk a lot of Cubs baseball. Pitchers and catchers reporting yesterday. We have the big press conferences. We'll pick apart some of the stuff that everybody was saying, whether it was Counsell, Carter Hawkins, Jen Hoyer. Some of the players spoke. They're working out. Seems like everybody's almost there. And we'll get through all of that. But first, does everybody know that I won all my Super Bowl bets? Everybody cares about that, don't they? Everybody...
Absolutely.
You notice, Cody? Well, I've been trying to adjust the seat a little bit because the wallet's throwing it's so much larger that my right cheek is so much
I
higher.
have to push back a little. You did say you bet on Saquon Barkley.
I did. I lost one.
And you lost one.
3 out of 4, though.
You
3 out of
can't
4,
lie.
that's pretty good, right?
That's
3
pretty
out
good.
of 4.
I broke even. I have no pun intended. I did break even with yellow Gatorade and Xavier Worthy to score a touchdown and live betting the Chiefs plus 18.5 and that Hail Mary at the very end of the game. Just it had never been more sweet. But yeah, I took the Chiefs yesterday and that was a mistake. But I did go to bed okay with myself, and I think if I would have taken the Eagles and the result would have been different, I would have been very, very, very sick.
We talked about it when we left here last week, which team we were betting on. I said, I have a standing rule of if you're betting against Patrick Mahomes, you're an idiot. But something grabbed me right before kickoff, and I said, step it up. Cody wants you to step it up and place some wagers on Circus Sports. And I went, E-A-G-L-E-F, Eagles. And there it was. And it won for me. By the way, was the anthem under or over?
I believe it went under.
Oh, I couldn't find where to play that. So, I'm a novice, so I couldn't find where to play it. And somebody gave me inside info saying it was definitely going to be under. I would have won another.
Apparently, it was over, but also under. There were some lines that were repeated, so they didn't count the repeated lines.
Oh.
So there was some controversy.
Okay.
Oh, well then
I don't think I said that word right.
Controversy.
Yeah.
You sound very Chicago, very controversy. It's all right. We all do it. Ricky DeHoyce with the super chat. Ricky, what's up? Says spring is here, and credit to Cody for being Cody.
Shout out to Ricky. He's been here since day one. So
Credit to Ricky.
He's a real sicko.
For being Ricky.
Yeah.
Jay Anders, hello Arizona. Welcome Winter Monday, spring ball. That's right.
Dominic in the chat says everyone is in the best shape of their lives.
It's so true. Every year I ever went to spring training, it was like every player was like, I've never felt this kid coming into camp. You know, I did a lot of work in the off season. The guys would be like totally out of shape. They were still in the best shape of their lives.
I tweeted this yesterday because everyone's excited about the Cubs arriving to camp. We got Marquee and anyone else who's out in Arizona tweeting like Dansby and all these other guys just showing up, just walking into the facility, and people are all excited and they're all giddy. And I tweeted this saying, savor it. Savor this good feeling, because when some eighth inning reliever blows it again, or if so-and-so sucks for a month and you are dead inside, or if this offense sucks for 2 months and you are dead inside, you will forget all about this. So that's why I say, savor it. Savor the good vibes. Savor the feeling that baseball is almost back. Savor the fact that we get to watch these dudes play catch, take a little batting practice, and the feeling of getting excited and hopeful and optimistic about the season. Because as we know, the season is a marathon, and we know that there will be ups and there will be downs, and we can only hope that there are more ups than downs as we go into the season. And listen, as someone who has to watch this team every single day, it gets exhausting. I was done with this team in August last year. It was exhausting watching the last 2 months of the year.
It took until August?
Yes, because I'm a noted optimist, all right? And they even played well in August, and I knew that it was over. But, you know, what else am I supposed to do, Luke? I'm trying to have some sort of hope and optimism no matter what. I don't think I make up excuses. I just want what's good for us, which is for the Cubs to be good, to win, you know? So again, to bring it back around, just savor these next couple days, couple weeks, hell, up until they go to Arizona on opening day. Well, not technically, but you know,
Friday, first full team.
Honesty is the best policy.
Hi. Happy Lunar New Year.
Happy Lunar New Year.
Thank you for coming. You must be Diego.
You're dating our favorite niece.
You must have questions.
We do too. Do I need a lawyer? They won't get here in time. Why?
Where do you live?
The city. Do you have a house? I live with my parents. Did you go to college? I studied law.
So you're a lawyer.
I actually work in a coffee shop.
Why don't you work in law?
Disbarred?
Do you have student loans?
Delinquent?
How's your relationship with your mother?
Distant? Well, no, not exactly. I mean, I put my career on hold to take care of my mom.
Do you know why you're here?
Yeah, do you know why you're here? To meet the most important people in my girlfriend's life.
Yeah, but why today?
Because it's Lunar New Year.
What is Lunar New Year?
It's a celebration of friends and family with feasts and gambling in the basement.
Correct on everything except for the basement.
I saw it with my own eyes.
You saw nothing.
I didn't see anything.
Hey, 我想我喜欢他。
我想我也希望你。
One more question.
Have you eaten yet?
Not giving him a hard time, are you? What? The accusation.
He's practically family.
Are you practically family?
I now.
Wake up, people. This story's tainted with the blood of thousands of animals from the Amazon.
No savage, bro.
Attention shoppers. The store will be closing in 15 minutes.
Everybody in position.
deforestation.
Wait till this goes viral. It's gonna be everywhere. More damage?
Some kid got inside.
I'm gonna deal with this quietly.
What did you do?
But
It's very rare. I don't even know if it's ever happened, obviously, that the Super Bowl happens on the same day as baseball takes over for us. It's because the Cubs are going to Japan,
Right.
and they're starting so early, and the Super Bowl keeps moving further and further back on the calendar. But it's the changing of the guard, right? It like in one night we have football is over and baseball is back.
yeah,
Right? And in Chicago, baseball being back means it's the dream of the warm weather returning. The warm sunshine instead of the bitter cold sunshine coming through your window.
Friday
So
120s at Wrigley Field. Yes.
next year is here. Optimism is back. And we have, in the Cubs, the best sports team in Chicago right now. It's undeniable.
Well, and real quick, I just want to jump in as a White Sox fan. White Sox are catchers and pitchers are reporting spring training on Wednesday. We're supposed to get 8 inches of snow, so nothing's gonna feel like spring. Like 8 inches of snow.
That seems like some sort of symbolism there. Some sort of symbolism, I think. I don't know what it is. But you know what? The snow will melt, Sean. The snow will melt.
Yeah. Again, just happy to see the guys out there, and also we know that the guys have been out there, which is good to know because guys are getting there early. They're trying to get ready for Japan.
Some of them have been out there for like a month.
Yeah, and I'm happy that they are because even though these 2 games in Japan are in the middle of spring training, and I don't think any pitcher is going to go out there and shove 6 innings, try to shove 6 innings. Like, those games will matter. Those games will matter. And so, for me, it's like, just go out and at least win one. They can't get swept. It's the Dodgers, I know.
You're already worried about how many games they're going to win in Japan?
Dude, what? Yeah. Every game matters. And we've seen how every game matters the last 2 years, whether it's because we're blowing 26 saves or whatever the number is, or, like the offense just disappearing for 2 months and you lose 2-1 on a random Wednesday night and Luke's sitting here falling asleep in the 5th inning.
I've never fallen asleep during a game. I've never fallen asleep at work.
You're right.
This could be the year. I always say, this could be the year.
But you get what I'm saying, like, especially when you play in so many close games, and it's just you start counting. Oh, I should have won this game. Should have won this game. Should have won this game. I think a fair hope or expectation for the Japan series is just to win at least one. I think that's a fair expectation to just win one.
It's not that far away. Like everything is kind of ramping up quickly. The players have said they're trying to get ready faster. In the press conference, first you had Jed and Carter yesterday. Marquis carried it live on their air, and then Craig Counsell came afterwards. They put in some player interviews. We're going to kind of pick apart some of it. We have some of the stuff from Marquis' Twitter that they posted out of just a couple comments we want to sort of dissect a little bit, right? Number one, we sit here every day and we're talking about, are they getting better, right? Like, because I have said that the last 2 years sort of felt like one.
Yeah.
Right? It was like, you couldn't even, everything just felt like one big glob of rebuilding. Even the last 3 years. And I guess there were moments where you had a little more optimism. But have we started to finally turn the corner? We have Carter Hawkins, this is from Marquis' Twitter page, posting a clip of Carter Hawkins talking about, are you better than you were?
The reason I'm here is that I had a heart attack on March 1st, and at that point in time, it was a major event, and the doctors were telling my family that the next day or so that I was in critical.
Are you better than you were?
The team's gotten better. We've worked really hard to improve the team. We've made decisions to move wins forward. You don't make a trade for Kyle Tucker if you don't feel like you have a really strong team going into that year. And so certainly I would say objectively we've improved year over year in terms of just the talent level that's on the field. And in the 3+ years I've been here, this is certainly the most talented team. And I think Jed would say the same in terms of these last years in his role. And we still got to play the games, and we still got to win every day here in camp to try to prepare us for the long season. But we're encouraged about the talent that we have, encouraged about the opportunities that presents us. It's going to be a dogfight in the NL Central. It's going to be a dogfight in the NL, and we know that, and we're prepared for that and preparing for that.
Thanks to Marquis for that. By the way, hit the like button. Have you hit the like button yet?
Like button.
There's enough people watching that haven't hit the like button. I don't know why. What don't you like about it? That Zober says hit the like button.
Yeah, on our screen.
2 thumbs up on the screen.
Thanks.
What I liked about that is the confidence in the general manager to say, we're better. We're better. Now, it doesn't mean the results are always going to be better, but that they've made a concerted effort to try and move this thing forward. They tried to take it from 83 wins, and move it closer to whatever it might be, 90, 91 code of things, right? And I know that Brendan says, well, yeah, but that can skew a bunch of games this way, a bunch of games the other way. Great. If the middle of the road is 91, that's what I'm looking for. They are a better team on paper. You don't normally say that when you trade away Cody Bellinger, but on paper they're better.
Yeah, because Kyle Tucker's better than Cody Bellinger.
That's right, and the bullpen is clearly better. And they appear to have more pitching depth. And the young guys that you're hoping to contribute are now a year closer to contributing and making a real thing. I enjoyed the part where Jim Carter said, listen, Owen Casey, Moises Ballesteros, who else am I missing? Matt Shaw, I think he said Kate Horton, Triantos. He was like, they're all going to make their debuts this year. Don't know when, don't know how much they'll be a part of it. This is the year they will make their debuts. So that's built in. That's built into the recipe for this season. Now, Jed sort of followed up that comment by Carter when he said, better, we made improvements, by saying, well, the goal is still to exceed projections, right? Like, and that will always be the goal, is to exceed projections. And so that hasn't gone away. And I guess you could say that about any team. You hope they exceed projections. I just hope the projections are higher than they were last year.
Yeah, well, the projections are higher than last year. Which is good. That's a good start. And I understand the sentiment behind it.
Sure, I do too. We're sort of making fun of it. It does sort of make sense.
I do have PTSD from it.
Yes.
Okay. But, and I've mentioned this before, the Cubs in 2016 were projected for around 92 wins, and they ended up winning 103. So even in the greatest year in Chicago Cubs baseball history, they exceeded projections. So I understand the sentiment. I'm so tired of them saying that. I wish that someone would have asked them what inning we're in of the offseason. Are we in extra innings of the offseason, right? But again, I wish they would drop that. I'm fine with it, and I understand the sentiment, and it's true. Like, I think the Padres are a great example of a team that exceeded projections last year, because I think they were projected somewhere between 82 and 85 wins. They ended up winning 90 plus, and Jackson Carroll has a big part in that. He was a 5-player last year. And Machado and Tatis objectively didn't have like the best seasons, and they did what they did, right? So that's just one example. I know Fangraphs projections have the Cubs at 84, 85 wins, right? Coda 90, 91, right? So it's obviously if you had Alex Bregman do those projections.
Oh, what a tease that is, Alex Bregman. Bregman and Shaw, we're going to talk about it in a second. And I just thought after Carter Hawkins, it's going to be a dogfight. I always think of the coach going, "We need more dogs." You ever seen that one? Yes. It's great. First, a word from the sponsors.
Any dissident voice was deemed to be an attack on critical infrastructure. If they succeed in that argument, the First Amendment is legitimately dead in this country.
When you say they, is it Democrats, Republicans?
It is the empire.
Would you say that their agenda is nefarious?
It actually damns the idea of America.
How is this legal?
The birth of the CIA was about this exact thing.
It's ironic that they use the word democracy because they don't actually believe in democracy. Mike, thanks so much for this again. There is quite a bit to talk about. We can talk about NewsGuard and how PragerU has been a victim of their unbelievable censorship. But just to get started, I'd love to get into just your background. How did you become a person who we deem as an expert on social media censorship?
Sure. So it started while I was a corporate attorney, and I had been following the 2016 election quite closely and some of the censorship issues that were starting to develop at the time. And I mean, it really started with an interest in chess, if you will. I was an avid chess player as a kid, and I sort of came of age at the time when chess engines were
No matter what outdoor activities you prefer, it's always important to have the best view. Right On Optics offers a full range of optics products so you can see where everyone can use a good pair of binoculars. Better views maybe at your kid's sporting event, spotting birds in the backyard, or keeping an eye on that kid next door that's a little bit of trouble, making sure he's not getting into your yard a little too much, right? Or you bring him to the stadium if you're stuck in the cheap seats like we like to sit in occasionally. Right On offers high performance at the lowest price. One of the things I like to use it for, Sean,
What's that, Luke?
is looking at the monitor so I can see the graphics.
So you can read the chat.
So I can see the chat. Barb says she's making turkey meatballs. RightOnOptics.com/CHGO. It's been around for over a decade. Get a better look at everything. Quality products you know you can trust. Check out the full line of Right On products today at RightOnOptics.com/CHGO. That's RITON Optics.com/CHGO.
You can bring your binoculars with you if you go to Wrigley and sit in the bleachers with Bobby and Brags this summer. If you want to see an up-close view of what's going on at home plate.
See the Seagulls regurgitating their lunch out the outfield.
Sure, yeah.
Let's look at that.
You can, I mean, I won't bring up what I want to say. Probably not.
Yeah, probably best not to.
But anyway, you can do that by going to Game Time and getting some tickets, right? Game Time is a new feature called Game Time Picks that makes getting tickets for events even easier. It filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets to find the best value, right? If you want to go to spring training, Game Time has you covered, man. They have you absolutely covered. Spring training games are right around the corner. Sloan Park, in my opinion, at least in the general area where they're at, like maybe the Giants in Scottsdale rival Sloan Park. I forget the name of that park, but Sloan Park is beautiful.
It is set up.
It is a great.
Dodgers and Whites. Camelback is nice.
I haven't been to
It's nice.
but yeah, if you've never done spring training, I cannot. This isn't just for the ad. Like I got to go for the first time in my life last year, and it's an incredible experience.
It's like breathing life back into your body.
Yes, and also the weather is incredible in Arizona around this time of year. It's not too hot, it's not cold. So all I can say is Game Time can help you get those tickets so you can go experience Sloan Park for the first time if you haven't. All right. Some of the things about Game Time that I love, not only the Game Time picks, which makes it easier to find better value for tickets to all these types of events, but they have this all-in pricing, which is a feature that shows up the total up front with no surprise fees and show bait and switch. No bait and switch, brother. No bait and switch. We love a no bait and switch, right? And they got a panoramic view from your seat. In the app before you buy, we always talk about the poles at Wrigley Field. You know, you can see exactly where you're sitting. It's a great feature. And they have the lowest price guarantee or game time credit of 110% of the difference. Your tickets are guaranteed to be delivered on time, and purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service in the ticketing industry. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHGO for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code CHGO for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Buy some tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. That said, I use Game Time to just get the best value for a ticket. Champagne, it's Michigan State. I really want to go, but it's a very expensive ticket.
Not on Game Time. If you wait till the right moment, that's the key. By the way,
the best value.
I love 23 because it reminds me of Michael Jordan, but it's not enough likes for this show.
We need more.
Please hit the like button.
We need to.
Debate, direct debate. 71 people watching. It's a slow Monday. It's a slow Monday. Everybody's coming down from the Super Bowl. Yeah. A lot of people still coming down. Did you see the chocolate chip cookie I made? I put it out on Twitter.
Wow. I did not see the chocolate chip cookie.
Let me just tell you, first of all, there's a couple things I made that are top notch.
So
okay?
now
Chicken soup is one. Every time I make chicken soup, my wife's like, now I know why I married you. It's the chicken soup. Then I bring out the chocolate chip cookie recipe that's been in the family. And it is the chocolate chip cookie recipe. I even make a whole separate batch of it for gluten-free.
Do you like to dunk your chocolate chip?
No, no. A good cookie doesn't need dunking.
I mean, I agree, but like, I just feel like there's something about it.
Well, there's lots of different chocolate chip cookies, and we can do a whole segment on it. We will someday. But
Probably
mine, for my taste, is this was perfectly lightly browned on top,
Yeah.
and it's probably the size of. It's got a nice dome to it, and it's the size of the palm. It's a monster. It's a monster. It's a monster. It's the thing of you. The picture doesn't even really show how big it is. Like it is a monstrous cookie, and I can just tell you.
Alright, Tom, your thoughts? Tom. Step aside. We'll put these in, Tom. Only Duracell has power boosting ingredients. That's why winners like Tom only run on Duracell. Tom, are you okay? Why does everyone keep asking me that since the roast? I gotta go grouse down again.
There's no hard crunch to it. It's not hard at all. It's just like biting into heaven.
Yeah.
Biting into heaven, let me tell you. So again, we were talking about the press conference from yesterday. Pitchers and catchers reporting, and that is also feels like heaven. Jed admitted, he said, I feel like we overperformed our expectations in 2023, to be candid. Going into it last year, the sort of hope was that we would sort of have it happen again. It didn't. Yeah, that's the problem I had with last year, because we went into last year saying, what if this happens, if this happens, if this happens, and none of it happened. Very little of it. Alvin Porter Hodge, very little of the progress that you really wanted to see happen. So this year, on paper, they have more proven than they have had at this point last year. So that part of it's good.
Can I add that he said that they feel like they're in a competitive window?
Right, yeah, they use the word window.
Right, and it
started it, okay, fine.
It doesn't.
Mark it down. This is the start of the window.
It doesn't matter now because it's been over a year, and I've got all my grievances out about how they operated last offseason. But it only just pushes down the fact of why me, you, and Ryan gave Jed Hoyer a D or an F last offseason.
And they knew they weren't in a competitive window.
Right, and
but Carter alluded to that too when he said, you don't get Kyle Tucker until you're in that window.
sure, yeah, but I just think
For a year.
I just think that when you go and add a guy like a Craig Counsell as your manager, and you're coming off a year where you outperformed projections and you didn't like what they got Shodi Imanaga and they got Michael Bush as the two big additions, but they were still guys that you didn't know what to really expect. Like the projections, like Michael Bush's projections, aided Shodi Imanaga. Shodi Imanaga makes the All-Star team. Turns out being way better than any of us expected. Ends up being your best pitcher, exceeded projections, right? And Bush was basically what projections were, right? So it's like, I'm never going to be over it unless this team makes the playoffs. But it's just like, it's very frustrating to hear that when you think about what's transpired over the last year. But like, I think what I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to give them credit for going into this offseason and being more proactive. Whether that's adding a bunch of names to the bullpen, whether that's finding a way to add a guy like a Kyle Tucker, like being opportunistic on that. If they add Alex Bregman, whether you want to call it opportunistic, fine. But you certainly have more options, you have more depth all across the entire team at this point. And I think that's a win for this team. I think that's a testament to Jed this offseason. And I wouldn't say it's completely night and day, but he's setting himself up, or he's setting the Cubs up to be in position at the trade deadline, I think. Depending on whatever happens in terms of other moves that happen or not, it's completely different strategy. I don't know how much council plays a factor into it. I really don't. But just the proactiveness from this front office this offseason was a lot different from the offseason before, and whether it's because you have all this dead money, you can't go over the luxury tax, this and that, it's still, it was one of the more disappointing 2024 seasons, like the 2024 season, it was one of the more disappointing seasons as a fan for me. And I think they've answered the call in terms of fixing what they needed to fix, but I just don't understand why we couldn't start this earlier.
Yeah, they stayed in neutral. When Jen and Theo came here, they talked about having these long runs and being there, getting all these shots, and having many bites at it. And it's like, well, it's been a while, guys. Like, it's been a while since you've been in this window or out of the window. So if you are back in it, good. I hope you are. One of the biggest stories at this point, as we wait now for the first full team practice coming up on Friday and into the weekend, is we're still on Bregman watch. Yet Bob Nightingale put out there that, he's still only interested in 6 and 7 year deals. Great. Then he put out there that the Cubs haven't moved on 3, the other teams have gone to at least 4. Can't tell you if that's true or not. I'm just saying, okay, it's a small difference. If I were him, I don't know that 3 years versus 4 years would make a big difference. It'd be more about the money and the opt-outs and the opportunity to play where you want to play. So we wait for that. Meanwhile, there's Matt Shaw at camp, and we're getting looks at him taking grounders, and he looks good. He's wearing some sort of bra thing. I don't know what that is. But okay.
I don't know.
It's some sort of like posture thing, right? Is that
if I think what, if I'm
is it
thinking correctly, it's more like tracking. So they're tracking, like arm speed. Like it's more of a body barometer, I guess.
Oh yeah, okay. That's
it's measuring
here.
out.
I thought he was wearing a Seinfeld bro, but it turns out, okay, he's got this thing on. He's going through motions. He looks good at third. Gotta. So of course, Jed and Carter were asked about it, and so was Craig Counsell. Where are you at third base? Is there an opening at third base? Was the question that was asked. Here's what they had to say. This is from Marquis' Twitter page.
It's an opening. I think that we've sort of talked about some of the options that we have. I think it'll be a competition this spring for sure. I don't think we're in the world of anointing a rookie and just giving him a job. I think he's going to have to win a job. It was certainly, I think there's real opportunity there. In any area, I think you're any area that maybe there's certain areas on a team. I think it's very clear that we would not look to add to. Got positioned with guys on long-term contracts that are well established. But I think any other place you're always going to be looking to improve.
I mean, I think at this
this point, Matt Shaw is going to get a lot of reps at third base. I think we should focus on third base with Matt. I think that's where his focus is going to be. And if we have to adjust there, we'll certainly adjust, but I think we'll keep the focus mostly at third base.
How do I start a savings habit?
How would you start shaving a rabbit? If you want a simple way to build a habit, Hunting While Savings account can help. You get a cash reward every month you save.
This year's top prize goes to BMO.
I'm just in it for the saving. But it's nice to be recognized.
I think we'll keep the focus mostly at third base.
Right, so there you go. What do you think, though?
I mean, they're just saying what they're supposed to say. Let me just say that on social media yesterday, we got like way too much pushback because, and by the way, it wasn't me tweeting this, it was Patrick who's on the Bear Show right now, Brex, and he was doing us a favor. You must, Thomas.
Well, I mean, we're a team here, and here you are like, oh no, it's bad.
Nobody didn't let me finish.
Everyone loves to
Oh,
blame
you let me finish. You gotta let me
We got an
finish.
ad break coming.
All right, that like the way Patrick worded the tweet made it sound like we asked the question about Alex Bregman to Jed Hoyer, and we didn't. We were just tweeting out quotes and stuff. So again, I'm giving Patrick credit for helping us, but perhaps maybe word the tweet different so maybe people don't think that we're the one asking the question. But obviously, Jed's not going to talk about Alex Bregman. He's not going to talk about frequency. It's a question that I still think has to be asked because it's all about reading body posture, all that stuff, the reaction, the facial reaction, all those types of things. That is all important. But yeah, obviously they're not going to talk about Alex Bregman. And so if there's anything that I take away with what they're talking about Matt Shaw is that they are fully saying he's going to get all the work at third base, and to me that's important. So yeah, we'll see what happens with this Bregman stuff, but I'm excited to see how Shaw does it third this year.
All right, we'll talk more about that. I'll give you my take on the whole should the Bregman question be asked or not in a second. First, I want to tell you about some great sponsors, including Circus Sportsbook, where I won big on the Super Bowl, whether it's pro or college. The app to bet football is Circus Sports Illinois. Circus Sports is sports betting the way it should be. Circus Sports Illinois has high betting limits, low holds, exceptional customer service. Bet on all your favorite teams in every game. Spreads, props, futures, or in-game. Circus Sports has it. Fun and bet like a pro, like me, from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new booking today at circusports.com. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. I hit on the Eagles. I hit on the coin toss, tails never fails. And I hit on DeAndre Hopkins, anytime touchdown. How about that gift at the end? There's an extra little $52 in my pocket.
No, I definitely put my shady raids on after sitting in like the second quarter thinking, man, Chiefs really about to lose this game unless somebody took the Chiefs. So thankfully I could cover my face up, my sad face up a little bit with my shade rays. My friends at Shade Rays have you covered with premium polarized shades that won't break the bank. It's an independent sunglasses company offering a world-class product rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. Their shades have durable frames and crystal clear optics. Perfect choice for all outdoor adventures. In this case, maybe going to read the field and hang out in pictures so that sun, block that sun from your face. Right, they have hundreds of options to choose from, so you're bound to find the perfect pair to match your style. Plus, if your shades ever go missing or taken unexpectedly, don't sweat it. They have the most insane protection in all of eyewear. Every pair is backed by lost or broken replacements. If you don't love your shades, exchange for a new pair or return worry-free within 30 days. Exclusively for our listeners, Shady Rays is giving out their best deal of the season at ShadyRays.com and use code CHGO for 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself these shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people.
Connor Hawkins, the live YouTube chat. By the way, we could use more likes. We're still only 38. Yeah, how do you like this? Connor Hawkins, the apparently real Connor Hawkins, I'm sure, says if Jed is out on Bregman, he can't say because of the CBA. If he is, and he can't say because he may lose leverage over Boris. Exactly. First of all, you're not supposed to talk about players on other teams. He is a free agent, so whatever. The question has to be asked by the media. Right. That's your job, is to ask the question. whether or not the guy answers the question or you think he's going to answer the question, you have to ask the question because you don't know what they're going to say. He might try and change his leverage against that player. He might say, you know what, we're done. Our team is here. Those answers could have come, and if you didn't ask the question, you're never going to know what the answer was.
We, or more so you or Jared, not me, because I'm just a fan. we are not responsible for Jed Hoyer's job, right? No. And but anyone who thinks that we shouldn't ask the question, or anyone shouldn't ask the question, like that simply is just not our problem.
If you had dinner with Jed Hoyer tonight, and you're any fan out there, what's the one question you would ask him? Are you gonna sign pregnant? You don't think that question comes out of your mouth, and that's a way to know that that's a question you should ask him. Man. Even if you think he might not answer it, you still try to pry him a little bit to see if he's going to give you the answer. And by the way, a lot of the questions were asked at the press conference. Some of them were pushed back about free agency and whatnot, and Jen visibly got a little irritated with our guy Gordon a couple times, right? Because Gordon's like a dog on a T-bone that's got a little meat left. He keeps going, right, and doesn't let the guy off the hook. And as that was happening, Carter a couple times took the heat off of Jed and actually answered in a way that was sort of satisfactory to everyone, specifically talking about like the CBA. Jed didn't want to talk about it. You know, he doesn't want to talk about a lot of things, and I understand both sides of it. But Carter gave a thing. They were both sort of talking about the CBA and the uncertainty and how it relates to long-term deals with players. And reading between the lines here, Bregman wants 6 or 7 years. It's not only about the money; it's also about the years because teams don't want to go into this. It looks like there's going to be a work stoppage at some point, and so there's a lot of people that believe the Cubs are, and frankly, Tom Ricketts talked a little bit about it. You don't want to go crazy. Doesn't mean you can't, but they have to have that in their heads. Like things may change here when the CBA is up. So, do you think it is impacting this? Carter basically said, you know, like, we're not in a vacuum. Like, of course we have conversations with our owner. And so, yes, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. Even the spending of money on Alex Bregman. Some people say he's a good player, go get him. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I do understand that I live in a reality. If the Cubs are going to tell you this is what they are going to spend, and this is the level right here, I can dislike that. I can dislike the level they're going to spend at, but if that's the level they're spending at, you have to play at that game because you're not changing their mind.
Right. For me, I think what's telling here when we talk about the long-term deals and stuff and how they feel about the potential work stoppage is when you just look at the contracts that are on this team. Ian Happ, his contract up after 26. Say Suzuki, contract up after 2026.
Dansby's down the road on his
Dansby is the only true full long-term guy, right? Outside of young players.
Tyone would be up by then.
Yeah, Tyone will be done. Oh, I'm talking about just guys like non-young players under control, right? Most of their bigger contracts, they're all up after 2026. And so, to me, that's telling about how they feel about how this potential work stoppage will come. And for our sake, I hope that doesn't happen. But when a lot of owners across the league are pushing that baseball needs a salary cap, and clearly the players don't believe that, I feel like we might be butting heads after the 2026 season. And based off the last one we went through before we launched, like,
right,
who knows how long it would take, and
where we sat here wondering if we were going to have shows.
Right.
Don't really want to get to that point.
I really don't want to get to that point.
Okay.
It might be reality, but in terms of how the Cubs view it, at least at the top, it feels like maybe that's it. But in my opinion, it should not be stopping you from giving these long-term deals out to guys that they have passed on, like a Juan Soto, like a Aaron Judge, like a Corey Seager, like
maybe Kyle Tucker this offseason.
Right. You know? Like,
That's the only one that matters right now.
yeah, for sure. That one, for sure, is the only one that really matters in terms of long-term contracts.
And I even say that about the Bregman thing. Like, consider in your mind, again, Bregman would make them a better team and raise the floor. I'm all for it if they do it. If they don't do it, it doesn't wreck me, but it would be raising the floor a little bit. But if you're really zooming out and looking at the big picture, and you're trying to do like one of those matrix type deals, you're moving the numbers around in your Jet and your Carter and your Cubs, and this is the level they're playing at. I don't know how they get Tucker that long-term deal, but would Bregman hinder that? Like, would signing Bregman to a deal that you're slightly uncomfortable with hinder any shot at Tucker? And then you have to evaluate whether or not that's the risk you want to take. Or would you rather have one toe into the Tucker deal possibly this offseason? It's all something they're trying to work the number. When Bruce Levine puts out, they're trying to put in the analytics, they're trying to work every aspect of it. Yes, they're trying to thread a needle with the Alex Bregman deal. And if it happens, it will be on exactly the terms they're looking for. Yeah. Right or wrong. I don't see the Cubs changing their mind and be like, oh, 6 years, here you go, Alex, never mind. You know what, we decided to go 6 for 200, you're right. We caved, we need you that badly. That's not what's happening.
And I don't even want them to do that, to be honest.
But keep in mind, the Astros aren't doing that either.
Right.
The team that knows him and loves him, the Astros love Bregman. They would love to keep him, but they aren't doing it yet either. And so ask yourself why. It's for some of the same reasons the Cubs are trying to thread that needle. So are the other teams. So I don't think right now the Cubs are in a position where they need to say, ooh, we need to throw another 3 years on this because the other teams aren't doing it yet either. Now, they might wait too long and he might slip away. But in my eyes, I think the Cubs have decided if it doesn't happen, that's okay. And so they're trying to get this to be exactly like what they thought the Bellinger deal was. And Carter even talked about it. We had some of these similar situations coming late into spring last year, and you try to thread the needle on it. If you can thread the needle, great. If you can't, then you got to start moving forward. One way to move forward is the pitching staff. Ben Brown saying he's 100% ready to go. And of the stuff that came out yesterday, that's probably the biggest news. Yeah. That's probably the best news for the Cubs. If you don't sign Bregman yesterday, which you didn't, what else do you want to hear? They said Nico's on schedule. We'll talk about that in a second. But hearing Ben Brown say for himself on Marquee, I'm 100% ready to go.
Yeah, he said it on Marquee. I mean, he was on Setup Man with Kyle the week before as well, and it said that he was 100%. So shout out to Setup. Yeah, shout out to him who he's doing incredible stuff out there in Arizona right now. So I will say with Dan Brown, we've known all winter that like the Cubs were they were like normal throwing program, all these things. He's healthy, he's ready to go, and he's saying it in spring. He could be one of those guys that potentially exceeds projections and helps this team get to 90 wins. I think the question about Ben Brown right now is, can he stay on the field? And can he continue to do what he was doing last year? Which, his major league debut was terrible. And maybe he had
7 innings he had in one game.
Right, I take that. We saw 7 no-hit innings in one game. We saw just really solid work throughout those first 2.5, 3 months of the season. His worst performance was probably in Texas in his major league debut. The guy has a high upside. When Alex Cohn was in here with me, or on here with me last week, he said this guy, I can't remember exactly, he said something about how he is the type of pitcher you would build in a lab.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
I think Sutcliffe has kind of said that. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I believe he said something like that.
Right. So I think we're all high on Ben Brown. I'm high on Ben Brown. I want to see him have success. I want to see more than Justin Steele be a pitcher that the Cubs develop and turn into a whatever role, whether it's high leverage bullpen arm or Maybe he's your fifth starter going into opening day. Who knows? I don't know what it is, but he is certainly one of those guys that if he clicks in 2025, he is a guy that will help this team get to 90 wins.
Jed was asked a question, and he kind of responded by talking about how the game has changed in the press conference. He's talking about something similar to what we're talking about with Ben Brown. I see the live chat people saying Ben Brown as a 5 would be ideal. Carter's saying if we don't trade for Cecil King, and he's basically said, listen, the questions have stopped being asked. Who's your 4? Who's your 5? Because everybody knows that pitchers have been hurt so much that you can't even think about 4 and 5. It's just about like, who are your pitchers, right? Because you have to have a group to get through it. And yes, you have to have a 1, a 2, and a 3 when you start to think about postseason and that type of thing. But right now, who are your pitchers? And so that's why it is sort of a gray area after Tyone, right? Like right now, we know it's Shota, we know it's Steele, and we know it's Tyone. And then we probably know that at the moment, it's Ray and Boyd in no particular order. Probably Boyd and Ray. But Assad could be figured into that. Wicks could be figured into that. Ben Brown could be figured into that. Horton could be figured into that. There's plenty of names that you could start to slide in there. That's the depth that we're talking about, because pitching has changed so much. Starters have changed so much. The amount of relievers you have to use because of starters not going 7, 8 innings anymore, that group has to be bigger. Back on Iowa, and also at the major league level, you have to start thinking about that. And they keep that in mind with Ben Brown. That's why they're not saying, hey, Ben Brown's number 5.
Right. They've been pushing that discourse for the last couple of years too, and so that's why in my head, when I'm seeing the Cubs sign Matthew Boyd and signing Colin Ray and signing, some of these other names out there, and specifically depth for the bullpen. That's why I haven't been like, what are we doing? Like, why aren't we going to get Tanner Scott or whoever? It's like the vision that they have in terms of the rotation and the bullpen. I think have they tried to find diamonds in the rough? Yes, and they've hit on some, and they haven't hit on some, right? At the same time, though, I think the one thing that they haven't fully done outside of this last offseason is just get a load of guys who have had success and some guys who are looking to bounce back and see what happens in the spring. They have so many names, as we talked about last week in terms of the bullpen. Like, I don't know who's gonna make this cut going to opening day. And whoever doesn't and has options and is gonna be in Iowa, it's like, wow, we got a lot of dudes. And they're all going to play a part, because there will be some point where one guy has thrown too many innings for their liking, or maybe there's an injury, whatever. So to me, it is all important. And of course, with all that said, I still wish that the Cubs would have added another arm, and in terms of being at the top of the rotation.
Maybe they will.
Maybe they will if they don't land Bregman, right? But I think the way they've gone about it in adding arms to just kind of keep this team afloat, because when you think about what happened in April, well, mostly May and most of June with the bullpen of it, until getting it fixed with bringing in Tyson Miller and Jorge Lopez, they just ran out of arms because of injuries, and I just feel like they are in a better position now if injuries happen or if someone struggles, you can bring a new guy in.
Carter Hawkins talked about being willing in the last year, because of where they're sort of at now, entering the window, that they made a conscious effort to make even marginal moves. Sometimes with just a slight upgrade over the guy that you might have as your third utility guy on the list that you're thinking about, or a slight upgrade. So each one trying to increase that win total just a little bit. That's not the way we all would have loved it. We all would have loved to say Juan Soto and throw it 7 more wins on the board, right? Like, okay, but they are trying to also leave no stone unturned without them actually saying that. So is Boyd a perfect scenario? No, but each one that they've added, each guy they've tried to add is slightly better than what they had last year. Like, is somebody better than Caleb Killian was last year? Yes, they probably made that upgrade. Is so-and-so better than Henrich? Yes, they probably made that upgrade. Is so-and-so maybe better than Assad? We looked at Assad, who they were so excited about. He still might be the fifth starter. But he also, because of depth, could be sliding back to the bullpen and helping there. And that's a sign that things are getting better. It's nothing that Assad has done wrong.
Right.
Same thing with Ben Brown. Like, they will find their spot. Baseball has a way to take care of itself, Joe Madden. That's what's happening. But the more good players they get, each incremental move they make, we're starting to see that now they're going to have some decisions to make that don't always make people happy.
By the way, did you see it was Joe Madden's birthday this weekend?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was his birthday on Saturday.
Well, I hope it didn't, try not to suck.
Yeah. And hopefully it didn't suck.
Embrace the target. What was that? It's got to be getting up there now.
My favorite one was don't let the pressure exceed the pleasure.
Yeah.
71.
71.
Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, that's right. So, they were all, the Japanese media was trying to get Jed to cave on the what game is Shota going to pitch in the Tokyo series. And, he just wasn't having it. But basically, they said, no, he's going to pitch. Yeah. If everybody's healthy. Like, they made it pretty evident that, like,
oh, that's right. And it looks like he's gonna like Westerns. What if Westerns aren't hot when he grows up?
He was born to love a Western, that's what everybody said. And what gave him that impression was his fleshy cowboy head. Fleshy cowboy head. Fleshy cowboy head.
You don't want to rush a guy just to go pitch for 2 games that are before everything else, and then somebody's not ready. Whoever goes ahead and pitches in Japan is not going to be throwing 7 innings. Even though they back-time this, so guys should be ready to go do that, it's still going to force them to make some of these decisions earlier, and players aren't going to have to be ready sooner. It's still realistic that it's going to be a pitching by committee most likely in Japan. But if he's healthy and he's on track and there aren't any setbacks, Shota will pitch there.
But
sure,
I think
and Seiya will play.
Right.
Yes.
Shota versus Otani or Shota versus Yamamoto.
I mean, that's going to happen. He will, if he's healthy, he's going to start a game. But based on who they have on their pitching staff, that's happening anyway. Right?
Yeah.
You can get an extra game in for those guys early, and then you have a break. You can come back to them again if you need to. Of course, you're going to pitch Shota.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Craig Counsell manages those 2 games, because it's not going to be like what we'll probably see going into Arizona on opening day, right? Like, I expect Shota to pitch 4 innings tops, and I think that might be pushing it. Like, it's going to be. I'm hoping for a masterclass for one of the 2.
That's what he's supposed to be great at.
Right.
That's what he's supposed to be great at, figuring out who comes in at the right time. I think there's just going to be a lot of pitchers who will I expect it to be almost like a spring training game, even though it counts, in that you may see a lot of guys come in for just 1 inning, right? Like the starter goes, then it might be, even though they might be starters, you might be getting them their work for the rest of the real season when it begins.
I think the reason I said 4 innings is just because, like, they're there early. And so, like, maybe more realistic is, or more optimistic for me is 2 or 3.
But I'd be curious if, like, for instance, they'll be willing to use starters as, would they consider using starters as relievers and consider almost like a spring training game in that way? You know what I'm saying? Like, because...
And I expect the Dodgers to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, well, Yamamoto's not going to try and pitch 9 innings.
Right.
And Shohei certainly isn't, right? Now, the other guy that they were asked about and they wouldn't commit to it was Nico. Where's Nico at? And everything they said is he's on schedule. Now, what does on schedule mean? It doesn't mean anything because he could have a setback today or he could have a setback tomorrow. He's on schedule. And they also pointed out it doesn't mean that because we're saying he's on schedule, doesn't mean that he will play those 2 games in Japan.
Right.
They're not saying he's not going to play those 2 games in Japan, but that if Nico doesn't have to play those 2 games in Japan, that gives you a nice stretch still to kind of ease back his rehab or whatever process he's going through. There's no need to rush him back for 2 games against the Dodgers in Japan, even though they count and they could mean everything. You're hoping that you're good enough this year that you're not like, wow, we should have played all our starters every single, because you could be risking them, as great as it is, you could be risking them for the rest of the season if they're not ready. I hope that's not the case. They're certainly not that stupid.
With the Nico stuff, we talked a lot about it on Thursday, and then I thought Corey and Brendan had a nice, other side of the spectrum of the Nico stuff, whether it's the trade talk, his season, all these things. And I think one thing that I wish that we would have talked about a little bit more is what they were talking about in terms of, if they did add Bregman, will they have to trade Nico before opening day? No, they don't have to do that. But if they want to stay under the luxury tax at the deadline, perhaps. But they've all, Jed Hoyer and Tom Ricketts have all said they will blow past the luxury tax if they're in it at the trade deadline, right? But either way, regarding injuries and stuff like that, it also, as we talked about, the fact that we just don't really know the status, he's on the right path, I said it before, it's cool to see him in camp early, good to see him taking ground balls, good to see him playing catch, but until he plays even a spring training game,
or several in a row.
Yeah, I have some concerns. So I think if you're able to add Bregman and play Shaw at second, if Nico has to miss more time, if he doesn't play any spring training games here in February, even in going into March, I don't know what to expect. But these are all things that we have to talk about and look at all these different scenarios. The only reason that I feel like that the Cubs would end up trading Nico beforehand is because they've been in these trade talks for Cease or whatever, and I find it very counterproductive to add a guy like Bregman and then trade Nico for a pitcher. You know what I mean?
Right. Matt Quinlan says in the live YouTube chat, Nico's here fielding, throwing, hitting. He's building back up like the rest. It looks like no one knows how he's feeling. No, and that's I agree. That's sort of the point. Is even if he feels great and everything looks on track, until it's like a player getting back in the NBA to game action. Until you're actually physically doing it and you're going into the grind of 150 plus games.
Ready? MLS is game on. Don't you? On. Stars on.
Alan Sullivan, history maker.
30,000 friends. Rivalry on. This is our soccer. Game on.
Back when he starts to amp it up even more and more and more. Hopeful. Everybody seems to think it's good. They're not going to, honestly, they're not going to say the opposite in case they are trying to have discussions. They're not going to be like, well, we're a little iffy about, they're not going to say he's not going to be ready for opening day right now. They would never say that. But even if he isn't, I don't think it's a big deal. One thing I do know is that it sure looks like Craig Counsell is sick of the questions about Seiya not wanting to be a DH.
Yeah.
Right? You can just see it sort of like his blood boiling. Oh, here's the deal. Tucker's going to play in right, Hamp's going to play in left, Pete Armstrong's going to be in center, and Seiya will play some outfield too. If stuff happens, or when there's opportunity. But right now he's our DH, and he did a good job at DH at the end of last year.
And for full context, he even said that he talked to Seiya about it. So they've had the conversation. If I'm Seiya Suzuki, I like from my perspective, I get the pride. Want to play the field. Like, right, want to do everything. Right? And I just think if I'm Seiya Suzuki, you just look at the three guys that are in the outfield right now. Like, I guess maybe you could make the argument that he could play some leftover Ian Happ, and maybe he will on days they want to get Ian Happ off his foot.
Sure, but it's not. But he is a three-time Gold Glover.
He is a three-time Gold Glover for a position that isn't necessarily super hard to win a Gold Glove for. So, like, that's the only reason that I say that. But he knows he's not playing center field, and he knows that Kyle Tucker should be playing the field over him.
He knows. He's realistic. He's at the games.
So I've never like understood like this discourse related to Seiya not wanting to be here or whatever. Seiya should want to be here because this team, as far as the outfield, is loaded. And now he's going to have one of the best hitters in baseball, either in front or behind him. They showed the OPSs on Marquee yesterday for the potential starting lineup. Kyle Tucker had a near 1,000 OPS last year. The Cubs haven't had that probably since, what, Bryant, Rizzo?
They haven't had a superstar since those guys.
If I'm Seiya Suzuki, I'm excited about being able to play either in front or behind of Kyle Tucker in the lineup. And that's going to potentially help him down the line for another contract. That's just, if I'm Seiya Suzuki, that's how I'm viewing it. But I totally understand him wanting to play the field. And he will play the field. It's just not going to be on a full-time basis. And he doesn't deserve to. Objectively, was not good in the outfield last year.
Hey, we all want to make $1 million. Right?
Yeah.
Same story, but like, welcome to reality. The other guys are better. By the way, Seiya did show up. It's like every year. Not just best shape of his life. He does look jacked. Just don't get hurt. Just
That oblique.
Can this be the year that he makes it through the first couple months of the season without something? That's really what will take him to the next level. If he can keep his body from breaking down, either before the season, during the season, like if he can get through a season healthy, his numbers will be noticed by everybody.
2 years ago, he got hurt in spring training. Last year, he gets hurt at the end of April, and it was both an oblique injury, and we know how obliques are. And last year he got hurt running, and the oblique got hurt. He got hurt running, so it's like I don't know what we got to do. But the Cubs hired these new strength and conditioning guys. Like, what do we need to do? Just wrap him in bubble wrap. I don't know, but he is such a key piece to this offense with Kyle Tucker going into 2025. They need him to be healthy. He's got to play 150 games for this team to make the playoffs. Now, do you have some backup options? Yeah, they could call up Owen Casey if he gets hurt and has to go on the injury list, right? Like, they have some guys, but like, we just don't know how well those guys will play. Seiya Suzuki was a 140 WRC plus as a DH last year in the last 2 months of the year.
Sounds like the perfect spot.
He's got good. He's a good major league player. We've seen it. So anyway, they need him if they're going to win in 2025.
That is the truth. Thanks to everybody in the live YouTube chat today. Where are we at? 62 likes, Sean. Please, can we get to 70? Is it possible to get to 70 before we say goodbye? Can somebody go in there? Becky, have you hit the like button? Omar, Craig? I know Craig has. I feel good that Craig and Alex has done it for us. I know he has. Becky, supposed to get ice or snow this week. She's giving us the forecast.
I told you 8 inches.
I know. Listen, there's only one only one former weather person here, and it's me. I haven't looked at the map yet. Oh, we're up to 69. Nice. One more.
Nice.
70. Come on. Who's gonna do it? One win away. Don't let us be the Cubs. One win away. We will hold out. I will stay here. All right, we're done with 69. Thanks to everybody for checking out the CHGO Cubs podcast. We're back at our 70. Thank you. Back at our normal time, 1:30 tomorrow. Until then, thanks for watching Fly the W.
Shop kitchen essentials at Hobby Lobby. Make your space inviting. Make it neat and unique. Make it fun and functional. Shop kitchen essentials at Hobby Lobby. Because home is what you make it. Domino's, get the pizza you've always wanted but never dared to get, with any crusts and any toppings for $9.99.
Pitchers and catchers reporting in just 2 days. Third base rumors still circulating. We are ready for Cubs baseball on this edition of the CHGO Cubs podcast. We'll talk about it all and more. This is the CHGO Cubs podcast. My name is Corey. I am joined, as always, by Brendan. We are coming to you on Friday, February 7th, Brendan. And I know for a lot of people, they have had Sunday, February 9th, circled in their calendar. It's the big day. Everybody gets together, family, friends. They got the big snacks and everything. And it's all to gather around and watch pitchers and catchers report for the Chicago Cubs.
That's right.
That's
big
what everyone's
day.
doing on Sunday?
Big day for Ben Heller fans, Brad Keller fans.
The big game, they call it.
The big game, the big intramural game, perhaps.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, folks, it's here. And we find ourselves, as we have kind of in more recent off seasons, feels like a newer thing, Brendan, that pitchers and catchers are literally hours from reporting, but maybe we don't know what the team looks like when spring training starts or when it ends. Rumors still abounding. I will tell you, we'll touch a little bit. As you guys know, off-season stuff may happen after we record this, et cetera, so keep your eyes on the news and, the latest updates and stuff like that. But I will say, Brendan and I offered pretty extensive thoughts on Alex Bregman last Friday, including, I feel like I gave a fairly impassioned plea about not being concerned about, like Matt Shaw finding 400-plus at-bats, even still, et cetera. Cody and Luke have also chatted Alex Bregman, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. I don't know that you and I have much to say that we didn't on Friday, but as this is the Friday episode and, the week has come and gone since you and I last spoke, still out there. And it appears that the latest, if you read the tea leaves, he has longer offers, perhaps an offer that he's not satisfied with, though, from Houston. Boston still in play, maybe Detroit still in play, and rumors of the Cubs definitely being involved, but kind of holding their ground at a contract that they would be more comfortable with. So it seems like, Brendan, like the situation might be like Jed is trying to push the money he has for 1 year, push those opt-outs, and if one of those other teams blinks and says, okay, here's your 6-year deal for, this AAV, probably not going to be the Cubs, but we'll see.
They right now have $31 million underneath that first year of the tax. He's projected at $26 million AAV. So let's assume he gets that 26. That puts the Cubs around $5 million or so underneath that first tier. They can probably sign him right now, still be underneath that first tier. It's a matter of if they want to do that now, in terms of pushing yourself up against that tax, or save yourself the room for bigger splashes at the deadline.
Well, and I think, Brendan, if he were going to pick the Cubs, I'd imagine that number would have to go up a little bit.
You would think. Or
if they were going to try to keep it to a shorter term.
We don't know what the contract offers explicitly are. Now, there's rumors out there that there is an offer for about $26 million for 6 years. Some folks think he wants 7 years at 26 million. Some folks think he doesn't really have these higher lucrative offers and he wants more short-term options. But we really don't know. So is it 26? Could it be 28 with an opt-out? Maybe, but I don't imagine there'll be over 30 million as an AAV. And if that's the case, then you're still below that first year. It's just a matter of if you want to inch towards that first year now versus June or July.
Yeah. And so the one thing, look, I'm still in favor of it. I still think it does a lot of really good things for this offense. I think in the short term, it raises that floor. It gives Matt Shaw, as I talked about last week, that kind of softer landing spot. Maybe use him in a 2016 Javi Baez kind of role. And I should say, I think that's, friend of the show, Full Time Tommy's premise, specifically relating it to
what year?
2016. Brendan. Yes, you have that back there. I have a patch on the Lester jersey. The Chicago Cubs won the World Series.
Okay.
But thinking super utility, guys need days off, and the plate appearances find themselves, injuries, etc., etc. Like I said last Friday, I went into a whole thing about it. But the one thing you and I didn't talk about, we talked about it last week under the premise of do it, and how does that affect Matt Shaw and the overall lineup and the playing time. What we didn't talk about, I don't think, Brendan, and the part we can spend time on today, later in the show, I want to talk about pitchers and catchers. They're the ones reporting. I want to look at the bullpen, starting rotation, and, if this is the group, we're not really hearing too many more rumors on that, unless the Bregman thing, and I'm getting to that. So I do want to talk about that later in the show, but the one part of that we didn't really talk about, let's say the AAV to get Bregman, to convince him to come here and take your shorter term, 4 years with opt-outs or whatever it might be. Let's say you have to bump the AAV to do that, and you are pushing up against that luxury tax, or over it, or whatever the situation ends up being, or it's so close that no chance are you making moves, at the deadline, or you'd have to be over, no question. The pervasive connection seems to be that they may look into Nico as being that person and trying to involve a starting pitcher or something like that. How do you feel reading that?
I want the Cubs to win. So if Nico's part of that trade discussion and it leaves it with a higher win projection, sure, if that's going to save him some money, you could use that money elsewhere, whether it be June or July, sure, that's fine. The counter argument I would say to the Nico discussion is the opening day deadline is not a deadline to trade him. So if we want to operate under the assumption that we need to get rid of money, you can do that in June and July. Exactly. So if Nico actually is a viable trade candidate, you would also think that would be the case when he comes back from injury. So imagine scenarios June and July. Bregman's on the team, you're $3 million below that first year. You need pitching, okay? You got Nico Hoerner's $12 million or so AAV. You trade him there. You clear up around 6 to 7 pro-rated AAV, and you get back a pitcher at a 2 to 3 million AAV, and you save your $4 million that way. That's all a possibility. I sit back here today in February, early February. We just saw Nico Hoerner for the first time throw a baseball at spring training. I don't think you can get value.
Value seems low.
It seems low that you and I would feel comfortable with, and he's a 4-win player, Corey, too, and healthy.
On a cheap deal.
On a very cheap deal.
Yeah, I think, a lot of people have put this out there, but I think it might have been Michael over at Bleacher Nation. Apologies to Brett if he was the one that wrote it, but they had a good piece just kind of about if you want to make that move and it ends up being you're looking at Nico to trade, because we heard his name in reports earlier. There's obviously interest there, and depending on how strong the conviction is in Matt Shaw and where you'd like him to be positionally going forward, you see why those gears would be turning. But they had a piece that was basically just like, if you're using him in a package to get a cost-controlled starting pitcher, like really improving your pitching staff, and signing Bregman just sort of gives you the room to do that, or the insurance to do that positionally and offensively, then that's fine. If you're signing Bregman and then forcing yourself to move someone like Nico simply to stay under this luxury tax, that's bad. And that's how I would feel about it. I love Nico. I think he's a great player, as we've discussed, on his contract for the skill set that he provides. Base running, defense, those intangible type things. I'm not actively looking to trade him, but if you felt like you could lock down third base, give Matt Shaw second base, and improve your pitching staff by putting together a package of Nico plus Javier Assad or someone like Kevin Alcantara, whatever, to get yourself a new, young, cost-controlled starter, then that makes sense. But if you sign Bregman and then are in a situation where it's like, well, now the payroll is too expensive, we got to trade somebody, like, let's just trade Nico for prospects or something and salary relief, I don't like that. I think the trade-off is an odd decision, and that's not, that shouldn't be the motivation of making a move like that. And I think if you were to do that, if you got prospects back or money, whatever it was, I think there's a real argument that, like, in the short term, the Shaw-Bregman combo at second and third can be better, especially on an offensive perspective. Longer term, some real questions there. You have real risk in how Bregman would age, and then you're putting, if Shaw struggles or whatever, again, I'm a big believer in him, but a lot more risk there long term. Now, I should also say, I texted you earlier today, I forget this all the time, the Cubs only have Nico for one more year beyond this. I feel like when I talk about Nico or when I think about him, he's like locked up for like a decade. Yeah, he's like a forever Cub or something like that, but he's really not. So that's part of the calculus too. Again, my preference, add Bregman, figure out how to play all the guys, bump up your offense, and let's go try to win a title. In the 1 year, you're guaranteed Kyle Tucker, but we'll see.
One last note on Nico. He's a shortstop playing second base. Dansby's supposed to just have core surgery himself.
Yeah.
They both had surgery. So if you trade Nico, then your backup shortstop's not as viable if he were to still be on the roster. And
Definitely.
Matt Shaw hasn't played that much second base recently. He's been playing mostly third base in the Winter Bowl and in AAA. So his viability at second base, while that was his natural position, middle infield, it's still an unfamiliar position and actually more unfamiliar than third base for him. I don't think it's necessarily going to happen. If it does happen, I would be surprised. It would have to make a lot more sense than the way you and I are currently seeing the roster. That's where I'll leave that at.
Yeah. And look, I only bring that up because that was one of the pervasive thoughts. Like, there were even rumors from, relatively connected looking people on social media. It's hard to tell anymore. That we're kind of like, I get the sense if they did sign Bregman, like, they would have something lined up with Nico. Like, that was stuff people were putting out there. So that's the only reason we're addressing this. Like I said, I don't see they don't have to do that. If they wanted to sign Bregman, they don't have to do that. They should only be doing that if it is making them better in another area on this major league team. I have no interest in, like, restocking the farm and using Nico Horner to do that, because I think then there's an argument to be made about what you've done at the major league level, and is that like a net gain, a potential net loss, or is it kind of just like a push that you're just like moving things around and now spending more money on? So
you can make the money work in the midseason. You have guys on higher deals. Let's say you want to get rid. Let's say Ty Young's deal, right? So he's 17 million. You trade him. You free up around 8, 9, 10 million at the point of time you trade him. So it is possible to still move money around before and after opening day. After opening day is still as serious of a consideration as before opening day. It's not just a it's not.
And like you said, mentioning it's a good point too. Like, this has got to be the lowest Nico's value has been in his career. Like, I don't think that's. If you get an offer where they're valuing him properly, sure, but coming off an injury, like,
at this point too, it's like, what's the value going to be? We're going to pull up our pitchers list in the next segment, but we already have a high number of pitchers. So if you're going to trade Nico, then you're taking innings away from guys who are actually slotted to provide some value, at least in the rotation. Moving into it, I don't see it working out in February. That's all. I'm not opposed to it. I just don't see it working out.
Just sign Bregman, load up the offense. Yeah, and
you're still below the first tier.
Yeah, and then just hope for the situation that Matt Shaw's mixing and matching on a semi-daily basis, and you get to the point that it's like, this guy's got to play every day, he's going to win Rookie of the Year, like that type of thing, and then you figure it out. Greyhounds will figure it out.
If you sign Bregman, Dakota's projections came out, by the way. You saw that. So they're projected 91.
Yeah, Dakota loves the Cubs.
They love the Cubs. If you add Bregman, I imagine, because they do not like Shaw, you may get 2 wins added there, maybe a win and a half. So you go from 91 to maybe 93-ish or so. You know, that actually is a pretty significant jump from 91 to 93 in terms of like percentile worst case outcome. You basically move your worst case outcome by 10 percentile points.
Yeah.
I think it might be worth money and sacrificing some flexibility in the luxury tax to do so.
Let's try to win in 2025. Let's do it.
These conversations suck, you know.
I just wanted to offer our thoughts on that because it was going around the Nico stuff. So yeah, those are our thoughts. And like I said, at this point, the CHGO Cubs team starting, I think, with Brendan and I on Friday. In-depth thoughts on Bregman. I think in that last Friday episode we started talking about that maybe around like the 35-minute mark. It's the second half of our show. And then, like I said, Cody and Luke have been on it all week. So any further thoughts, check those out. Obviously, if breaking news changes as you're listening to this podcast, just keep your eyes on social media. But when we come back from our ad break, I want to talk the folks reporting on Sunday, pitchers and catchers.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kid Apparel. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of DIC.
Okay, Circa Sportsbook, whether it's pro or college, the app to bet football is Circa Sports Illinois. Circa Sports, it's sports betting the way it should be. Circa Sports Illinois has high betting limits, low holds, and exceptional customer service. Bet on all your favorite teams in every game this season. Spreads, props, futures, or in-game Circa Sports has it. Fund and bet like a pro from anywhere, anytime. In Illinois. Download a new booking today at circusports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And get ready for the season ahead with quality shades built to last. Our friends at Shady Rays have you covered with premium polarized shades that will not break the bank. Shady Rays is an independent sunglass company offering a world-class product rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. Their shades are very durable, they have crystal clear optics, and they make them the perfect choice for all outdoor adventures. They have hundreds of options to choose from, so you're bound to find the perfect pair to match your style. They probably have a style in your favorite team's color, blue, red, maybe for you Cubs fans. I wear Shady Rays out here in the sunny California skies. They have colors that are suitable to any fashion style, light brown, dark, black, and your team's favorite colors. And if you don't love your shades, you don't even love the colors you picked, you can exchange them for a new pair or return them worry-free within 30 days. There's no risk when you shop. Their team always has your back with personal and fast support. Exclusively for our listeners, Shady Rays is giving out their best deal of the season. Head to shadyrays.com. Use code CHGO for 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades for 5 stars by over 300,000 people.
Love our Shady Rays here at CHGO. Brendan, let's talk pitchers and catchers, though. Now, the other thing is, you know, I don't know if this was always the case, but especially as these complexes have evolved over the years, almost everybody's already there. Nobody's really reporting on Sunday. That's the day. That's just the day that they have to. But does feel weird to say that when I was watching video of Ian Happ taking BP like 2 minutes ago. So
well, they get this stretched together as a team.
yeah,
You know?
yeah.
Get
But
to
so
bubble up.
technically, pitchers and catchers, the ones that need to be reporting on Sunday, and you and I were kind of looking things over. This is going to be, hopefully we look back at the 2025 season and appreciate this as a Craig Counsell masterclass, because I think it's going to need to be. You look at the top of the rotation, and I think you have pretty high expectations for guys like Justin Steele, Shodi Imanaga in his second year. I think Justin Steele in particular, he's obviously been great for the Cubs for the last few years, but missing that time with injury, I think, feels like the guy, narrative-wise, that's going to be coming into this season with a bit of a vengeance for the time that he missed last year. And Jameson Taillon, obviously a much more resurgent season than his first with the Cubs. But after that, Brendan, things get sort of interesting in terms of how the Cubs decide to attack that. Obviously, they bring in Matthew Boyd via free agency, but a guy that has dealt with injury concerns. How many innings is he going to be able to give you? How many innings are the Cubs even hoping to get out of him? They bring in Colin Ray. You have guys like Javier Assad, and then, of course, looking at the injury status or just the recovery status of guys like Ben Brown, Jordan Wicks, etc. So how they go about the rotation, 5-man, even on Fangraphs right now, Brendan, they have a 6-man rotation. That would be interesting, sort of news to us, I think, if they actually decided to do that, at least for a significant period of time. And then how they decide to attack the rotation is going to affect the bullpen. They have a lot of guys, and I know you have a handy-dandy chart to show everybody, but a lot of guys that don't have options, a lot of guys that do. And so how the Cubs decide to go about that in terms of, do you break camp with the guys that are out of options and kind of give them that one shot? But some of the guys that do have options are guys that you would certainly, I think, be earmarking for this bullpen. Lot to play around with. There's no question that they have improved the depth of this pitching staff, but deciding who's going to break camp and who's actually going to be utilized is something that remains to be seen. And I think, obviously, the most interesting storyline as we head into pitchers and catchers.
So if you're not watching on the YouTube channel, come on over here. We have the complete list of all the pitching options displayed on the screen. So what you're looking at are 3 columns. On the left is a player name. The middle column is your option column. Does this pitcher have options or not? And if they do, they're highlighted in green. If they don't, they're highlighted in yellow. On the far right is the roster spot number, sort of arbitrary, but you have 13 pitching slots to fill. That's how you
This is a pretty simple chart for you. Did you have to resist the urge to turn this into some
of course
data point thing you do?
Are you trying to make fun of me over there? My graphs are always very simple to interpret. What are you talking about?
I don't think that's true, but
That
I think
is very
here, we'll run the test tomorrow. I think Luke can handle this one.
Well, Luke is like 1,000 years old. He can barely read a children's book, okay? So I don't want to hear it. Not to make fun of, older folks. I'm getting older. I got gray hairs under here. Anyway. So this is what we're looking at here. Who is going to get the first shot at the open day roster? So the way I think about this is the locks are Shota, Steele, Taillon, Colin Ray, Matthew Boyd, Ryan Presley, and Caleb Tealbar. Those are 7 guys. Then you can fill 6 more spots. I'm going to guess Porter Hodge could spot number 8, just given how he performed last year, although he does have
I
options.
kind of look at, honestly, maybe the next 4 on your list as soft locks.
Okay, so Porter Hodge, obvious on
and I know you're not suggesting that they're not sure about Porter. You're only putting Porter Hodge there because he has options.
They have options.
Yeah. I just, that seems like he would have to have some sort of massive issue in the spring. Same with Eli Morgan, in my opinion.
So Eli Morgan has options too, right? So Hodge, Morgan, Javier, Tyson Miller, Ryan Brazier, those total 12 guys. Now you have one more spot. The guys with no options are Keegan Thompson, Trevor Richards, which you may think, okay, whatever, non-roster invitee. Galvin Hollowell, same thing. Brad Keller, which maybe we'll get into, but he's a guy who actually has some interesting stuff. Ben Heller, also unique stuff. And Phil Bigford. Those are guys that have no options left. You can easily see all those guys, maybe besides Keegan, being okay with separating from once opening day begins. But then you look at the guys who do have options that we didn't list that are not making that top 13. They include Cody Petit, Cody Bellinger's trade return, Nate Pearson, who we've heard a lot and has success at the back end 2024, Ben Brown, the death ball, the neck injury nonetheless, Jordan Wicks, Luke Little, Daniel Palencia. Those are guys who made up a lot of innings last year when they were healthy. Jack Neely is interesting. Ethan Roberts has a great sweeper. Caleb Killian has options. Very much struggled so far in his brief early career. Because they have options, I don't give them the first slot yet, because the way I believe they'll proceed with the season opening day is preserving that depth. In a perfect world, Ben Brown will probably be on the team. Jordan Wicks will probably be on the team. Valencia maybe, but he has some command issues. But this is how it works. How we decide who gets that 13th spot. And it can be maybe as simple as, like, do you want to give Julian Merriweather a chance and Keegan Thompson a chance, or go with Nate Pearson, Ben Brown, Cody Petit, and those guys?
Yeah, and I think, this is a good thing to watch in spring training. We always say, like, the results don't really matter. Of course, they don't care if they win the Cactus League or, they're caring about health, performance, how guys look, how they're feeling, if they're working on things, how those trends are going. As I always say, you never know. A pitcher can go out there and not be throwing his changeup on a given day. I'm working on my fastball against live hitters day.
Well, John Lester 1 year through changeup, 173 pitches in spring training. I very much remember that.
I do, yeah. I'm like, hey. But this is a good thing to look at, because you do look at some of these guys. I think like Julian Merriweather, especially coming off the injury, like Keegan Thompson, even after the sort of up and down period that he's had, like those are those areas where, like, if they're going out there and really struggling in the spring, you can kind of, maybe that affects these decisions, especially if they're out of options. And so that's the kind of stuff that you can watch during spring training to maybe see, like, okay, this is a guy who might be playing himself out of a spot if he's out of options. Like, this is going to be a DFA situation. And same thing for the guys with options. But I'm curious, when you're looking at this list, even like just the 13 that you have, do you feel like that group gives Council enough to attack right-handed hitters, attack left-handed hitters, attack split neutral guys? Like, is that group diverse in your opinion, or when you're looking at some of the guys that you don't have in that 13, just as an initial list, are you thinking like, I really think they should get him in there, or they need a little more velo, or any kind of trend, things like that when you look at this group? Is there a blind spot in this group that either they have in someone who's not in that top 13, or that they just didn't go out and acquire yet?
I don't think there's blind spots that are obvious yet. I also think when we list out the roster spots, you have an entire camp to go through each one of these guys. It's going to work out naturally the way it should work out. And some of these guys we have here may not end up making the team. So blind spots maybe is left-handedness, but right now you have Eli Morgan's changeup, which should play well against reverse platoon splits, which means he can throw those changes to lefties with success. You have someone like Porter Hodge with that cut fastball that should play fine against left-handed batters. You also have Caleb Thielbar, who's your lock, presuming, for the Yogi Day roster, who's a lefty. Once he gets healthy, at what point that happens, we don't know. Luke Little remains an option. And also, if you want to get a little crazy, Daniel Palencia has shown a splitter at times, and Jack Neely did get major league innings last year. Very, very tall guy to throw to with that left-handed slot. So I think they're diverse enough. I think they have a lot of depths. What we're looking at here is a group of almost 30 guys that they can choose from, of which, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 guys just maybe off the opening day roster because no options. That leaves you with basically 24 pitchers to choose from to fill 13 slots, Corey. That's depth. And these are not optional guys that you think, oh, they're whatever. Cody Petit, Nate Pearson, Ben Brown, Jordan Wicks, Luke Little, Daniel Valencia, Jack Neely, Javi Assad, Ethan Roberts, Eli Morgan, Porter Hodge are not nonsense guys. That's a lot of depth to have with options. Best case scenario is those guys you get work in AAA. And the guys like Ben Heller and Brad Keller perform well in spring that actually warrants a risky gamble and optioning even maybe someone like Eli Morgan or optioning Javi Assad. Doesn't say, I'm not saying to do that, absolutely not. But in the best case outcome, those guys show that they rapidly developed under the Cubs pitching infrastructure, and it justifies keeping that depth.
Okay, fair enough. And I mean, look, we still heard them connected. We haven't heard a lot of smoke in that regard recently. But, like when we talked last week, they were still being connected to some relievers. And the thought maybe that they weren't going to be done there. All right, well, let's hit our second ad break here, and then, we'll continue talking about the pitching staff. I have some, pitch doctor questions for you. Also want to get your thoughts. The Cubs trading for DFA from the Dodgers, Ryan Brazier. But that one feels like, the Dodgers have... at some point, Brendan, it's hard to roster so many of the best players in the world that sometimes you have to get rid of good players. I was actually pretty intrigued that the Cubs made that move. So I want your thoughts on that. We'll do some more after we take our second ad break here.
Hooters is a destination to watch the game with your friends. They have online ordering with pickup and delivery options, hot wings, cold beer, and experience like no other. Is there any better combination than Hooters and Chicago sports? What makes them so special? It's very simple. They care about their people, the food they serve, their guests, and their community. Every Tuesday in February through the 25th, your wing cravings can make a difference. Hooters is donating a portion of chicken wing sales to Holy Family Schools, helping fund tuition, books, classroom supplies, and more for kids in under-resourced communities. With the support of our Chicagoland Hooters family, we've raised over $1 million since 1992. You can pre-order your wings for the big game today. All orders that are picked up before 3 p.m. on Sunday, Super Bowl day, you get a coupon for 20% off your next visit. You can cheer on your favorite teams from any of the 11 Chicagoland Hooters locations: Juliet, Lansing, Melrose Park, Oak Lawn, O'Hara, Orlando Park, Schaumburg, Wall Street, wherever closest to you. You can even, again, order online for pickup and delivery for the big game on Sunday. Check them out at originalhooters.com. Rugged Road is dedicated to creating innovative and durable outdoor gear for adventurers who demand the best. Our products are designed with the highest quality materials and craftsmanship, ensuring they perform in the toughest conditions, whether you're on land or water. Rugged Road gear is built to accompany you on every adventure. One of the most unique features of Rugged Road coolers is their ability to always float upright, never lose a drink. Unlike other heavy-duty coolers, Rugged Roads are incredibly light, making them easy to transport on any trip without compromising on performance. Crafted to handle the toughest environments, their coolers are built to last, ensuring they can keep up with any adventure. The coolers are guaranteed to keep their contents cool for up to 7 days, but oftentimes much longer than that. So gear up for your next adventure with Rugged Road coolers, reliable, durable, and built to be used. Rugged Road is your ultimate outdoor companion. Head to ruggedroadoutdoors.com and use code CHGO for 10% off.
All right, Brendan. So, looking at this step, let's do that first. What did you think of the move to acquire Ryan Brazier? Is that something that is interesting to you? He's just another guy. What do you think about that?
it's depth. You know, they're going to only pay him reportedly between 2 to 3 million. So his AAV, had he been at the Dodgers, was 4.5 million. They DFA him, had to find a trade partner, no leverage. The rumor is they will kick in $1 million, maybe $2 million. So this move is purely based on depth that's affordable, and you can consider flexible for other moves. One move could be, yes, Alex Bregman fitting that slot. The other way of looking at how this fits in is by getting Brazier. You may not have to go out and spend $10 million on Dave Robertson. So you save $7 million with overlapping projections, although Robertson is in a tier above Brazier in terms of value. But Brazier has had a quality the last 2 years. He'll be 38 years old. Last season, 28 innings, a 3.5 ERA. The year before that, a 3 ERA flat with 60 innings pitched. He's a good pitcher. Has had good 2 seasons in a row. It's a matter of, is the age going to kick in? Is the decline going to kick in? And if that's the case, which is always possible, well, it's only $2 to $3 million, and you're very healthy on the books, and you remain even healthier should you use that money wisely.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I look at when, even like looking at the list you were putting up and just thinking about that, John, how are you? A lot of options, and I know it's one of those things where when some folks look at that list, they're gonna go, this is a lot of whatever, or, you know, it's unexciting in a lot of ways. But the way I look at this is they have got to be able to find a group.
Now by Xfinity, dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV you love.
To find a group of a bullpen within that list. They have veteran guys that, you know, you're hoping can keep up their production, or change a few things, maybe, you know, make some improvements. They have young guys looking to kind of take those next steps, or maybe get their command under control and, you know, really find their groove, find their place in this pitching staff. So many different types of players that, again, a phrase I keep using, like, they don't have that Emmanuel Class, like, at the back of this bullpen, and I don't expect that to happen soon unless somebody just emerges. Maybe Porter Hodge turns into that or something like that. But what they do have, like, they got a ton of options on that list. Tommy Honnady, Zombro now, Craig Counsell with his skills managing a bullpen, and managing a bullpen kind of like this, like, not, yeah, obviously he had Hader, he had Devin Williams, but like not always having just this, you know, big list of top names, you know, in the sport, and finding ways to get those outs, get 27 outs somehow, some way with this group. I feel like that group is in there. I feel like they have to be able to figure that out with that group.
You would think so, and it's not for certain. This list, which I'll show one last time, you can see the way it breaks. The way it breaks is Porter Hodge, the command problems return. We can see Tyson Miller regressing into pre-2024. We can see Ryan Brazier's age kicking in. Julian Merriweather's injuries and age also kicks in. Cody Petit struggles in the bigger sample. Nate Pearson does not replicate last season. Ben Brown, Jordan West continue to be injured, and so on. This is the ultimate negative way to look at this. So it's not to say for us, like, oh yeah, they did a great job building this bullpen. The way I appear and look at this list is, I can see it working, and it's up to the Cubs infrastructure, who the front office handpicked, to make it happen. And if it doesn't work, if this list of pitchers does not produce value, which if I were to bet money, it does produce value. But if it does not, well, the front office is going to turn over. You could understand their longevity, their extension possibility sort of hinges on these guys working out. And because it hinges on those guys working out, I understand the amount of effort it's been taken to build up this depth. And I like the depth. And I like the guys even in the lower end of those yellow pitchers, the Brad Kellers, the Ben Hellers, the Trevor Richards. I like those gambles to look at as depth pieces during spring. I also think it'll be enjoyable. You see a lot of these guys and they have interesting stuff. And like you, Sombro has familiarity working with, and Tamiami is success working with.
Yeah, I'm, you know, again, it does feel like one of those things that like some folks are gonna be like, I am not excited to see if Phil Bickford, you know, is like good during spring training, but
I mean, the overwhelming likelihood he's not part of this team.
Well, and like, this is one of those things that like, this is one of those areas where, you know, we've talked recently about like the Brewers succeeding in this division and having so much less money. And it's like, if they want to bridge the gap, like this is one of those key areas. Like they brought in a star on offense. They've done really good work in terms of developing their own offensive players, and like being able to assemble a bullpen that isn't just full of guys you're doling out huge contracts for. Like that's the way that they're gonna make up that kind of you know, it's not a market inefficiency, but just sort of that like area that the Brewers are just outclassing them in.
You're still in that Theo era talk, you know,
Market inefficiency, yeah, sometimes. I haven't described anything as non-linear in a while, so I feel like I have moved a little bit.
Did you know that prospect development is non-linear?
Yeah, I feel like I have moved a little bit off of Theo speak.
Well, you moved over to consolidation and war and opportunistic.
I just like that.
Look at what Jet's done to you.
Yeah.
You don't even realize it. The language you're throwing out.
He's the guy in front of the microphone, you know.
How
so
many
that's
times have you said break it even for the past week?
Well, I don't use the common quotes. Yeah, that's not me. Our guy Cody likes to use them ironically, but I don't quote Tom. I got nothing to do with that. No, it's all just to say like it's an important area, and you know you see too, even with you know bringing in someone like Sombro, you know the Tread Athletic stuff, like they're committed to this. You and I have talked a lot over the years about guys like Craig Breslow and the pitching infrastructure and stuff. And you asked me, I think last week, like, are you sick of talking about that, et cetera, et cetera? And it's like, it's a big deal. Being able to develop your own starting pitchers and relievers and bring in guys from other organizations and find ways to make them successful or identify parts of them that can be successful and figure out how to extract the value. It's a huge part of this. And for all the times that we yell, you know, why aren't they spending like the Dodgers, or why aren't they doing this every year, and you know, the Mets are going whatever, if they're not going to do that, which they're not, they have to excel in some of these other areas. Like they spend a lot more money than a good portion of the league, but they don't spend enough in that way to just cover up any blemish in the organization. Some, but other stuff, like this is the work that they have to do. It's easy to look at someone like Kyle Tucker, put him in the lineup and go watch him do his thing. Like getting the value out of this bullpen and not ruining your season like it did last year. It's going to be a bit more of an exercise in like, what is this front office and coaching and development staff, what do they have in them, you know, and can they succeed at a level that is hopefully better than most portions of the league, but for our purposes, just for the last several years, just better than teams in their own division, which they have not been doing. So it may not be like the sexiest list of bullpen options and arms, but I think it does represent the most interesting and perhaps like most important storyline of the early portion of the Cubs season. Who are the guys they choose to run with? How quickly do they shuffle some of them around? And who are, if any, those kind of key success stories of like, hey, we're giving this guy a role, we're going to give him a shot, and this really worked out for us. Like, that's what the Cubs desperately need. And hopefully it's somewhere in that nicely color-coded list that you just showed everybody.
It's important to follow those storylines. If the Cubs are to be the juggernauts and the team that we all hope they become, it's accomplishing elite level value in every facet of the organization. It is signing the guys spending the money. And then it's complementing that with being the best developers, developing the best non-roster invitees, so that in 2026, pitchers want to come to your organization because they've seen how other guys have developed, turned their careers around, and made a lot of money. It's why, hopefully in the future, Roki Sasaki types want to choose the Cubs because it's obvious that's the best destination to go because they're the best at developing guys and they have the track record. So if I come on here and talk about Brad Keller's mechanics or talk about Ben Heller's...
You like Brad Keller?
I do. Well, I like a lot of these guys. They're all interesting. And when I say like, they're interesting storylines. It's not to be confused with they're going to provide value. But when we talk about that, it's because we're trying to understand how they achieve that top tier status, that best development status. And that is why if I talk about a splitter by Ben Heller, or you roll your eyes at me for bringing up Brad Keller, or some of these other back-end guys, sometimes you do, it's okay. It's all under the premise that we want this team to be the best in all facets, and that's when spring training is the most fun, because you see what they've worked on during the offseason and what they may look like.
I wonder if we could go back, and I wonder what, like, your if you remember off the top of your head, like, your biggest kind of, like, successes and failures, you think? Like a guy that you were talking about that I'm probably going like, okay.
Probably Julius Chassin. I think that's how you say his name.
Okay, yeah, you were right about that.
Yeah, I was right. I was right about that one.
And Gossman. I mean, that one I don't know how much credit
Gossman.
You were way more in on him than most people were, and his career trajectory sort of backed you up in that. I think.
Which, by the way, he actually might be available to trade this. Sorry, could you imagine? I'll get myself worked up thinking about that. That'd be great too. I just Gossman on this team.
Yeah.
Failures, I mean, like, there's been a lot of failures too. I mean, like, we saw the wash with Deandre Norris, right?
Yeah, Cody likes to give it.
Of course, but you read the article, it's all talking about why it will not work as well. When we talk about these guys, it's always more likely they don't work. But if they do work, it's worth noting how they can get to that point, and better yet, why the Cubs are taking those risks.
So, I'm curious, when you look at that list, outside of obvious guys, and maybe it is someone like Brad Keller who you're talking about.
Should I show the list again?
Sure. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube. And, you know, maybe we'll tweet this out, maybe when we tweet out the episode, like if you're listening on podcast feeds, we'll tweet out the list that Brendan put together. But if you're looking at this outside of, I think, like, obvious names, like, to me, like, Porter Hodge, kind of an obvious name, Assad, Tyson Miller, we saw, you know, be really successful with the Cubs last year. When you're looking at this group, is there someone you look at and you think, like, if this guy puts it together, if this guy gets a shot, this is like the dark horse, we look back at him getting an opportunity as, like, the linchpin, so to speak, of this Cubs bullpen? Or does anybody have that kind of, like, potential?
Yeah, I think a better way to phrase that is which guy could perhaps give you the most value, and that means which guy could get the most innings. And if this particular pitcher does hit his ceiling, and he hits on the different pitch shapes, because he has the back record of success and innings, I would probably say Brad Keller in all seriousness. And the reason I pick Brad Keller is because he has a recent history of starting games. So he started 9 games in 2013. Last season, started 2 games, 41 innings overall. But in 2022, 22 starts, 35 appearances, 2021, 26 starts. The ERA numbers are awful. So in each of those last 4 years, inching towards a 5 overall ERA. So the success has not been there. He had 1 year in 2018 and 20 starts with a 3 ERA almost flat. The question is, well, if he's so bad in terms of preventing runs, why even put forth the effort? The reason for that, I'll show a graph here with Brad Keller, is because he has a unique four-seam fastball shape. So this chart is showing every pitcher, which is represented in a gray dot, and every single StatCast metric the direction of the dots means how much they differ from the normal pitcher. So if there's dots on the outside of this distribution, it means they're unique. And the way they go towards the edge is also being directed by the arrows and those metrics. So vertical release point, horizontal movement. Specifically, Brad Keller's four-seam fastball has a what's called supination type profile. And not many guys have the release point. The high release is 6.3 or 6 foot release point with that vertical break, that induced vertical break of 14 inches, and that horizontal break, that cut profile of about an inch. With the extension, with those velocity numbers, 94 miles per hour on average. The only guy that's somewhat similar from like a bulk point of view is Kyle Bradish, who's had a lot of success. And when we look at Bradish, the reason he's had success is because he has that cut right force in. But Corey, look at these turquoise curveballs right here. This is I'm forgetting his name now. This is Kyle Bradish. So look at those turquoise curveballs. That's a north to south profile. That's what James Tyone used to throw with the Yankees, and that's why a lot of optimism has been spent towards Tyone because he has the ability to have that north south profile. Now look at Brad Keller. Look at the screen right here. See, there's no turquoise, right? You can move those yellow sliders down into the turquoise territory. He has the mechanics to do that, but in his career, he has not shown the ability to do that. But his mechanics lend towards that profile, and in fact, it actually might be easier to throw that turquoise pitch, that more north to south pitch, than that yellow slider. And all of a sudden, this profile looks like Kyle Bradish. See how the red dots, those fastballs overlap, right? All it takes is just shifting those yellow dots down to the turquoise. You grow about, that's it. You grow about 8 inches of a south-looking breaking pitch, and if that happens and he's successful, well, he has a track record of starting games, and you can eat innings, and he becomes part of that Colin Ray type mold. So I think of all the guys, he probably is the one that intrigues me the most because he has the best capacity to eat innings. Then again,
why are sandwiches so much better hot?
I don't know. Why does everyone love summer or hot gossip? Hotter is just better.
Hot Belly, we bring the hot.
Make your house feel like home with 50% off home decor right now at Hobby Lobby. Explore wall decor, accent pieces, lighting options, storage solutions, and more. Shop in store or online at hobbylobby.com.
Capacity to eat innings. Then again, I do like Ben Heller in that splitter, but I like Brett Keller because of the innings potential.
Okay. Do you ever think about, I know you frequent the Arizona area, you ever think, I know you go to the backfields, but do you ever just like go, do you ever go like with those graphs, like, see the yellow, just do this.
The players message me, dude. They message me about the graphs.
Oh, I'm sure.
They do. You know they do. I'm not going to say who doesn't, but you know what I'm talking about.
He's not lying. It has happened before.
Multiple times.
Okay, so last 10 minutes, though, talking about the starters, I was rather intrigued, like looking at the Fangraphs depth chart, and I know they're just like putting this together, it's an estimation, whatever, but 6 guys in the rotation to start. And I know that, what you're trying to get out of Matthew Boyd, we're not sure. Guys like right now on Fangraphs, their depth chart is Shota, Steele, Tyone, Matthew Boyd, Javier Assad, Colin Ray. So those last 3, like, sort of big question marks in terms of what their role is, how much you're trying to get out of them, how many innings they might be able to put on their arm, etc. It seems, right, Jack Flaherty's off the market, maybe there's a trade that comes up, etc. But it seems like heading into the season, this is going to be the group. How do you feel about it now that we're kind of here and maybe it's sort of in its final stage, and maybe not just a break with camp, but like ultimately outside of Steele, Shota, Tyone, and Boyd, whatever he's able to do health-wise, like, who do you want getting the majority of those starts?
I think the rotation's not going to be edged out the way we traditionally conceptualize a rotation. A six-man rotation may not be explicitly a six-man rotation. It may be an opportunistic rotation, a favorable schedule for giving guys an extra day's rest. Kelso used to do this with Corbin Burns and Woodruff back in Milwaukee. So I think guys will get innings when it makes sense. Some weeks it might be an every fifth day option. Some weeks the schedule may permit 6 guys. But they need to fill about 900 innings as a starting pitcher for the entire season. It's about an average of 5.5 innings per start. So the way you just read that out is about 900 innings. That's the way they split it up. And so the number 4 and number 5 guys, number 6 guys, is basically 140 innings, and then 100 innings and 120 innings more or less, and give you most of the top innings to those top 3 guys.
Yeah.
In a perfect world, I would love Ben Brown to start, right? I mean, that would be the perfect scenario. He has the best pitch shape of those guys we talked about. The second best scenario is Matthew Boyd is healthy. I mean, he lives up to that $14.5 million AAV, and the pitches he was shown in Cleveland at the back of last year carry over. Jordan Wicks, to me, is probably my favorite Cubs pitching prospect. The reason for that is because
hold on, you know, like lighter throwing lefties. That's kind of my beat. So,
well, yes,
stay in your lane. Yeah.
He has 6 different pitch types. So the way I think about Wicks is that because he has 6 different pitch types, he needs maybe just 4 to be successful. And I think he has a good chance of being there. And he's shown at times in the big leagues of having a good cutter, having a good slider, having a good, of course, we know the changeup is elite in forcing fastball. I preferably would love to end the year with guys who are stapled into the 2026 roster. For me, that includes Jordan Wicks, it includes Ben Brown, and then you figure out the rest. But realistically, they're not going to get the first shot because of the depth challenge with Colin Ray and Matthew Boyd. And I think Assad does deserve to get more innings because he had success last year.
Well, and yeah, we'll see, you know, health-wise, obviously.
Well, that's the biggest thing.
Working back. And, yeah. It's interesting, you know, because, so looking at the Fangraph depth chart, just as an example, you know, they have Matthew Boyd projected at 126 innings, Javier Assad at 145, Colin Ray at 127. So those are their loose projections, right? And of course, it doesn't specify if all of those innings are coming as starters or if some are in relief. It's interesting to think about how many guys, you know, you kind of have to like pick a lane on the roll. I found that quite fascinating. The Cubs have had several guys like that, Justin Steele being one of them, Keegan Thompson being one of them, guys where we've had the discussion of like, should this guy start all the time? Should they relieve a little bit? Because like when the Cubs have brought them up, they've started as relievers, different than Javi Assad, of course, Ben Brown. You know, because like Ben Brown is the type of guy you look at, and if we're talking about the bullpen and like needing that back end guy, like Ben Brown's stuff in 1 inning certainly sounds really exciting.
Similar to what Julian Merriweather in 2020.
Are you giving up on a potential young, you know, really good starter for you for the next several years? Like, those are the types of decisions that I'm not upset that it's not my responsibility to kind of have that conviction in, because it's easy to see the value. And I know we get into this argument all the time with Javier Assad, where folks are like, I want him stretched out, you know, he was one of the Cubs' best starters, but it's in like 4.5 innings, you know, most of the time. And the value he had as a swingman or as a 1-inning guy, it's the organization has to have that kind of conviction in terms of what they want to do, because we've also seen, you know, the detriment of not having that conviction. I think someone like Hayden Wisniewski, for the troubles that he did have, like I don't think it's an insignificant part that, you know, you're asking a guy, you're starting, now you're relieving, now you're starting, now you're relieving. Like, that's very difficult. It's a different way of training your body and thinking about your pitch mix and attacking hitters and all that other stuff. So it's interesting to look at this group, and you have several guys who may be asked to kind of do just that. Like, you might be getting some starts, you might be a 2-3 inning guy, maybe we want you to be a 1 inning guy and just max out for 1 inning. A lot of guys that are, kind of have kind of a malleable potential role that it's going to be interesting to see where the Cubs slot this, because even amongst the fan base, like, I think, should Javi Assad start is a somewhat divisive subject.
I think it works itself out naturally. We were talking 4 years ago about should Justin Steele or Keegan Thompson get the last starting rotation spot. It naturally worked itself out. Keegan struggled. Justin Steele turned his four-seam fastball into one of the best pitches in the game. At the point of that conversation,
Using the simulator, a fake game where you can beat a Slim Jim. Buy a real Slim Jim today.
Business calls? They're expensive. Stop missing valuable calls for good. Visit contractedmetrics.com.
Those pitches did not exist. Keegan Thompson also did not have this slider at that time either. I believe it works its way out. Hayden Wesneski, that's a good example. I brought it up too, with not being convicted perhaps, but he had opportunities to do both. The reality for him is that four-seam fastball, that shape of a hard pitch to left-handed batters, does not exist yet. So could he have developed it as a starting pitcher or reliever exclusively? I'm not sure, but he's going to have to develop that pitch at some point. I'm under the assumption that guys will get opportunities as a starter and as a reliever. And if they're successful in one of those roles, or they don't successful in one of those roles, it naturally works itself out. In an alternative universe, Justin Steele is a lefty reliever, and he's not that starting pitcher. Unless he went off in that June, July, August, September stretch, it was 2023. My years are all mixed up now, right? So we have these rare glimpses of opportunities that guys take a hold of.
Yeah.
Keegan Thompson last year was literally 1 inning away, I believe, of being DFA. I think it was in Pittsburgh. They were going through these 40-man issues. He was injured off and on, losing weight, gaining weight. He had one outing where I think he struck out the side or something like that with 2-3 innings, and then he's still on this roster. You're still talking about him as a 2025 candidate. It's small glimpses, and I believe it will sway out.
Yeah. So we'll leave it there, but I do think it's going to be interesting, and I think, again, this is going to be one of those areas where, maybe at the top of the rotation, Steele, Shota, Jameson, hey, go out there and try to give us 7-8 innings, finish the whole game if you want. That would be nice. And then, maybe the other part, it's some more piggybacks. Maybe you see more of that this year. One guy going 4-5, another guy going 2-3, things like that, and just kind of mixing and matching.
And it may work its way out too, but you brought up Shota and Tyone. They may have been the beneficiary of favorable ballpark conditions. Tyone's getting older. Shota still has not gone on every 50 schedule. He's getting older too. You may want to push him back a start or two every now and then. Remember the controversy about him being 10 days off, comes back and shelled after 2 weeks off, right? So that also is going to work its way out and have effects of who gets those stars at the back end. Those guys are success.
Yeah, and that's why the depth is so important. Again, I'm very confident in those top three, specifically Steele and Shota. But, again, Steele's dealt with little injuries throughout the year, throughout the last couple of years. Shota is, as you said, only in his second year, but in his 30s, going to need to see how he responds to his second year, things like that. So making sure that, guys are in their best place come late March or whenever those, the Japan Series games are. And then if you're planning on making a run at the playoffs, right, which is how everybody in the organization is talking, you need those guys healthy and at the top of their game come September and October. And, we are, as we're sitting here on YouTube looking at John Lester on the screen, we're far removed from those types of guys that it was just kind of you put him in your rotation in April, he starts 32, 33 games, throws 200 innings, and then he's going to go pitch in the World Series. It's, no problem.
Cubs?
Yes, he did do that.
Okay.
It's, you know, that's kind of not completely, but somewhat of a bygone era as far as like the majority of guys being able to do that. So it's not to say that, you know, you don't have confidence in those guys every fifth day, but it's more just kind of in the back of your mind, like making sure, like, all right, do we have the depth for if these guys deal with a little bit of an injury? Do we have the depth to make sure that we're not just riding these guys into the ground so that come September, we're in the playoff race, but we're running on absolute fumes, like as a pitching staff. So, again, this is where you trust your guys like Tommy Hotovy, and this is why you go out and acquire Craig Counsell. Best in the game, I think, at doing this exact stuff, and that's why you pay him as best in the game, and you know, go out and earn it. Yeah. So, pitchers and catchers on Sunday, as we said, most important thing in the world going on Sunday. All eyes will be on Mesa, Arizona, and the Chicago Cubs. Brendan and I will talk to you next Friday. Cody, Luke, have you covered during the week. If something happens, say with a former Astros third baseman, and it relates to the Cubs, some form or fashion, CHGO Cubs will have an emergency show for you. You can check it out on the CHGO Sports YouTube page. As always, we appreciate your support. We will talk to you again next week, and as always, go Cubs.
Domino's, get the pizza you've always wanted but never dared to get, with any crust and any toppings for $9.99.
Coming up on the CHGO Cubs podcast, it's Bregman Watch Day 35. Location, icy Chicago. Stormy, husky, brawling, the city of big shoulders, and the perfect day to sign a Gold Glove third baseman. Hey, Bregsy, what do you say? CHGO Cubs, next. Chicago, what do you say? It's the CHGO Cubs podcast. It is Thursday, February 6th. The ice is starting to melt, and today could, might, maybe, possibly be the day the Cubs sign Alex Bregman. Or not, also. We're here or not. We're here for Bregman Watch again. Luke Stuckmeyer, Cody Delmenda with you. Sean Anderson spinning the dials and running the ones and twos for us behind the scenes. We're going to talk about Bregman, the rumors, things that happened today that could impact a possible Bregman signing, what his camp is still saying that may or may not impact where he signs, and all that fun stuff. And we'll continue our rankings around Major League Baseball. Also, if Bregman were to sign, what happens then? What happens then, whether it's the Cubs or another team? I guess the big thing that came out was, first, John Heyman said he believes the Cubs are the favorite, or the most likely landing spot right now for Alex Bregman, right?
Yep. And Matt Spiegel on 670 The Score said the last 2 days has thrown out these little nuggets about him not wanting, him being uninterested in the Blue Jays and the Tigers. Then you have the Red Sox talking to the Cardinals about Arenado, and then all those comments that came out of Houston. Yesterday he says that like the Astros set up a market that didn't exist, and basically said that the Cubs have a great opportunity, a great chance here to get Bregman.
Okay, so the thing that actually physically, like there's plenty of rumors and reportings out there about Bregman, the thing that actually is happening today is Alonso going back to the Mets. A Boris client, he once turned down over $100 million, allegedly, to the Mets. Then he changed agents, went to Boris. At one point, he was projected to get a big deal, and now he's signed for 2 years, I think $54 million. But he was probably the biggest name, or one of the two biggest names with Bregman, still left on the market. Now, Alex Bregman, third baseman, maybe someday for your Chicago Cubs, is clearly the best free agent still left on the market.
Yeah, I mean, MLB did a ranking.
He's got to be
He's
the guy.
number one out there, yeah, in terms of who's left. So, I think the very first comment that someone sent, Sean, if you want to scroll up to it, is kind of where I'm at. It's Picoda, believer. He says, I've gotten to the point of no return regarding Bregman. 2 days ago, I thought we had no chance. Now I'll be upset if it doesn't happen. And that's a credit to all of the people talking, the talking heads like me and you, and also everyone else. And I did say yesterday that my belief went from 10% to 35%. And then all of the smoke that was online yesterday after our show and through the evening, and people saying that last night could get interesting. I honestly thought we were going to be doing an emergency podcast last night.
The hot stove was sizzling.
Yeah, the hot stove was sizzling, and here we are, and there's still nothing. We get a Bob Nightingale tweet this morning saying he's still cold water
Nightingale over there.
But saying Bregman's still looking for a 6 or 7 year deal, and as we all know, and we have done this for years and years, I think it's just Scott Boras telling Bob Nightingale what to tweet, and maybe it's a last minute, Hail Mary, and to try and get some leverage for some team. I don't know.
It's very possible it is hey, do this for me now, and I'll do this for you later. Right? Like, put this out there that we're still not interested in those years. By the way, if he is still holding firm on the I want 6 or 7 years, the Blue Jays have reportedly offered him a 6-year deal, but there's also the reports that say he doesn't want to go to Toronto.
Right.
So, which do you want? Do you want to live in Toronto for 6 years, or do you want to live somewhere else on a shorter-term deal, maybe with some of your former Astros teammates?
Do you think it's a ploy to the Cubs to try and increase it from 4 to 5 years?
Stay diner. 2 times more durable, so you can use less.
But I think that could be a factor too. Yeah, I do. Like, I think it's all negotiating, whether it's through the media or whether it's actually contact with the agent and the team. It's all posturing. It's all negotiating. He's still trying to get more years, and maybe he's trying to get more money out of Toronto by saying, no, I don't want to go to Toronto, and then slide that to somebody. Or it could be a totally fake storyline in the first place. I don't know. I just know that he's the best free agent left. I don't remember what percentage I said yesterday. I was at 1 or 2%, right?
But you moved to 5.
But I moved to 5. Today, where I've landed is 7% chance. It's a 7% chance that Bregman is coming to the Cubs because my car was at 77,777 miles in the last month. And then I walked into Cubs convention and I saw jersey number 77. So now I'm at 7% that Bregman might come here. I teased the show by calling it Bregman Watch. This is important now. As a former fake meteorologist, a guy who just did the weather on the news for a little while, like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay? There's a difference between Bregman Watch and Bregman Warning. A watch means we're trying to alert the public that conditions are right for a potential weather event that they need to know about. Okay? A warning means, if you're taking like a tornado watch means conditions could be right in the coming days or the next hours for a tornado. A warning means we've seen a funnel cloud. It's imminent. This tornado is coming to your area. Take shelter. That's the difference. So when I say Bregman Watch, I'm still at 7%. I'm saying, yeah, watch for it. Maybe it could happen. I'm not saying this baby's imminent. Run to your basement, get in your crawl space, and curl up in a ball. It's going to happen. I'm saying there's a possibility.
Yeah.
7%.
Well, while I mentioned that guy's comment and how, like, he basically feel very deflated if it doesn't happen. And while, like, to that point, if it doesn't happen, I guess because of how strung out this has gone, I'll be disappointed because, like the discussion I had with Alex Cohen a few days ago, Alex Bregman makes the Chicago Cubs better in 2025. Point blank, period. Right?
Even if he's declining.
Even if
he's slowly declining,
right,
he makes them better.
Right, because he's still better than anything they've had at third base probably since Chris Bryant moved to the outfield. Okay, so for that reason, I will be disappointed because I think you get more certainty. I'll also kind of be just like some form of just feeling of just thank God that this is over. Like just
sort of like the Bellinger stuff.
Like relieved. I don't want to say relieved, but just like, okay, it's finally over and we're going to move on and it's going to be a battle between Matt Shaw and whoever the hell else. And who knows, maybe they go pick up Mankata or something like that. Another guy that can platoon with Shaw at third base in 2025. I don't know what is going to happen. Again, has my percentage increased a little bit? Yes, because of the smoke. And I always said if it was going to happen, it was going to be in February. Well, it's February 6th, so we're going to see who bites first. If Bregman really cares about the long term, and maybe he sucks it up and it's like, all right, I'll go play in Toronto. Like whatever it is.
Poor thing. You have to play in Toronto, one of the coolest cities in the world.
Right. So, that's where I'm at. It's just, I'm ready for it to just be done. And it really felt like when Nightingale sent that tweet today, that it was just Scott Boras being Scott Boras. He is the most stubborn agent that I feel like we will ever know. Like, it's February 6th, man.
Cody, if you were a player, would Boras be your agent?
Yes. Yes.
And that's what I want. I want the annoying guy.
Yes. It's nothing against the players to me. They are hiring this guy because they know that guy is more likely to get them the best deal that they can get, especially when they enter free agency. I respect it from the players because if you look at it from their end, it's like we want to go make the most money we possibly can at the peak of our career. Yeah, because that's when most guys are hitting free agency, right? I totally, it's two different things for me between the players and then just as a fan, right? As a fan, I'm just incredibly annoyed because we should not be sitting here on February 6th talking about free agency still. But that's a whole baseball thing in general, right? It's a whole nother thing. But that's how I feel though. I'm just very annoyed. Like, can we just get this over with? Let me know. Is Matt Shaw going to be playing third base for the Cubs in 2025 or is Alex Bregman? Tell me.
Hey, please hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the CHGO2 page. We appreciate all the thumbs up you can give us and the likes, any positive feedback. We've got a couple of super chats. We appreciate those. Robert Kingley says $2. Pete to Mets, Bregman to Astros, Boris's cheeks.
Boris's cheeks. That's my favorite part of the super chat.
Bear Forever 14 for $5, talking about the passing of Virginia McCaskey and saying,
Hey guys, go Cubs. Rip for Virginia McCaskey. NFL lost its leading lady today. Bear down, fly through W.
You meant fly the W.
Fly the W?
Yeah, fly the W.
Fly the W. You couldn't read that one, could you?
I could, yeah, I could at the end, yes.
Okay. Do we have any others? Is it just those two?
No, I think those two anyways. Please hit the like button. So I was thinking this about the whole Boras thing. I know Bregman was once projected to be 6 years, $187 million by ESPN. Is he more likely to still get that number from somebody, or is he more likely to get the rumored number that people are floating out there of Cubs? Let's up it a little bit. Instead of 4 years, 100, let's say 4 for 125 with some opt-outs. Which deal is he more likely to actually get when it's said and done?
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out. And must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 25% off with code U25 because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
Which deal is he more likely to actually get when it's said and done? I think the 6 for 187 is a pipe dream.
Yeah, that one's for sure a pipe dream, but
that number is gone. Whether Boris was the one that started to throw that out there in the first place to people, I don't know.
I guess I would
It's
say
not getting 200 million.
I guess I would say the Cubs first, because unless it's the Astros. If you want to take all those quotes from Dana Brown a few days ago when he talked to the media, if you want to take all that for nothing and him just like playing the game, then perhaps it's still the Astros, because I think that he would rather go back to the Astros on that deal than go to Toronto, and he probably doesn't want to do free agency again next year if that's why he doesn't go to the Cubs. So
Houston's cheaper to live in.
I have always, for the most part, thought that the Astros were the team he was going to go back to, especially after they moved Presley. I am surprised how things have played out since that trade.
Well, you are more likely, I think in general, as humans, we're more likely to go back to what we know and what we're used to. Creatures of habit, right?
Yeah.
Alonso went through it. That was dragged out. He ended up losing the staring match. And where is he?
Hit the Mets.
And there was Aaron Judge back. But now we've seen other guys willing to move around. I just think these two have been very stubborn cases on both sides.
The Mets case with Alonso too, like there was an actual report that said that he wasn't going to come back. Right. Like just straight up saying it, So to see how it played out, it comes back to sometimes we just have to take a lot of these reports with a grain of salt. Maybe I've fallen into the well of delusion a little too much over the last 4 days. I don't know, man. I don't know. I still feel like that if the longer this plays out, he's more likely to go to the Cubs, just because that's what happened last year with the Bellinger situation. I think that if he doesn't get the long-term deal that he wants, then the Cubs are the option.
They're a possibility,
right? So
I've got a couple scenarios that I want to run by you after we talk about our sponsors here for a second, but more about Bregman and what might happen after his decision, if and when that comes in the very near future. But first, Right On Optics. No matter what outdoor activities you prefer, it's always important to have the best view. Right On Optics offers a full range of optics products so you can see clearly. Everybody can use a good pair of binoculars. Better view of your kid's sporting event, spotting birds, wildlife, whatever it might be. Maybe you're going to the Cubs game and you're way up in the top level, way in those back seats, and you can't quite see home plate like you'd like to. Maybe you're just trying to read the comments on our screen that I'm doing. They can come in handy for that too. If you're trying to read the chat, Right On Optics comes through clearly for you. Every product receives a full quality control inspection. The Right On Promise unlimited lifetime warranty not only covers defects but also accidental damage from drops, which I drop everything. Get a better look at everything. Make sure you do. Check out the full line of Right On products today at rightonoptics.com/CHGO. That's RITON optics.com/CHGO. Quality products you know you can trust.
Lucy, let me tell you about Lucy, Luke. Lucy, Luke. That's a tongue twister.
Lucy Lou, you almost said.
I did that, right? It's 100% pure nicotine, always tobacco-free. The Lucy Breakers are nicotine pouches with an extra surprise. Each pouch holds a capsule that can be broken open to release extra flavor and hydration. Set yourself up with a subscription and have Lucy delivered straight to your door. All right. I am not someone who has ever liked smoking. This might be another option for you, right?
A little boost.
Yeah, a little boost, and it probably better for you too. So let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/CHGO and use promo code CHGO2025 to get 20% off your first order. Order Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. So if it doesn't go well, if you're not a fan, send it back and get your money back, right? Again, that's lucy.co and use code CHGO2025 to get 20% off. And here comes the fine print, Luke. Lucy products are only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. Warning: this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Becky's dad made sausage, biscuits, and gravy. Ooh, an update from the chat. David Snyder says, time to chug that Cubs Kool-Aid while we wait and hope. Wait and hope, which we can do a lot of around here, hoping for the great Bregman drink. I have a couple, before I get to the question, hold on. One more super chat
from Robert.
Robert, with another super chat, $2. Mark my words, Alex to the Astros
In the dead of night. So what?
in the cloak of darkness.
At 2 a.m.
Cloak of darkness.
I think I stayed up until 12:30 last night, and I was tired yesterday. So I tried.
Chad is hot, yeah.
And I am glad that I went to bed.
Shane Newbanks wants to trade Hap. We'll get something like that in a second. Again, only 36 likes.
Shane,
that seems low, Sean. That seems very low.
More likes, please.
What don't you like about us?
We just gotta
Keep your answers to yourself and just hit the like button.
Cody can't handle that one. Cody's not gonna be able to handle in your criticisms.
Yes, go ahead. Please keep those comments to yourself and just hit the button.
Shane he's always in the Discord saying the trade Hap. It's like he joins the voice chats and he's in the chat of the voice chats in the Discord trade Hap.
Well, we just ranked him awfully high in National League third baseman.
You mean left fielders?
Left fielder.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was thinking third baseman because of Bregman, who just won a Gold Glove there, his first. I saw that he is 10th among position players in WAR since 2017. Again, last year wasn't like some spectacular season, but he still hit 26 home runs and won a Gold Glove. That's way better than what they had at third base last year.
Yeah.
Way better. And frankly, it's better than anything they've had since Chris Bryant and prior to Chris Bryant. If you don't include Aramis Ramirez, it goes like. But Aramis wasn't winning Gold Glove. Now he was hitting 26 home runs, but that's the type of production you're looking for on the third baseman. When I heard the Gold Glove thing, when I saw that he had won it, I thought to myself,
have it your way.
he had won it, I thought to myself, I can't think of a Cubs team in my lifetime, and now we're going back into the 70s, where potentially you had a Gold Glove winner, multiple Gold Glove winner in left, a potential Gold Glove winner in center, a Gold Glove winner in right, a Gold Glove winner at third, a Gold Glove winner at short, a potential Gold Glove guy at second, and a potential Gold Glove guy at first. You literally, at every position, when you spread out the field, other than catcher, you look around and you say, they have a guy that legitimately has a shot at Gold Glove at every position if they were to get Bregman.
Yeah.
That doesn't, listen, defense doesn't necessarily win championships in baseball. Pitching and defense might, but it's going to make that pitching much, much better if you have that type of elite defense. Okay, that's an argument for it. He brings power. That's an argument for it. Could he block potentially Shaw a little bit? Does he mean, because of the salary, that instantly, this is what a lot of people are worried about, not just the Shaw part, instantly Nico gets traded. And Shaw moves over to second. That's how you save some money. Nico's money, while affordable and reasonable and would look good to another team, comes off the books. Are you out if signing Bregman means trading Nico?
I was having this conversation in the voice chat in the Discord on my way here, and to me, it's really just, I'm not a fan of it, but if you can get a really good pitcher, like we've discussed at the beginning of the offseason, like if you can get a controllable high-end pitcher, like a guy who's not we're not talking about 3, 4, 5 in the rotation. We're talking about a guy who you can put up there with Steele and Imanaga. If you trade Nico and one of your top 100 guys, and let's say Javier Assad for one of those guys out in Seattle, you know, then I'm pro for it. But I don't think that that's a thing. I doubt it's a thing.
Then you're adding more salary back. Like what?
Well, you're adding salary back no matter what, unless you're trading for prospects.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to say is, what if trading Nico is just to kind of replenish some of the prospects and you would do something later? Like, what if Nico didn't return you? I agree with you. If you got something very valuable back, I've always said there's nobody on the roster that's untradeable.
Yeah.
I like Nico, but if Luka Doncic can get traded, Nico Horner can get traded.
Yes.
I'm not saying I'm advocating it or asking for it. I'm just saying if one of the 3 best players in basketball can get traded, a second baseman who doesn't hit 20 home runs can also get traded.
But let's just look at the fact of the matter here. The reason that this will probably happen is because we're just trying to break even over here at 1060 West.
So if that's the case, prospects would be coming back in the Nico deal.
Because
more than potentially a pitcher.
The payroll right now is around 211 after adding Brazier. So say Bregman gets a $30 million AAV, you're right there at the first tier luxury tax, right? And if you want to have money at the trade deadline, right, you might need more space. And as much as it makes me really frustrated with that thinking, it is reality. And so, do I think that it's going to happen? If they sign Bregman to, let's just go with the rumored deal of 4 years, 110 million, whatever it was.
Yeah, 100 or 110, 125.
Right. If that is what happens, the only way that I will probably find a way to get over it is if you're moving Horner for a piece that in my opinion, you need, which is
that helps you win this year.
That helps you win this year and beyond. I don't know what they have in store. I really don't.
I don't see how necessary, unless that happens, I don't see how necessarily trading Nico after you get Bregman and possibly 1 year of Tucker and 1 year of Breslin, all these 1 year rentals, that those all say want to win now. Trading Nico doesn't signal necessarily the same thing unless you're getting back players, but then you're talking about money again. So if it would just have to be a salary dump, and I see Craig Brindle's like one of my favorite players, but once they drafted Shaw, writing was on the wall. I don't know about that. If you have a first-round draft pick, I'm not worried necessarily about what position I'm drafting. I'm just trying to draft the best players and hope they get major league level fast. And then if I don't need that player, then I move them for whatever it might be. But let's just throw in another scenario real quick.
All right.
If you were signing Bregman and then you had to dump some salary, would you rather see them dump Nico's salary for prospects, or would you rather see them dump Tyone's salary for prospects? Are they deep enough at starting pitcher, or are you still saying no, that's...
Domino's, give any crust and any toppings for $9.99 online. Try the Domino's viral pizza or invent a new one.
3,000 styles starting at $6 and find your perfect pair or 2. Shop now at iBuyDirect.com.
Would that hurt you less to trade Tyone from your pitching depth that you think you've started to improve in the rotation?
I guess just because you do have some depth there, but this is
going to give you a headache.
It's giving me a headache, yeah. And I just don't. If you trade Tyone, it no matter what, it's all salary dump. Unless you're getting prospects, and maybe those prospects aren't far away. I think Nico Horner has a lot of value. As much as he doesn't have the value that he did after 23, he still has value. He's getting put on lists as being a top 10 second baseman in all of baseball, all across the industry right now, of what we work in. And he is someone that is very valuable to teams. So,
I I'd be less.
I don't think teams are that interested in Jameson Tyone personally.
I'd be less interested in Bregman signing for the Cubs if it meant I decrease my chances of Tucker being able to be re-signed. In the Cubs' eyes, we know it should have nothing to do with the other, but if a Bregman deal were to happen and it was for 100 or 125, if that meant I'm even less likely to be able to sign Tucker, then I'm less into the Bregman deal than I was, because I'm still okay with Bush getting a run at third base, even though I think Bregman would make them potentially, most likely, almost certainly a better team going into this season.
Real quick though, again, just going back to the break even, that's where it's just nasty for an owner to say that out loud. Because again, if you are the Chicago Cubs, third biggest market, owning this town when it comes to baseball, you should be spending on both Tucker and Bregman, and it shouldn't really be even a question. And the fact that maybe they see like the possibility of getting a player cheap, and that's why they're in it right now, that's fine. But like, you're doing that because the market has an inequity or whatever. Tucker is available next year. Like, Tucker should be a part of your future. It's so weird that if you sign Bregman, then you wouldn't be able to get Tucker, because Tucker should be a player you build around. It's even weird the Astros are trading him.
William Wergerman in the chat says Nico's not worth the ace that you speak of. It's a pipe dream. And like, that's fair. I honestly, I don't disagree. I think that you have to send more than Nico. Like I said, you're going to have to send a top 100 prospect and Nico, and probably a guy like an Asai. And or someone in that realm of pitchers that you have. And even then, I still don't know if it's going to be worth something to a team like the Mariners, even though all they've been doing this offseason is sitting on their hands, right? But to me, that's the only way that I'm really going to accept this personally. I understand reality, and this reality is dumb, but if we have to live in it, that is what I would prefer to have. And if it's not one of those young arms in Seattle, then if you can somehow just get a controllable arm in general, like someone, I was in a Twitter space the other day, and someone was talking about Clark Schmidt from the Yankees. Maybe that's more realistic. If, he's 28, has a couple years control. He's kind of a swingman type guy. I think he started more games the year before. I can't remember, I don't have his numbers up, but he's started games, he's been used as a reliever, whatever. Maybe that's more realistic, but even then, though, I'm still very annoyed by that, because Nico Horner, with a rotation that the Cubs have right now, where they don't generate enough whiffs, I think that you need to have the best defense that you can. As much as we sit here and we talk about we need to score more runs, yes, but Nico Horner has saved a lot of runs for this.
There's a lot of guys who pitch to contact.
So I guess I probably am evaluating here in some aspects. I know this, but I'm asking for a lot for a guy like Nico Horner. I'm just being honest.
Schmidt was a reliever in 2022, 29 appearances, 3 games started, 57 and 2/3 innings, a 3.12 ERA. The next year, 32 starts and 33 games, a 4.64 ERA. First time in his career to get over 150 innings, and then I'm assuming he dealt with some sort of injury in 24. 16 starts, 16 games, 2.85 ERA, but only 85 in the 3rd inning. So even that guy, there are some red flags that he might not even be able to get you 100 innings.
Yeah, and I feel like that's probably a realistic guy, just because the Cubs and the Yankees have made a lot of trades in recent years. But it's not something that I'm not personally here for it. Now, if Matt Shaw goes on to be awesome, I do think Matt Shaw has a higher offensive ceiling than Nico Horner, but it goes back to how we're talking about him playing third base. We just don't really know. It's frustrating, but it does sound like it's reality that someone like Horner will be moved if this signing goes down.
I would say you're a little thin, by the way, if you trade Nico and Shaw is not ready for the majors. Now you start to look at second base, you're like,
Come on, that's so disrespectful to Naperville Nicky. He's a local guy. He's a Paul Aiken's own.
I apologize.
And John Birdie is John Birdie's had some success. You know, I agree. Like in terms of a guy that you can play every day.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break to talk about our sponsors. I'm going to throw out a potential lineup for you after this. But first, fellas, listen up. Valentine's Day is here, and the least you could do for your Valentine is to not smother them in your sour body odor. Mando whole body deodorant, safe to use anywhere on your body. Pits, grundle, thigh folds, belly buttons, butt cracks, and even your stanky feet. So real in the love with irresistible aromas like bourbon leather, clover woods, Mount Fuji, and Pro Sport. Clinically proven to control odor better than a shower with soap alone. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's grundle odor level was a 5 out of 10. With Mando, the average grundle odor level is a 0 out of 10. Still don't know what a grundle is, but it's true. Mando Starter Pack is perfect for new customers. It comes with the solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like the mini body wash and deodorant wipes, and free shipping, of course. Special offer for our listeners. New customers get $5 off the starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. Use the code CHGO. That's right. CHGO at shopmando.com. That's SHOPMANDO.com. Please support our show. Tell them we sent you. Go ahead and smell fresher for Valentine's Day. Stay drier and boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando. No sour BO.
Did you say conference or confidence?
Conference too. Bad conferences, they all stink out there. They need Mando too.
Yeah. When we talk about Game Time, Game Time has a new feature called Game Time Picks. They makes getting tickets for events even easier. Game Time Picks filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets to find the best value. Going to Wrigley, getting off the red line, opening up the Game Time app. It's always the easiest and fastest way. The best value when you wait till the last second. You find the best seats, all right? That's when I usually use Game Times, when I go to Wrigley. Also when I go down to Champaign and watch Illinois ruin my freaking day. Especially, well, not yesterday, but the next time they're out, they probably at this point will ruin my day with how they're playing right now. So I love them for various things right now, Luke. Not only the Game Time Picks feature, but also the all-in pricing. All right, when you toggle that feature, it shows the total up front with no surprise fees at checkout. I know how much you hate a bait and switch. Luke.
I hate the bait and switch.
The bait and switch is the worst thing that companies can do. Game Time doesn't do that. All right, I appreciate that from them. They tell you everything up front. Right? They have seat views in the app when you're looking around Wrigley. You can make sure you're not sitting behind a pole. I think that's very, very useful, okay? They give you a panoramic view from your seat in the app before you buy, and they have the lowest price guarantee, or Game Time will credit you 110% of the difference. Your tickets are guaranteed to be delivered on time, and your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry with Game Time ticket coverage. All right, so take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code CHGO for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem with code CHGO for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price guaranteed.
By the way, it sounds like Zach Levine might be the Bulls' only trade. I also saw that the Cubs are now minus 160 to make the playoffs on Circus Sports. I don't know what Bregman does to that number if he signs, but you would think it would be even better than that.
I actually bet the win total last night.
Thinking you might beat the signing, and
85.5.
You are a crafty wagerer.
I got a problem.
I got a gambling problem. Call 1-800-CODY.
85.5. You like the over?
Well, you know I like the number 7 in there, whether it's 87 or 97. I don't think it's 77 anymore.
Yeah.
What would a lineup look like if you put Bregman in there? We were debating that. We said, okay, what if it was Happ, Horner, Tucker, Suzuki, Bregman, Bush, Swanson, Amaya, Armstrong.
And that's like
that's keeping Nico.
Yeah, that's the perfect scenario.
That's a
Well, I don't know.
that's
I would drop Nico. I mean, if you're going to be paying a guy $100 million or at least 25 to 27 million a year, Bregman, especially with this track,
I'm cool with that.
I'll give you a second.
I agree. I go Hap, Tucker, Suzuki, Bregman.
We have news. This is a big plot twist.
With that being said, I do have a serious question to ask you too.
Oh, but more about us.
Advocate Healthcare makes it simple to get primary care that fits your life.
With that, I agree. I go Hap, Tucker, Suzuki, Bregman.
Hap, Tucker, Suzuki, Bregman.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I can put Nico or somebody like that down there before I get back to Bush to just kind of reset it. PCA. I do like PCA at the bottom with all that speed. But of course, if PCA starts to play like he did at the end of last season, well, then I want more bats from him.
Yeah.
Right? And I guess it depends on which Dansby. Boy, there's a lot of screaming going on during the Bulls show right now. They're doing a trade show special right now. And I think they feel like we do at the trade deadline often. Waiting.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I think when we were putting it together, I said Horner in the 2-hole just mainly because Horner's a right-handed bat, Hap will most likely be left-handed, and it just depends on your view of it. Like, yeah, I do.
Different for each game too.
Yeah, I do think putting Tucker in that 2-hole makes a lot of sense. You want him to get as many at bats as you can, right? And I think Seiya and Bregman, you could flip flop if you wanted to, but I think Seiya needs to either be in front of Tucker or behind Tucker in the lineup because I think it only benefits him in the numbers that he could potentially put up in 2025. And then after that, Bregman and Bush, like one's right-handed, one's left-handed. If Michael Bush is hitting 6th for you in your lineup, like, ugh.
6th or 7th is where you kind of want Dansby, right? Like,
yeah, well, in our list, we have Swanson hitting 7th. I think that's perfect for him.
You would want Tucker batting one of the first 3. That's unquestionable. I think 2 is a good idea, and it depends on if you sign Bregman, which Bregman develops through the season. Is the guy who was a runner-up for an MVP? I mean, if it's that guy, okay, now I want him batting 3rd. I want him getting more at-bats, and say it would switch with him at that point. But
there's a ton.
Right now, we're still waiting to see if Bregman can do. 7% chance.
Based off this exercise of us keeping Horner in this lineup and not trading him after signing Bregman, just for the sake of this exercise, this is a deep lineup. Like you have more certainty here than they've had in a long time, in my opinion. Like if Miguel Amaya and PCA are the one like toss-ups, they're like the last handful of years we've been talking about. Okay, if Bellinger or Seiya or Hap don't do something right, then like we are screwed. But I feel like once you get to the bottom 3, like I feel for Swanson in the 7-hole, that's solid. Amaya, yeah, like you need to see him take that next step, right? You need more consistency. From July to the end of last year, he was a league average hitter, right? In PCA, we saw how crazy he could be when playing well. And he's kind of the X factor of this team going into 2025, and it gives me a lot of excitement because if he just hits to go with that defense and base running, man, he can be right there in terms of top 3, top 4 in WAR on this team by the end of the year, which is a game changer and what could put this team in position to be in a really good position at the trade deadline in July.
Got some people in the live YouTube chat joining in. Jake Tendo, I see some possible lineups being thrown out there. What do we have, Sean? What did Jake Tendo have right there? Hap, Tucker, Suzuki, Bregman, Bush, Swanson, PCA, Shaw, Amaya. Joshua says Hap, Seiya, Tucker, Bregman, Bush, Swanson, Horner, Amaya, PCA. It's got a pretty good feel to it. Is it a lineup that I think could take down the Dodgers' unbelievable rotation in the postseason? I don't know about that. But it's a lineup that I think is definitely good enough. Definitely good enough to win this division with their rotation.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And beefed up bullpen. So I'll give you that.
But you know, if we can flip this and say, you know, if they trade Horner for let's just call it prospects, right? And and you have Shaw, it'll either be Shaw, it could be John Birdie, it could be I don't know.
Nicky Lopez. Naperville Nicky. Get it in your head. Nick Lowe.
Sorry, Sean. Like
White Sox legend.
Let's just go with Shaw, right? Shaw and PCA bottom of your lineup. There's high upside, just not really sure exactly what you're getting.
Just instead of Bush.
Yeah, sure. 1 year Bush for sure. Yeah, I probably should account that more. But I feel like he has more protection than he did last year with Bregman and Say in front of him in that lineup. You know,
Greg Brindle's thinking later in the season. Now we've had Craig Counsell say he wouldn't put PCA in line to start the season. He wouldn't put him at the top. But Brindle's saying PCA, Bregman, Tucker, Suzuki, Happ, Bush, Shaw, Swanson, Ryan.
Domino's, get the pizza you've always wanted but never dared to get, with any crust and any toppings for $9.99.
Ryan.
I just don't think PCA will be in like that's a. Did he say that as like later?
Cubs convention. He's like, I would just say that early in the season, we're trying to get him to the point where he's a more completed player. I don't think he'll be at the top of the lineup to start the season.
No.
And he was very clear about that.
Yeah.
He wasn't ruling out that he can be that guy someday. He was just saying to start the season, that seems very unlikely that we would put that on his plate. We just want him to get to a level where we're like, wow, look what we have. Then you make that type of move. A more finished product.
He would have to have a ridiculous spring for them to actually do that, I think.
He was basically saying even if he has a great spring, that's not something we want to do.
And that's fine.
Early in the season. He didn't envision that was a possibility. We've been ranking different positions. You want to look at shortstop today around the National League?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've only got like 6 minutes left in the show. We're doing a short show today because the Bulls guys are doing their super special. The Hawks guys have to get it. It's a busy day.
Yeah.
It's a busy day. Shortstop rankings. Now this is a position that's loaded, right? We've looked at some other spots. We're like, oh, that's not. I mean, after the top three at second base, or is it really that good? Shortstop is loaded. Lindor hasn't been necessarily the entire time the player I thought he'd be with the Mets. He's a great player, but last year he was. Last year he was the guy, and so he's the top of the mountain. 7-8 WAR last year, but the guys underneath him. For Dansby Swanson on our list, we have Dansby 5th.
Remember, this is National League.
This is just in the National League. We go Lindor, Ellie De La Cruz, Mookie Betts, who's supposed to be back at short this year, Trey Turner, Dansby Swanson. We have Dansby ahead of Willie Adames and Ezekiel Tovar. Like, there are some names. When you got Xander Bogaerts at 9, this is a loaded position. So for Dansby, who's taken a little heat in this town for his kind of roller coaster ride, and no injuries played a part, for Dansby to be 5th, it's pretty nice. Boy, it's going to keep me on that bullshit.
I think with Willie Adames, what puts him, why we kind of put him below Dansby is just he's not a good defensive player. -16 defensive run save last year.
He also doesn't have the sample size that Dansby Swanson has.
Sure. And I think once you get from 7 to 10, like Xander Bogaerts, if you put the entire body of work, I think would be ahead of Ezekiel Tovar and Mason Wynn, but he had a really down year this past season. And he's been playing mostly second. And now because of how their team is set, probably going back to short this year. CJ Abrams, I think he still has a lot to prove, but his defense is terrible, but he's shown he can hit. So I think what we have in the top 5, I think there's more certainty for a lot of those guys, but we can make an argument that maybe Willie Adames deserves to be above Swanson just because of the offense.
I they're definitely 5 and 6. But I think Dansby is an elite defender, and their contracts are kind of similar, right? Not that far off. That's a similar player. Would I feel like the Cubs upgraded if they did a 1-for-1 trade? Willie Adames for Dansby Swanson. I don't know. I don't think so. I think I'd rather have Dansby than Willie Adames just because I think he's more proven.
Are you saying for a year though, or for the contract?
Well, there's less of Dansby's contract left.
Adames also younger. So I mean, I take Adames for the rest of his career, but at least maybe this year I take Swanson as a shortstop, as my shortstop.
For 2025, I think I'd rather have Dansby Swanson.
That's fair.
So that's one of the reasons we have five there. Now there are other guys that can climb up the list and knock him out.
Well, and you look at Tobon, like that guy had a great year for the Rockies, and he's also a great defenseman. He won Gold Glove at shortstop this year, I believe. And Mason Wynn, 14 defensive run save, 3 outs above average. To go with, he was a really solid hitter. He lacks power, but he was probably one of the Cardinals' best players this year in terms of just overall, as an overall hitter. Those guys can certainly make their way up.
I'm still a believer in Trey Turner. I know it hasn't been all roses for Trey Turner, but I'm a believer in Trey Turner. And as much as Lindor was spectacular and Ellie De La Cruz is one of the future stars of the game,
He is a star of the game.
A star of the game, a young star of the game.
Yeah.
Mookie Betts could easily be number 1 on this list in 2025. You could, like, Mookie Betts is...
You could make the argument that he should be number 1 in general, just based off his entire career. Would you take Mookie Betts over Francisco Lindor?
I would, yes. Yes, I could put Betts number 1 right now.
Yeah.
But last year, Lindor was definitely the better player.
He was, yes. So, again, it's all about balancing what have you done for me lately and body of work. You know, I think that this is fair. Maybe Adames can be above Swanson. Turner, you know, like, I don't know. I think Turner's a better hitter than Swanson too. So,
we will have a breaking news podcast if Alex Bregman, if we are signed with the Cubs, if we are here on Monday
and Alex Bregman is still a free agent, I am going to be so exhausted.
You're going to be over it. I'm going to emotionally drained.
Just go somewhere, man. I want to just be excited about baseball season. That's it. I'm tired of talking about these scenarios and like if the Cubs do this or the Cubs do that. Just
You probably know this is great for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out. Must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 25% off with code NEW25 because if you need it, we print it at visitprint.com.
let's do that. Just pick a place. Scott, get your head out of your ass and just pick a place for your client to go. Thank you.
So we will have that. Corey Brennan, of course, will have a podcast for you tomorrow at 1:30. Don't forget, you got the guys down at the Super Bowl doing all the great stuff with Bears. We've got Bulls doing another show, I believe, again after the press conference this afternoon. It's like, I think we're 4 o'clock. Is that right, Sean? 4 o'clock? So look for that. Big shout out, by the way, to our guest earlier this week, Alex Cohen. We knew the news. He knew it, but he didn't want to break it. He didn't want to ruin his big moment. Alex Cohen, the official backup on TV to Boom Shambi now, so he will not be in Iowa. He'll be right here at Marquee.
Yeah, that's exciting.
Good guy, one of the great young broadcasters, skyrocketing to the top. I would guess it probably means less time. Pat Hughes probably won't be doing television nearly as much, maybe scale it back a little bit. Alex gets the opportunity, and it's much, much deserved. So
That said, I do like a little Pat Hughes on a Sunday on my TV, but listen,
if I can have Alex Cohen,
get Alex, yeah.
Plus, he just brings home runs. Cohen is like home runs. Wait till he starts calling Bregman homers. Right. We'll see. Thanks for checking out. Thanks for being live YouTube channel. We only have 71 likes. If we get him 100 before this baby ends, real quick, bang, 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 100 is what we want. Please. Don't want to beg you. Don't want to beg you for it, but that's right. Tomanitu says, Alex Cohen is a crazy good announcer. Love that too. Agreed. Ron, thank you for the thumbs up, and we will see you at the takeovers. Thanks for watching, and don't forget, fly the W. And we saved the top 100 players for
Just with Nico, I know you just brought up Rich and the photo or video of Nico throwing. You got people in the chat fairly concerned that he will be missing opening day and the first month. Is that your guys' feeling as well? Does it give you any optimism that he is currently throwing? What are your thoughts on Nico for opening day?
Right, when I see Rich tweeting out a video of him playing catch and him taking in pictures of him taking ground balls and stuff in Arizona right now, like he's been there since what, mid to late January? I think it's a good sign, for sure, because when you saw his Instagram post with that thing on his arm, you were concerned.
I was like, oh, that looks robotic.
Right.
Now, we haven't seen him taking swings.
Right, yes.
We haven't seen him doing a lot of stuff. We haven't seen him playing a game. I don't know. I think until I hear from them at the start of spring training where he's at, I don't know. When they said surgery, I think a lot of people assumed, well, he's going to miss the first couple weeks, if not month of the season. I don't think that's the end of the world, by the way. Like, I think that's something they can weather early in the season. But I am sort of optimistic seeing him out there doing stuff. It's not like he's in a cast right now. Right?
Right. So I think it's one of those, like, we have to wait and see.
Real quick, too, Brian Wolf saying opening day in Japan or opening day in April. I'm a Sox fan, so I forgot you guys are opening in Japan.
Yeah.
I meant more March 27th, March 28th.
I'll play it as like opening day in Arizona, where they started this year.
Right.
Yeah. And obviously, if he's not playing spring training games and stuff like that, then that's a clear sign that maybe he's not going to be ready for opening day. So, again, it comes down to, like you said, what they say next week when players report and Craig Counsell talks and stuff like that. But we'll see.
People saying he's ready too. Great.
That's good.
I'm just saying, I haven't seen this stuff, and I hope everything's great. They said it all makes me feel like he might actually be ready for opening day. It's just not that big of a deal. He's not ready for the first 2 weeks of the season.
No one is saying he's hitting. Michael said if Nico is throwing, now he's been hitting for a bit. If.
Sorry. Again, I don't have my readers on today. And it's throwing my whole day off. Anyways, Nico does play second base because he shifted over with the game, as we all know. So we are ranking the second baseman in the National League. Where does Nico Horner stack up? And again, it's hard because second base isn't necessarily a spot where everybody just has an everyday guy. Like Nico, if he's healthy, is their everyday guy, right? And if Shaw's not playing third, he would have to be a guy that just gives him a breather every once in a while, which Nico's not going to like. But where would we rank Nico among second basemen in the National League right now? It's like we talked about when we were looking at MLB Network's rankings for second baseman. The only thing that holds Nico down on a list is the power. He gives you everything you want in a second baseman other than power. He can steal bases, he can play gold glove second base, right?
Yep.
He does everything you want as a player. He says all the right things. He's a great teammate. Everybody in the franchise loves him. The only thing that he gets a little knock on his mark for is power. But I don't know if the Cubs ever expected that power. Well, I don't know.
In all of baseball, I think that's what puts a knock on it. But when you talk about the National League and second baseman, and the list of second basemen in the National League, I think they have a good, or he makes a good argument for where we put him, which we put him at number 3 on our list for the National League second baseman. When Ketel Marte, Ozzie Albies, Nico Warner, Luis Garcia, Sean took the graphic down so I can't remember. There it is, sorry. Luis Garcia, Bryce Durang, Bryson Stott, sorry. Jeff McNeil, Otto Lopez, Matt McClain, and Jake Carter.
I'm an AL guy. Otto Lopez, 100% made up. You cannot tell me. Team that he plays on right now. Who is Otto Lopez?
On the Marlins.
No way.
He was a 2.5 WAR player last year. He was one of the better defensive second basemen in baseball.
I'd take Cronenworth over him.
It's a miss.
Someone say hit.
No. We are a hit. Oh. Oh, we need like a good neighbor. State Farm is there.
At State Farm, we know how to help a growing business.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Better defensive second baseman in baseball.
I'd take Cronenworth over him.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my thought. You know, like, I'm not even looking at your top three. Otto Lopez needs to get out.
Well, I'll say this, like, Cronenworth was kind of playing all over last year. He played some first base, too.
sure, I think based off, you can make the argument he deserves to be higher. Just like it's not like he's playing for second base all the time, and that's where Lopez played most of last year. So I think the top two of Marte and Albies they've consistently been the top two second basemen in baseball for the last 5 years, right? I know Albies got hurt last year for a little bit of a down year, but again, we have to factor in body of work. But that's why, in my opinion, too, why Nico deserves to be up there, because he plays every day, he plays second base every day. He's a Gold Glove second baseman. He's been one of the top, even for someone who doesn't have power, he's one of the few guys at second base that have a WRC plus above 100 in the National League. So yeah, that's kind of why I was fine that we went with those three as the top three for National League at least.
Michael Field, I agree with you. He says the live YouTube chat, which is the best way to enjoy the CHGO experience. He says Nico tried to hit a home run last year like everyone wanted, didn't work, went back to his old ways, rebounded in the second half, let him be who he is. I don't know if I agree with every part of that, but I remember sitting here with Ryan saying, I can't pinpoint what it is. Something looks different about Nico's swing or approach. I can't place it, but it feels like he's trying to hit for power, and I would agree, just let him do what he does. He's a valuable player. What is he, 4 WAR player?
He was a 3.9 fan.
3.9, and he had sort of a roller coaster season. He is who he is. Nico is, and as Alex said yesterday, Nico is a second baseman on a championship team. The key is the championship team has to have some power at other positions. They are trying to correct that. That could mean Bregman at third. That could mean Tucker and right, and say as DH. That could mean Happ being more consistent. It could be PCA adding to his total. A lot of those things, right? It's not guaranteed. And I'm not saying the Cubs are a championship contender, although Dakota does say 91 wins. I don't know if you heard.
I did hear.
Did you hear that?
And you always talk about power with Nico, and like
I just want him to hit the ball hard.
Well, I do think he hits the ball hard. And he's definitely, like I asked going in last year, I asked for more doubles, more extra base hits. Slugs still finished below 400. But, yeah, what, 373? Yeah. But then you look at just, again, if you just look at National League second baseman, 10 guys in baseball in the National League had double-digit homers, right? And one of those isn't even in the National League anymore. Jonathan India, now the Royals, I believe. And, you know, I think some of the other names too, like they didn't exclusively play second base. Like,
there's no way he's not at least third on this list. Like Marte is a really nice player. Ozzy Albies is a really nice player. I can't put anybody below him higher on that list than Nico Horner. Honestly, I can't. So it's sort of, when you talk about the trade stuff, careful what you ask for. I'm not saying he's not an untradeable player.
Yeah.
He's not a 9 WAR player. He's not a 7 WAR player. But careful what you ask for. Yeah. He's not the perfect second baseman. He's not Ryan Sander.
He had, in terms of WAR, he was the second highest WAR for second baseman last year. Now,
and I don't remember thinking last year like, wow, Nico's really putting up a season.
Right.
You didn't feel that way.
Now, Ozzy Albies only played 99 games because of the injury.
Right.
So if he plays a normal season like he does, maybe Nico doesn't finish.
He's ahead of me.
Right. But yeah, I mean, I think once you get past Marte and you get past Albies on our list, it's like, okay, these guys do this well, these guys do that well.
Jeff McNeil's had some good seasons,
right,
obviously.
And I just think Nico Horner just does all the things that you want outside of hitting more homers, which is fine. And I think the Cubs have a little bit more balance this year with power because Kyle Tucker is better than Cody Bellinger. Okay? And I think Seiya can potentially hit more homers this year with Tucker in the lineup, and Shaw will be an added factor into the home run department, I think, for this team too. And if they do sign Bregman, that's more home run power too.
And late season PCA versus early season PCA, that changes the whole lineup.
Right. I think that there's potential for more homers on this team, and if you have more of a balance, that's good. That's how they won in 2016. That's how they won the World Series. They had Rizzo and Bryant and Schwarber, well, not those guys in the middle who can slug. Addison Russell hit 25 bombs that year. Zobrist hit 15, 20, something like that. I can't remember. Like they had guys who could slug, and they also had guys who could put the bat on the ball, which was like Zobrist, Bauer, you know, Chris Coughlin. These are the most random dudes. Well, not random, but you know, yeah, they had good balance of guys who could just put the ball in play and do what they were good at, and then they had guys who could slug. And then we saw as time went on, like the team that had only slug was just like all they did was strike out, right? If they didn't hit a homer, right? So I think there is value in everything that Nico brings to this team, and I think a lot of people are just kind of, I think they're disappointed by his season last year, and that's why they're more willing to move him right now. From a fan perspective, on how I've kind of watched the discourse all off season. Listen, I think me and you both kind of sat here and did some criticizing, but I think we still at the end of the day would rather have him than not.
1年1組井出さんにお願いしたいと思います。はい、井出さん、次。はい、頑張ってください。はい、では、今日のお時間はここまでになります。他の人は明日もうまく違うだけがありますから。はい。一緒にね、受けに行った人たちもね、頑張ってねって拍手してあげててね、とってもね、素敵だったよ。緊張しないためにはどうしたらいいのかな。トーヤさん、いっぱい練習して自信を持つ。クラスの人に聞いてもらうといいかもね。座ってる人の1人しかやることができません。はい。はい、次。では発表します。はい。シンバルお願いするのは兄さんにお願いしたいと思います。もしオーディションに落ちちゃっても心配しないでも大丈夫。一緒に悲しい気持ちになってあげるのは優しくってとても素敵なことです。でも合格できなかった気持ちをバネにして次また頑張ろうっていう気持ちが持てたんならすごい成長になると思います。大丈夫、安心して。サンブレーにあと何人か気があるそうですよ。誰か1組からやりたい人はいますか？あ、本当、わかった。サンブレーの追加オーディションするよ。はい、じゃあはるかさん、どうでしたか？浮かびました。 という喜びを知ってほしいなって思います。はい、楽器の人持ってきてください。この中には立ち上がってきた人がたくさんいますね。君たちは新しい2年生の代表ということです。お話聞けてない人が代表になるのかな。楽器の演奏だけできればいいなんて思ってるんだったら大間違いです。最初からそのぐらいの人はやらない方がいいので、今すぐやめてください。強い気持ちを持って頑張りましょう。これからお昼の校内放送を始めます。今月の歌は校歌です。外して食べましょう。ここの主役はハンドレールです。ハンドレールだよ。じゃんけん。はい。女の子とかシンバルとかティンバルたちは終わりじゃないから待ってる間外じゃないんだよ。待ってる時に自分だったらどうやって演奏するのかなって考えてる人上手になります。遊びたいのは言ってるね。練習にたくさん来てる人はすごく上手になってるなと思います。練習してる間に心が揃ってきて音が揃えるようになってるんじゃないかなと思います。逆に言うと練習に来ない人がその心を揃えるのを壊してます。台無しです。 できないよって人いますか？手挙げてごらん。なんでみんな学生なくてもできるんですか？そうだよね。1年生のために一生懸命練習を続けてきてるんだよね。それをあなたはやってるんですか？オーディションに受かったらそれでおしまいなの？それがゴールなの？違うよね。泣いたら上手になるの？学校にいれなかったら先生教えてあげます。でもここわからないって聞きに来ないし、もちろん覚えるぐらい練習しなかったらダメだよ。どうしますかこれから？変わってもらえますか？じゃあどうしますか？先生そのことは信じるよ。いいね。はい、もう一回いきます。歌の始まり方と終わり方を練習します。いけるよ。あゆみさんがすごい力持ってるから。絶対大丈夫。何の顔バッチしたの？手がプンプンで練習できる。心配で自信がないってこと？大丈夫。完璧じゃないかもしれないけど、精一杯のことすればいいの。間違えてね、怒られるかもしれないよ。確かに。人にして怒られたんだけど。先生が手にキュッて握っててあげる。全員ですよ。イーさんならできるよ。できるところまでやればいいから。イーさんの素敵な音を何かに響かせて。できたじゃん。あなたができるところはちゃんと音が鳴ってたよ。今日昼休みに先生演習一緒に見てあげるから、苦手なところやろ。先生はイーサのこと信じてるから。昼休み練習しよう。
とまずみんなに聞いてみようかな。練習大変だったなって思ってる人。自分頑張ったなって思ってたけど、榎本先生は練習厳しかったなと思う人。正直言ってあげていいよ。はい、そうですよね。厳しいことを言ったことたくさんあるけれども、きっとみんななら乗り越えて頑張ってくれるだろうなって思ってました。だからみんなは協力をできる人になったなって思います。みんなのやる気とか頑張ったことに対する自信とか音で感じました。本当によく頑張ったね。
ねえ、私たちって何なんだろうね。心臓の一部。私たちは心臓のかけらで、みんなが揃ったらこんな形になる。で、一人こんな風にずれたら、もう心臓はできないよ。心臓できない。本当に私たちは過酷な楽器だよ。深呼吸。
Coming up on the CHGO Cubs podcast, we're on Bregman Watch. Plus, Uncle Jed keeps beefing up that bullpen. Is he finally done, or can he pull off a Doncic? Meanwhile, we're ranking the second baseman in the National League. Does that make you a Horner, baby? CHGO Cubs next. Chicago, what do you say? It's the CHGO Cubs podcast. It is Wednesday, February 5th, closing in on the first day for pitchers and catchers down at Sloan Park in Arizona. Luke Stuckmeyer, Cody Delmendo with you. We are on Bregman Watch. Sean Anderson running the ones and twos for us, spinning the numbers, spinning the vinyl for us.
And I see the sickos.
I always love sickos are here.
I always love the beginning comments of every show where everyone says hello sickos, and it's just like that bit or that joke that you have made.
Sickos unite.
It's like a real thing. I really enjoy that. That's probably one of my favorite parts about the live community. So
I think we should have a shirt that says, "I'm not just a diehard, I'm a sicko." I'd be for that shirt.
I think you're confusing branding. I think we really haven't made Die Hard diehard, like a true, like, you know.
Oh, it's a thing.
It's a thing, but like.
What about a shirt that just has the diehard card on it that says respect?
I feel like you should be talking to Eric.
I think I should probably. Make sure you subscribe to the CHGO Sports YouTube page. By the way, have you hit the like button yet? When you started the show, did you hit the like button, Patrick Norton? Brindle? Shane?
I have been jumping into the voice chat on Discord en route to the studio every day and on my way home every day for the last, like, I don't know, 3-4 days. Well, today's Wednesday, so we'll just say last 3 days. And we're getting a handful of diehards, sickos coming in, all listening to me talk through my car radio.
Yeah.
About whatever people want to talk about.
It's like they're having an Uber with you.
Yeah, basically. It's like there's not enough hours in the day, Luke. So I feel like it's the least I can do if I can jump into the voice chat on a more consistent basis. But the only way I'll be able to do it on a more consistent basis is if I do that. So I'm just trying to do my part as we for the people who support us. So again, today on my way home. I'll be in the voice chat, not in the Discord, and people can continue to argue about whether we should sign Bregman, and if they do, we should trade Nico, and all these different scenarios that I've just read for the last week.
Vince is checking in as an official sicko today. We appreciate that. Carter Hawkins says, one of us, sickos. By the way, tremendous job with you and Alex Cohen yesterday. Now today, you're bringing the game with the all cream. The cream hat, I think we're going to cream.
So yesterday, I saw someone in the chat, so it might have been Barb. It sounds like a Barb comment, but they're like, why is Cody wearing a White Sox hat? Because I was wearing the same hat, but it was black.
Different color.
I was wearing a black hoodie, and that is why I was wearing a black CHGO hoodie, and so it matched with it. Like I have this hat in like 4 different colors.
Yeah.
Right. And like I thought it was funny. So I was like, okay, today I'm gonna wear like a light color. That way I guess I'm neutral here. But obviously, you know, we're all Cubs here. We're all Cubs here, except for Sean, of course. But that's okay. He's doing the 1s and 2s.
He's gonna be a Cub before it's all over. We're gonna convert him. We'll convert him. Look, he's thinking about it. I thought I just saw his head go like this. But it could have been he was falling asleep back there. Either way, he was either nodding off or he was saying, yes, Luke, that's exactly what I was thinking.
There are some photos of childhood Sean in that regalia.
Yeah.
But I think I'd be dead before I would put that regalia back on. And I'm not even really big into the Cubs Sox rivalry. I'm very fine to let you guys have your north side. I'll take my south side. We only play each other, 6 or 4 times a year now. It's not that big of a deal. Like, when it gets to the World Series, and if those teams ever, thankfully, luckily, trip their way into a World Series against one another, then maybe Cody and I will fist fight. But
we'll have a sword fight.
I know there's a picture of me wearing a Sox sweatshirt in the early 80s, probably like 82, 83, winning ugly. I never hated the White Sox. I rooted for them on the rare occasion that they were good, but, you know, that was a couple years too. And you would get the free tickets at school. If you had perfect attendance, the school would give you free tickets to a baseball game. Well, I never, of course, got perfect attendance. But my sister, who was a great student, was always getting perfect attendance. The problem was with a last name that Stuckmeyer S, we were low on the list, so we always ended up with White Sox tickets, and we would go stand behind a beam at Old Comiskey Park every once in a while.
The more you know.
Yeah. All right, so Jed pulls off another deal, right? We begged, everybody begged. Michael Collado, who I hope has given a like to the show, by the way.
He does tell people, so I think he has.
He was begging for bullpen help. He wanted to close it. Well, we got Presley. Now you have Presley and Hodge. We've had some other names added in there. Yesterday, Jed pulls off the deal for Ryan Brazier for player to be named later and or cash. All right, that's another name. He's on the Dodgers. They had to DFA him because they keep adding guys like Kirby Yates, right?
That is, Kirby Yates is exactly why they did it.
They had to put room on their roster for the 40-man, and they started running out of room. Now, it's not a guy who hasn't had success for the Dodgers. He was in some high-leverage situations. He's 37, key bullpen guy for the Dodgers the last year and a half. Now, yes, his ERA was 3.54 in 29 appearances last year. Not like, whoa, look at that. But 1.89 with a whip of 0.83 in 66 innings over the 2 years he was with the Dodgers combined. So, yeah, 2023, he was virtually unhittable for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
There's been success there. I like adding this guy, another veteran arm with potentially really high upside. I'm not saying he's going to be the key to the bullpen, but I could see him getting high leverage situations early in the season.
Yeah, I think he's more of like a 6th, 7th, or 8th inning guy for sure. And I think last year he was hurt, so obviously health matters, and you need him to be healthy. And like, I wouldn't even call it a gamble. I think it's just a solid deal. Like, he's gonna make $4.5 million next season.
Yeah.
And he's got this kind of resume. Like, you take that. And so, I think his experience will be good for the Cubs bullpen. We talked a lot about how they got a lot of young talent there. You add Presley, you got this Brazier now. You have some of the other guys they picked up this offseason that have more experience. Some of them, for sure, I guess you could make the argument they're a little bit of a roll of the dice. But I think there's a good mixture of young and veteran to this point. I actually feel really good about the bullpen as of today.
Which is uncomfortable.
I know.
You should never feel good about a bullpen, but I feel way better. At this point now, I definitely feel better about it than I did going into last season.
For sure, yes, absolutely. But I think we both said that we wanted them to get one more guy. And sure, David Robertson is a guy that I would have liked them to get. Who knows? Maybe he's still out there. If they missed out on Bregman, maybe they go get him. I don't know. But I think in terms of depth, in terms of guys who have, in terms of young guys who showed a little bit of a flash in terms of potential last year, on top of some of the names that they've added this offseason, I feel pretty good at least about the depth, and that was the big problem last year. Is that it was like, it's like as soon as Alzolay fell apart and Merriweather got hurt, it was like you felt comfortable with Mark Leiter Jr., and that was it.
They ran out of arms.
And
it led to, 26 blown saves eventually? Here's the deal, though. I started thinking about it, I'm like, man, Chet just keeps adding utility infielders and bullpen arms. Great. Need both of them, not against it. Compare it to when the Bears had like 11 tight ends on the roster, and we're just looking for one. But then I started thinking, all right, if you're going to have, let's say there's 8 relievers on your 26 man. I don't know who those guys are. We know that Steele, Imanaga, Tyone, Boyd, and probably Assad or Ray are your 5 starters. And so I thought, okay, who are my 8 relievers right now that I'm thinking? Work it backwards. Let's say Presley is your closer. Hodge is your setup man. Is Ben Brown the guy before Hodge in the high leverage situation there this season, or will he be added to that mix of starters? And another one of those starters, Assad or whoever, might slide down into the bullpen. But either way, you're talking about arms you have to account for. Brazier, let's put him in there. Theobald, you gotta have a lefty. Zestrisny is gone now. Eli Morgan, I assume Eli Morgan is certainly one of those 8. I would assume Cody Poteet is one of those 8. I didn't know where else to go with the other names, so I went Nate Pearson.
Yeah.
Come to Reinvented with Accenture.
Okay? But that leaves you a big list of guys that are on the 40-man, minus Brandon Hughes, who was just added. A huge list of guys that you're thinking, well, they can't all go to Iowa. Who's going to, like, we're not even accounting for Luke Little yet.
Or Tyson Miller.
Or Keegan Thompson. Or Julian Merriweather. And I could see Julian Merriweather being one of the last 4 guys on that list, leading up to, or one of the 3 guys leading up to Presley. He was that good at times.
So, again,
so who are you taking out, Cody?
I'm really, as everyone knows, I'm bad at this like roster, roster stuff in terms of like who has options, this or that.
Gary's
But,
here. Gary, tell us.
Gary, if you're in the chat, help us please. Okay. If there's no way, in my opinion, unless he just looks absolutely awful in the spring, that Tyson Miller is not going to be on this opening day roster.
He was awfully good last year.
It was great for them.
It gives you something different,
right?
But who are you taking out of that list of all the new guys that they've added?
Cody. I don't.
Could be Pearson. Could be Poteet.
Okay, so Fangraphs says Thompson, Merriweather, and Miller in. The only person that currently has options in the bullpen is Hodge. So Presley, Hodge, Brazier, Miller, Thielbar, Merriweather, and Thompson is Fangraphs projected bullpen. Only one with options there is Hodge. So
the only one with options is Hodge.
Yes.
So that makes Pearson, Poteet. Morgan's going to be there. I think
Poteet has 2 options. Brown has 2 options. Wicks has 3 options. And Killian has 1 option.
Well, but Killian will be around, but he's not going to be on the opening day. Unless you never know what's going to happen in spring training with injuries and whatnot. But
I would say that between Assad, Conrad, and Wicks, one of them will be in Iowa. That would be a guess.
One of them. But one of the others likely takes one of those 8 spots, is my guess. Right? Like if you're talking, let's say Wicks is the guy, 25 pounds lighter, and they send him to Iowa because they need that depth, they need him stretched out, they want him to be a starter. And let's say Assad wins the starting job. Does that mean Ray becomes the swingman or vice versa, that Ray gets the job and Assad is now pushed to either be sort of like a Wesneski, occasionally start, but he's also a reliever? I'm okay with that too.
Yeah.
But that name could also be Ben Brown.
Yeah. It's,
I'm just saying, we're not accounting for Luke Little, Neely, Keegan, like you said, Tyson Miller. Somebody's got to. Some of the new names are not going to make. They're not going to be there because I think the Cubs have enough young talent and other guys that will try to push somebody off that list.
Yeah.
And that's why I know it's a better bullpen than it was, because there's names that I divided them up. There's names that I don't have on there that I'm like, man, I want to see that guy pitch early in the season.
Yeah. You know, of the guys that we didn't put on, or you didn't put on this list to.
And I threw it together, but
right.
Yes.
Luke Little, Tyson Miller, and Julian Merriweather. Those 3 have the most success at the major league level. Keegan Thompson was awesome in 2022,
right?
But spent a large majority of 23 in the minors. Was up and down last year. I don't really know how I felt when he would come in. And Killian is a guy that I feel like he will get a chance because it's his last opportunity, I think.
They keep waiting for Palencia to grab it.
And same with I don't know about Palencia in terms of it being the last chance, but Killian is a guy that they've kept him around. They clearly believe in him. He's got to stay healthy. He got hurt last year, didn't come back until like late July, I believe. He came up late in September, whatever. There's not enough to say yes or no, but I would assume that he's definitely going to be around. But those are the 3 that are out here that I'm like, those guys are going to be on the Cubs at some point early.
All right, let's continue this in a second because I still have a couple other names I want to know where they're going to end up. But first, got to tell you about our sponsors. Whether it's pro or college, the app to bet football is Circa Sports Illinois. We got the big game coming up this weekend. Circa Sports is sports betting the way it should be. Circa Sports Illinois has high betting limits, low holds, exceptional customer service. You can bet on all your favorite teams in every game this season. Spreads, props, futures, in-game. Oh, I'm here for it on Super Bowl Sunday. Circa Sports has it all. Fund and bet like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. I'm ready for the props. I don't know what I'm doing, so prop bets are right up my alley.
Oh, I already placed my bet on the Chiefs.
You did?
Yeah.
I know. I tell myself that every time. Then I'm like, but I want to be the smart one that bet on the Eagles. But then I know that betting against Patrick Mahomes is like the dumbest thing you could do.
Undefeated as a 3-point or less right?
It's got to happen.
Undefeated
Sooner or
against
later,
the
it's going
spread
to
and
happen.
3 points or less.
I know it's probably right to take Mahomes and the Chiefs, but
hey, I want the Eagles to win, but listen, I care about my bank account. All right. Cornbread Hemp. All right, America's first ever USDA organic CBD company. Their mission is to improve your quality of life with the highest quality hemp. Looking for a healthier way to relieve aches and pains while getting a better night's sleep? Try Cornbread Hemp's USDA organic CBD gummies. Cornbread offers the first USDA organic CBD gummy in the USA. Their gummies are the highest quality, full spectrum gummies on the market, Luke. They help with stress relief, better recovery, and improved sleep. You need all that with your 2 toddlers.
I do need some sleep.
All right. Again, the full set. You get full spectrum USDA certified organic, made from flour only, third party lab tested for many things, vegan, dairy free, and gluten free with no artificial flavors or preservatives. Those are the things about these gummies. All right, if you want to give Cornbread a try, they're offering CHGO listeners 30% off your first order. Just visit cornbreadhemp.com/CHGO and use promo code CHGO at checkout. Again, 30% off, right? At cornbreadhemp.com/CHGO and use code CHGO for 30% off your first order. This is the good life, Luke.
This is it.
It will help you. Sounds like you desperately need it because I know you are not getting sleep these days.
I am not. Just look at the circles under my eyes.
You were
bags under my eyes.
You had to go to Mexico yesterday just to.
Well, the flight to Mexico and back will wear you out.
Yeah, that's true.
That'll wear you out.
No, that's fair.
Hey, Nate Pearson. I see somebody in the chat saying Nate Pearson's got an option too. Pearson's got 2 things. He's got an option and he's got potential.
Yeah.
Like he's a guy that could be a key piece of a really good bullpen. Right? I can see that. People talk about maybe stretching him out to be a starter, and he's got value there.
Yeah. I like Pearson. I thought he was impressive in the 2 months in the second half last year. It's a sneaky trade that Jet made that so far looks pretty good considering what they gave up.
I don't know about Neely. I agree. Tyson Miller's a guy I definitely want to see pitch early in the season somewhere. Ethan Roberts is a name I'm cheering for him. Everybody's waiting for it. Ethan Roberts got the vibes with the glasses. He's got the comeback story for you.
Yeah.
A name that was always in Cubs prospects.
He's also just in general like a really nice dude.
Yeah, so I want to see him get that shot, but I don't know how it's all going to work out. And
Jack Neely, 6'8", got an incredible mustache. You can't be bad at baseball if you are 6'8" and have an incredible mustache like that. So just want to put that out there. At the end of the day, it's an incredible problem to have. I think there's a high ceiling with a lot of these guys, but as we talk about, bullpens are volatile, and we see injuries all the time. So I don't know how they're going to be able to keep a majority of them, because obviously they're not all going to be able to hang out in Iowa, but I would guess the guys that will be in the organization on opening day, that we didn't put on the original graphic that you
on the 26th.
That wouldn't be on the 26th.
One of the 8 relievers.
Luke Little will be here. Jordan Wicks, Javi Ursad, whichever one, will be here. Daniel Palencia, Ethan Roberts, Caleb Killian. I think those guys for sure will be in the organization. And I really do believe Julian Merriweather will be on the roster.
Right, so you got to start. Now you have to start looking at names to take out. Maybe Poteet is that guy. Maybe Pearson is that guy early in the season.
I don't really know enough about Poteet yet to even make the argument of why he deserves to be on the 26-man.
It's something to watch. It's something to watch at Arizona in the Cactus League games. Who's pitching well? Who's healthy? All of those things, and then, then the names will start to whittle down. They have a pretty good list of names now that you're starting to pick away from. A name that keeps coming up, and it's probably going to happen this week somewhere, is Alex Bregman.
You don't say.
That's the name that keeps coming up. Now, DJ Riggs was talking earlier about, man, if they sign Bregman, forget about Tucker long term, because they'll have too much money unless there's opt-outs and he wants to opt out after a successful first season. That's a possibility too. And then you would have Shaw to play third base. Listen, there's a lot of factors in it. If you can get Kyle Tucker to sign, you do whatever you can. Even if that at that point would mean trading Bregman after 1 year, just like you did with Cody Bellinger. So just because the guy's on the roster and has a contract doesn't mean you have to hold on. There are ways to move that around. I don't think that would be their game plan, but I would hope that priority number one is convincing a superstar, a top 15 player in baseball, to stay on your team beyond just 1 year. Now,
did you see the rumored deal for Alex Bregman on Cubs Twitter?
Like 4 for 101?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and obviously it's all about the opt-outs.
Yeah,
with opt-outs, yes. You know, so I still don't believe it's happening, but when it happens, I'll be happily surprised because I'm like Alex Cohen said yesterday, I'm all about adding good players.
Yeah.
And forcing guys to compete for their spot.
I believe last week you said, what, 1 or 2% chance?
Yes.
Has that increased in the last handful of days?
I'll knock it up to 5 because we're getting closer to, man, the team's got to be there.
Yeah.
And I know, like, if you were to sign him, he doesn't necessarily have to be there right away. But I just think guys want to know. And the longer he's out there, we've always said, the more likely it's possible that he ends up at one of those spots. Detroit, Toronto, Chicago. Houston's talking about him in the past tense.
Yeah.
That's starting to sound more and more
and the Red
unlikely.
Sox are talking to the Cardinals about Arenado.
Right. Now, is that all posturing to try and get him to take a better deal, Miss?
I've moved it up to 35.
Oh, wow, that's a bump.
Which I think I deserve a lot of credit for not just jumping well over 50% after yesterday's Nuggets. Because old Cody would have been like 75%. He's a Cub. I think I'm strictly holding myself back as much as I can. You know, Tobey Maguire on the train in Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Where it's like he's trying to hold like this train from going off the
whole whatever. Yes.
Like that gift. That's me trying to go over the complete and order like belief that it's gonna happen. All right. So I think that you got Dana Brown talking about Bregman in the past tense. You got the Red Sox and the Astros, or Red Sox and the Cardinals talking about Arenado. And honestly, the Red Sox and the Cardinals, like it's been a rumor like all offseason about Arenado potentially going to the Red Sox. So when Morosi tweeted that yesterday, it's like, okay, yeah, that's been out there all winter. What is a recent communication? Is that just a phone call and then they hung up because the Cardinals don't want to eat this
just
much
said
money?
sup.
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
And then, like Matt Spiegel on The Score a couple days ago said that from whoever he knows says that they didn't want, or that Bregman prefers to not go to Detroit or Toronto based off geographic locations, ballpark factors, I guess, some stuff. Like that's how he kind of shaped it based on how I listened to it. So again, these are all little things that I take with a grain of salt, but there's nothing out there that says that he doesn't want to go to the Cubs or that the Cubs aren't in it. And so, yeah, it increased my percentage a little bit. Like, yeah, like maybe it's the first time this entire offseason where I'm like, wow, the Cubs are actual serious suitors. But also, as I've said the last month, that if we got to February and we're in mid-February, I feel like it's more likely he goes to the Cubs. So.
Yeah,
But it's
DJ asked if is he using them as leverage? Well, he's using everybody's leverage. He's just trying to get the best deal.
Right.
Do I think the Cubs are in a place where he'd be willing to play for a while? Yes.
Yeah.
That I do believe. Now, you guys were talking yesterday about Shaw, and I agree with you that the people that really are 100% against Bregman are either against him for either A, cheating in the World Series, or B, they're just big believers in Matt Shaw. Either is okay, in my opinion. I'm okay with both of those scenarios. You mentioned Shaw, and you said, no, well, we've said he could be that super utility. It got me thinking, which one is more difficult? Which is more difficult for Matt Shaw if it plays out that way? Is it more difficult for Shaw to break into the majors and play multiple positions at one time, be that utility guy? Like we always said, Roy Morel, if you just give him one position, that takes a lot off his table. Shaw's main position in the minors and as a amateur is not third base. It's been short, second. Now he's learned how to play third base recently, and most people think he can be that third baseman. Or is it more difficult for Shaw to be at third base, which is not his key position, like it's not his bread and butter necessarily? Would you rather have that stability of a position here? It's not your A game, or would you rather have playing multiple positions whenever you get a shot?
Well, I'll ask you a question. To answer your question, I'll just ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you think Shaw will be better than what anything the Cubs got at third base last year? Combined with Paredes, Morel, Mastroboni, Wisdom.
I think there's a chance he's more consistent, even as a rookie, even if you think he might take the PCA plan. I personally think it would be easier for him to play at third base every day and have to worry about, okay, it's not my main spot. It's not my super comfort zone. I'm a little outside of my comfort zone, but at least I'm here every day working on that same thing. What's harder for a player is I'm at third, now I'm getting different angles at second, even though I'm used to second. It's in a different ballpark. Now I'm over at short. Now I'm all over the place. He can think less, I believe, by just playing third base every day, because for me, the most difficult part for him is going to be the hitting part. Even though everybody says he's a great hitter, it's the major leagues. You saw PCA go through that struggle.
I think we can go through both scenarios.
And that doesn't mean I don't want Bregman.
No, I know.
It doesn't mean I don't want Bregman. I'm just telling you, no, Tony.
Tony.
I'm saying Bregman would make them a better team because it's more good players on the team.
Yeah.
And more certainty. I believe a more difficult path, and I'm curious what other major leaguers think early in spring training. What's a harder path? Is it breaking into the big leagues as a utility guy, or breaking into the big leagues at a position you're not used to? Rhino did it. He broke in at third, ended up at second.
I think Shaw, if you play Shaw every day at third base, say if you don't get Bregman, you get Shaw at third base, I think, yes, it's going to get him by, you would hope, the organization's hope is by June, by July, he has adjusted to Major League pitching, and you're hoping you get more production out of him as the season goes along. Kind of like PCA. And you can make the argument that if PCA just would have been the opening day center fielder, perhaps he would have, adjusted quicker last season. Whatever, we all wanted Cody Bellinger to be here, right? Because he's a proven player and he's had success. He was coming off a 4.5-win season, right? I'm not saying that they should have done this or should have done that. But you can make the argument with Shaw that if you get him as many play appearances early on, it will benefit the team down the road. Now,
that's more likely just a third.
Right. We have to do work. That's one section, but then there's another section that we can talk about after this.
All right, we'll get to that in a second. And plus, can Jet pull off a Doncic deal? We'll get to that too. Our friends at Shady Rays have you covered with premium polarized shades that won't break the bank. Shady Rays is an independent sunglasses company offering a world-class product rated 5 stars by more than 300,000 people. Their shades have durable frames.
You probably know this print for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to brand your business? We print banners and signs that help you stand out. And must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and hoodies. Right now, new customers can get 25% off of code NEW25, because if you need it, we print it at vistaprint.com.
Hundreds of options to choose from, so you're bound to find the perfect pair for you to match your style. They probably have one in your favorite team's colors. They do. They got them in Cubby Blue, in case you're wondering. I wear my shades when I'm driving, when I'm golfing, when I'm fishing, and of course, when I'm throwing out the Riz to everybody out there. Plus, if your shades ever go missing or take an unexpected hit, don't sweat it, because they have the most insane protection in all of eyewear. Every pair is backed by lost or broken replacements. Exclusively for our listeners right now, Shady Rays is giving out their best deal of the season. Head to ShadyRays.com and use the code CHGO. Don't forget it, CHGO, gets you 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself. The shades rated 5 stars by more than 300,000 people.
Started by 2 college friends, Saturday Neon makes officially licensed collegiate logo LED neon signs, perfect for your home, office, dorm room, fan cave, bar. Got one right behind us here on set. Check out their new essential collection featuring almost 50 of the biggest schools across the country and counting for only $75. No better way to represent your favorite Big Ten team, unlike traditional neon. These LED signs won't break or shatter, but will give you that classic uniform glow that you know and love. LEDs last up to 100,000 hours, so you'll be enjoying your sign for years to come. Super easy to install using the provided hardware or with 3M command strips. They're a low voltage so that they don't get hot and you're always safe when you pick it up or something, right? The perfect gift for this upcoming Valentine's Day, in my opinion.
Neon, baby.
Yes, neon. LED lights, baby. CHGO has used Saturday Neon to get our studio signs, and they look awesome. As I pointed out, the one on our set behind us. Use code CHGO for 10% off your order at SaturdayNeon.com.
Way to point it out too. I should turn it on.
Yeah, I mean,
that's part of the whole neon thing. Is you can actually look at the bright lights.
Yeah.
And Sean, you can leave it on because it doesn't get hot to the touch. And LEDs last forever.
Some people don't like the video.
Like the video, people. Like the video. Please like. As Sean goes to turn on the neon light behind us.
We got almost 200 people watching the show and only, is that 54 or 64?
54 likes.
54 likes. What are the rest of you doing? Come on, sickos, unite.
Please.
Please. Sickos, unite.
There
you see it yet, Sean? No, it needs to, the camera
gotta lower,
pan up higher. I know that people want to see my legs, but show less of my legs and a little more neon sign.
But it's kind of hard. Like, we want to show off our sets. We want to show off what we have behind us. We have a cool little setup here at CH. Okay, so the other side of the spectrum related to Bregman and Shaw, it's like, for the sake of the conversation, the exercise, say they do get Bregman, right?
Yes.
Then they could trade Nico Horner. And I'm not advocating for it.
Right. Alex was against it.
Alex was against it. I'm pretty against it. I feel like you're probably against it.
I don't think it's necessarily the time to rush and trade him. First of all, he's coming off an injury. Second of all, if you really want to trade Nico, his value likely could go up right before the trade deadline.
Sure.
If that's what you really feel like doing.
Now, if you're able to trade Nico for maybe the Mariners, because they've done nothing this offseason, maybe they finally bite. Maybe they finally open or they come down on their asking price for one of their young pitchers. And if Nico Horner is part of that conversation, if we're talking about a Bryce Miller or a Brian Wu, twist my arm, I'm in, all right? Because that's a controllable, really good arm that would really help your rotation. It adds more depth to your rotation, and I think that's a guy that you can put it. One of those two guys is you can put him at the top rotation. I don't know anything. We talked to the Mariners fans that we put the VOD up on our
it didn't seem like it was totally compatible.
Right. Again, that was a month and a half ago, and the Mariners have done nothing. They've added Miles Mastrobuoni, okay, as the president of Miles Mastrobuoni fan club. Credit to him. Right. But if they really wanted to make a move, perhaps, and I just use that as an example. I can go to the Padres. We talked about Cease. We talked about Michael King. It really depends on the package for me to change my mind. I think that's the point I'm making, but that is a route they could go. I've read a lot of fans online on all different platforms talking about, well, if they sign Bregman, then they should trade Nico and you can play Shaw in second. And it's mostly the people that want to see Shaw play every day. And so, which one will happen, I don't know, but it just brings me back to thinking that, like you said, the more good players you have, the better. And we don't know Nico's health. I did see Rich Biesterfield.
I've seen him throwing the ball.
Yeah, Rich Biesterfield tweeted a video today of Nico playing catch in Arizona at Sloan Park, which is great. That's good to see.
And the pictures I've seen don't look like they have a brace.
Right. So maybe he's healthy. It's annoying that the Cubs really haven't given us a
definitive, like he's on track for opening day.
I think they will when the full team reports.
Yeah.
That first day when Jed sits down.
So
that's when we'll get it.
For the sake of this exercise, if Nico's not ready for opening day, then you can slide in Shaw second base. Even if you do sign Bregman. So I think that there are ways to work around it. I thought what Corey said on Friday's show with Brendan, guys aren't going to be healthy the entire season. Not every player is going to play 162 games. And if that happens, then man, this team's probably really going to be playing deep October baseball, because that's what happened in 2016. They were like a level of health that probably is not replicable again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and if that happens, great. We're sitting here talking about a playoff team in October. We're dreaming about another World Series potentially. Who knows? But you just don't have enough. You don't have enough certainty that everyone's going to be healthy like that. And I think if you trade Nico, you're putting a guy at second base potentially that, while I am very high on and I want to see play, I also would like a soft landing spot. And I do think that him being a utility guy, or even if you start him in Iowa for the first month, if Nico is healthy, if you start him there for the first month and then an injury happens or something, then you got a guy. I just don't know the path the Cubs are looking, what they're thinking. This is another one of those moments where I'm thinking, I wish I could be a fly on the wall at 1060 West House. I don't know what they're thinking.
Joe Madden used to say baseball has a way of taking care of itself.
Yeah.
And I hope that's what happens here with Shaw, with Nico, with whatever happens at third base, and with this roster. Speaking of trades, I can't get the Luka Doncic thing out of my mind. The most absurd trade in the history of the NBA. A top 3 player for a really good player, often injured sometimes, but not recently. And it just has the NBA on its ears, right? Like, all the star players can't believe Doncic was traded. Nobody can believe it. And so it got me thinking, like, could Jed pull off a Doncic type deal at some point? Wait a minute. Has anybody in Chicago ever pulled off a Doncic trade like that? And there's nothing that's apples to apples. For instance, star for star, but young star for older star. Top 3 player in the game. First of all, basketball's different with other sports, but if you're starting with the Cubs, all right, here's where my mind went. Okay, Sammy and Ken Patterson to the Cubs for George Bell. Yes, turned out to be that type of trade. But because Bell was a really good player, Sammy was, but it doesn't turn out that way because you don't know Sammy's going to turn into the guy that hits 60 home runs. You don't know that's going to happen. In this case, Doncic is who he is. He's a great player, maybe lazy, but he's a great player, right?
Might be 270 pounds.
And then I thought, well, what about when they traded Sammy, who had worn out his welcome, to the Orioles? By the way, that was 20 years ago this week.
Yeah, February 2nd.
February 2nd for Jerry Hairston, Mike Fontenot, and Dave Crothers, I think his name was. That was, by the way, that was the first Cubs thing I ever covered.
Oh, really?
As a member of Chicago media, was flying to Baltimore and sitting in the press conference. First real thing, and they had it out there in the warehouse, and there was snow on the field, and there was Sammy holding up the Orioles jersey. It was weird.
Yeah.
Nomar coming to the Cubs. Nomar was already a star, but obviously tilting down. If you watch that,
if you watch the comeback,
they were ready to move on.
No,
Rick Sutcliffe, right? People say, "Whoa, Rick Sutcliffe." Rick Sutcliffe was spectacular when they got him in '84, but early in that season, even though he was a very good pitcher, early in that season for Cleveland, he was not. His ERA was like 5-something. So he wasn't having the best season, and then he went 16-1 for the Cubs. So was it a lopsided deal? Yes, it was crazy, but Rick Sutcliffe was not a top 3 player in the game of baseball. Arrieta, you didn't know you were getting a Cy Young. Sandberg, you didn't know you were getting a Hall of Famer. D. Lee, you knew you were getting D. Lee for Aesop Choi, you knew was a good deal. You knew they were getting a great player. But D. Lee wasn't Luka Doncic, right?
2000. I mean, can you make the argument well, I guess at the time of the trade, I don't think you can make the argument that Derek Lee was one of the top first basemen in baseball yet.
Even if he was, you weren't thinking of him as a top 5 player.
He wasn't a superstar.
Nobody was like, how could they?
Yeah.
How could they pull that off? I just don't think there's one. Even getting Aramis Ramirez, like Kenny Lofton was. Aramis, we knew was a very good player. You were getting him at third base. Kenny Lofton was a very good center fielder, but still not to the level of Luka Doncic. Nobody in that was to that level.
Okay.
So,
this isn't a trade, but like, how about like reaction?
Well, hold on real quick. Just because William Workman, our guy, threw out A-Rod for Soriano, which, first of all, isn't a Cubs trade.
Yeah.
But then,
right,
like, A-Rod was the better player, and he was older.
Right.
We're getting the better player who is younger. That's the whole thing with Doncic, is like, I don't think there is a possible connection that we can draw.
There might be one in sports, right? Maybe it's training Gretzky, but it's not. It doesn't involve a Chicago team. Like the Bulls, the best they can do is getting Rodman for our very own Will Purdue. Okay, and Will, everybody loves him, but Will was not Anthony Davis.
Right.
And Rodman, while he has flaws, I would say Rodman probably had more flaws than if you're worried about Doncic being a little out of shape or whatever. Well, I think Dennis Rodman had some question marks.
More flaws and a worse player.
Okay.
Like,
yeah.
So you're trading Jordan pretty much. Like, that's the equivalent. Is that they dealt Jordan.
So then I thought, all right, Bears. Getting Cutler was a pretty big deal around here, but Jay Cutler was not a top 3 quarterback in the NFL. It was a big trade in Bears history, but not that. Tony said Khalil Mack. Okay, people were pretty excited about Khalil Mack, and he was one of the best pass rushers in the game. Yeah, and it wasn't. He's still not. Nobody considered Khalil Mack a top 3 player in the game because that's a quarterback, right?
Yeah.
It'd be now like trading Joe Burrow or Josh Allen for Dak Prescott or Russell Wilson, maybe Russell Wilson a couple years ago, right?
Hey, what Sean on CHO White Sox, did you say Juan Soto for Bryce Harper?
Yeah, and I even got pushback that wasn't even enough. I don't think we could come up with a fake trade that people would be like, oh yeah, that's the equivalent. Like, that was my only thought was, you know, the Mets, for some reason, signed Soto, $765 million, half of what Doncic is going to get, by the way, anyways.
Right.
The idea was that the Mets are like, no, he's a fat alcoholic. We gave money to the wrong person. We'll give him to Philadelphia for Bryce Harper. You're getting a player that was like a number 1 prospect, just like AD was in Bryce Harper. He's got some injury issues that have moved him to a different position.
He's in his 30s.
And, you know, I mean, Juan Soto is just Ted Williams for 25.
Yeah. So,
yeah,
because I don't think there is one. Like, that's why I'm shifting to like maybe just reaction. And it's not a trade, but remember when the Cubs signed Jason Hayward after his big season with St. Louis, and it's like he went to the rival team. I think like in terms of reaction, like, and he took less money to go to the Cubs than go back to St. Louis. St. Louis was trying to bring him back. He went to the rival team, and there was a lot of like, wow, like the Cubs are on their way. They're like, everyone thought that Jason Hayward was going to be the missing piece of that team to put them over the top.
That's good. Ryan says Soto for Trout right now.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Often injured, really good player.
Yeah.
Older.
Hall of Fame path. He's been hurt the last couple of years.
To another degree, Sean didn't like this one. I said, what about Soto for Kershaw? Is Kershaw too far over the hill now to be Anthony Davis, but maybe Trout isn't?
Yeah, Kershaw's well past the prime.
I would say Trout right now is better than Trout's career is better than what Anthony Davis's career has been.
Absolutely. That's what I would say.
And a baseball player, comparing a baseball player to get to a basketball player when there's 5 on the court, it's almost like you have to have 2 guys.
Also, Trout's like to a level that he's like way too unhealthy. I mean, AD at least this year, he's played a little bit, so that I mean,
he's actually had a good year too.
Right. I mean, the funniest outcome, AD somehow turns this into an MVP season. If they go from like 7th to 3rd in the West or 7th to like 4th in the West, and he scores like 35 a night, the funniest outcome is AD being the MVP of the NBA, and everyone's still panning the hell out of the trade.
There is, so to answer my own question, could Jet pull off a Doncic type theft? And the answer is no, because the Cubs don't even have an Anthony Davis, right? Like, they have some really, Tucker is a guy that's only 1 year.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's no apples to apples comparison in Chicago sports history, and there's probably no apples to apples comparison.
The closest thing maybe is if you were able to pull off kind of like what the Cardinals and Rockies did for Arenado. But like, it's not the same thing either, because the Rockies got prospects and they just didn't want to pay Arenado. But Arenado was in the prime of his career, and
if the Rockies would have traded Tulowitzki in his prime,
sure,
for Arenado,
it's hard to find those kinds of trades in baseball, because usually in baseball, by the time guys are 31, 32 years old, like Anthony Davis is in this scenario, you know, teams aren't going to trade that or trade their 25-year-old star. They're going to trade their Julio Rodriguez for a 31-year-old who's towards the back end of his prime. You know, it's just not going to happen in baseball. No. So that's why I went to the free agent, you know, of just the reaction after Hayward signed with the Cubs, and he was coming from the Cardinals, a rival, stuff like that. Like, the reaction to me is kind of similar. Like,
the Cubs traded Lou Brock, but Lou Brock was not Hall of Famer Lou Brock when they traded him.
Right. He went on to be Lou Brock.
Maybe that's the closest one if you want to make an actual. Somebody said Rizzo for Cashner. Like,
Cashner wasn't in
that was prospect. That was prospect for prospect.
Right. Yeah. It's all like projection, hope, you know, potential. I think that's potential.
All right. I give up. I don't think it exists. All right, so we're talking second base. We mentioned Nico and the Nico trade, and that's how my brain morphed into Luka Doncic, because we're talking trades and trading guys that are good.
So first off, just with Nico, I know you guys brought up Rich and the photo or video of Nico throwing. You got people in the chat fairly concerned that he will be missing opening day and the first month. Is that your guys' feeling as well? Does it give you any optimism that he is currently throwing? What are your thoughts on Nico for opening day?
Right, when I see Rich tweeting out a video of him playing catch and him taking in pictures of him taking ground balls and stuff in Arizona right now, like he's been there since mid to late January.
Yeah,
I think it's a good sign.
Me too.
For sure, because when you saw his Instagram post with that thing on his arm, you were concerned.
I was like, oh, that looks robotic.
Right.
Now, we haven't seen him taking swings.
Right. Yes.
We haven't seen him doing a lot of stuff. We haven't seen him playing a game. I don't know. I think until I hear from them at the start of spring training where he's at, I don't know. When they said surgery, I think a lot of people assumed, well, he's going to miss the first couple weeks, if not month of the season. I don't think that's the end of the world, by the way. Like, I think that's something they can weather early in the season. But I am sort of optimistic seeing him out there doing stuff. It's not like he's in a cast right now. Right?
Right. So I think it's one of those, like, we have to wait and see.
Real quick too, Brian Wolf saying opening day in Japan or opening day in April. I'm a Sox fan, so I forgot you guys are opening in Japan.
Yeah.
I meant more March 27th, March 28th.
I'll play it as like opening day in Arizona, where they start this year.
Right.
Yeah. And obviously, if he's not playing spring training games and stuff like that, then that's a clear sign that maybe he's not going to be ready for opening day. So, again, it comes down to, like you said, what they say next week when players report and Craig Counsell talks and stuff like that. But we'll see.
People saying he's already hitting too. Great.
That's good.
I'm just saying I haven't seen this stuff, and I hope everything's great. It all makes me feel like he might actually be ready for opening day. It's just not that big of a deal. He's not ready for the first 2 weeks of the season.
No one is saying he's hitting. Michael said if Nico is throwing. Now he's been hitting for a bit, so it's
yes.
if.
We read that
Yeah.
wrong.
Sorry. Again, I don't have my readers on today. And it's
Well,
throwing my
facts give
throwing my
away.
whole day off. Anyways, Nico does play second base because he shifted over when Dansby came in, as we all know. So we are ranking the second baseman in the National League. Where does Nico Horner stack up? And again, it's hard because second base isn't necessarily a spot where everybody just has an everyday guy. Like Nico, if he's healthy, is their everyday guy, right? And if Shaw's not playing third, he would have to be a guy that just gives him a breather every once in a while, which Nico's not going to like. But where would we rank Nico among second basemen in the National League right now? It's like we talked about when we were looking at MLB Network's rankings for second baseman. The only thing that holds Nico down on a list is the power. He gives you everything you want in a second baseman other than power. He can steal bases, he can play gold glove second base, right?
Yep.
He does everything you want as a player. He says all the right things. He's a great teammate.
Yep.
Everybody in the franchise loves him. The only thing that he gets a little knock on his mark for is power. But I don't know if the Cubs ever expected that power. Well, I don't know.
In all of baseball, I think that's what puts a knock on it. But when you talk about the National League and second baseman, in the list of second basemen in the National League, I think they have a good, or he makes a good argument for where we put him, which we put him at number 3 on our list for National League second baseman. When Ketel Marte, Ozzie Albies, Nico Warner, Luis Garcia, Sean took the graphic down so I can't remember. There it is, sorry. Luis Garcia, Bryce Durang, Bryson Scott Stott, sorry. Jeff McNeil, Otto Lopez, Matt McClain, and then Jake Carter.
I'm an AL guy. Otto Lopez, 100% made up. You cannot tell me the team that he plays on right now. Who is Otto Lopez?
On the Marlins.
No way.
He was a 2.5 WAR player last year. He was one of the better defensive second basemen in baseball.
I'd take Cronenworth over him.
Yeah, I mean,
that's my thought. You know what? I'm not even going to look at your top 3. Otto Lopez needs to get ousted.
Well, I'll say this, like, Cronenworth was kind of playing all over last year. He plays some first base too. Sure, I think based on, you can make the argument he deserves to be higher. Just like it's not like he's playing for or second base all the time, and that's where Lopez played most of last year. So I think the top 2 of Marte and Albies they've consistently been the top 2 second basemen in baseball for the last 5 years, right? I know Albies got hurt last year, put a little bit of a down year, but again, we have to factor in body of work. But that's why, in my opinion, too, why Nico deserves to be up there, because he plays every day, he plays second base every day. He's a gold glove second baseman. He's been one of the top, even for someone who doesn't have power, he's one of the few guys at second base that have a WRC plus above 100 in the National League. So, yeah, that's kind of why I was fine that we went with those 3 as the top 3 for National League at least.
Michael Thiel, I agree with you. He says in the live YouTube chat, which is the best way to enjoy the CHGO experience, he says, Nico tried to hit a home run last year like everyone wanted, didn't work, went back to his old ways, rebounded in the second half, let it be who he is. I don't know if I agree with every part of that, but I remember sitting here with Ryan saying, I can't pinpoint what it is. Something looks different about Nico's swing or approach. I can't place it, but it feels like he's trying to hit for power, and I would agree, just let him do what he does. He's a valuable player. What is a 4 WAR player?
He was a 3.9 fan.
3.9, and he had sort of a roller coaster season. He is who he is. Nico is, and as Alex said yesterday, Nico is a second baseman on a championship team. The key is the championship team has to have some power at other positions. They are trying to correct that. That could mean Bregman at third. That could mean Tucker and Wright, and say as a DH. That could mean Happ being more consistent. It could be PCA adding to his total. A lot of those things, right? It's not guaranteed, and I'm not saying the Cubs are a championship contender, although Pacoda does say 91 wins. I don't know if you heard.
I did hear.
Did you hear that?
You always talk about power with Nico, and like,
I just want him to hit the ball hard.
well, I do think he hits the ball hard. He's definitely, like, I asked going in last year, I asked for more doubles, more extra base hits. Slug still finished below 400. But that, what, 373? Yeah. But then you look at just, again, if you just look at National League second baseman, 10 guys in baseball, in the National League, had double-digit homers, right? And one of those isn't even in the National League anymore. Jonathan India, now the Royals, I believe. And, you know, I think some of the other names too, like they didn't exclusively play second base. Like,
there's no way he's not at least third on this list. Like, Marte is a really nice player. Ozzy Albies is a really nice player. I can't put anybody below him higher on that list than Nico Horner. Honestly, I can't. So it's sort of, when you talk about the trade stuff, careful what you ask for. I'm not saying he's not an untradeable player.
Yeah.
He's not a 9-WAR player. He's not a 7-WAR player. But careful what you ask for.
Yeah.
He's not the perfect second baseman. He's not Ryan Sander.
He had, in terms of WAR, he was the second highest WAR for second baseman last year. Now,
and I don't remember thinking last year, like, wow, Nico's really putting up a season.
Right.
You didn't feel that way.
Now, Ozzy Albies, only played 99 games because of the injury.
Right.
So if he plays a normal season like he does, maybe Nico doesn't finish second.
He's ahead of Nico.
Right. But, yeah, I mean, I think once you get past Marte and you get past Albies on our list, it's like, okay, these guys do this well, these guys do that well.
Jeff McNeil's had some good seasons, obviously.
Yeah. And I just think Nico Horner just does all the things that you want outside of hitting more homers, which is fine. And I think the Cubs have a little bit more balance this year with power because Kyle Tucker is better than Cody Bellinger. Okay? And I think Seiya can potentially hit more homers this year with Tucker in the lineup, and Shaw will be an added factor into the home run department, I think, for this team too. And if they do sign Bregman, that's more home run power too.
If you get late season PCA versus early season
yeah.
PCA, that changes the whole lineup.
Right. I think that there's potential for more homers on this team, and if you have more of a balance, that's good. That's how they won in 2016. That's how they won the World Series. They had Rizzo and Bryant and Schwarber. Not to the playoffs, but you know, those guys in the middle who could slug. Addison Russell hit 25 bombs that year. Zobrist hit 15, 20, something like that. I can't remember. Like, they had guys who could slug, and they also had guys who could put the bat on the ball, which was like Zobrist, Fowler, you know, Chris Coughlin. Like, this is like the most random dudes. Well, not random, but you know what? Yeah, they had good balance of guys who could just put the ball in play and do what they were good at, and then they had guys who could slug. And then we saw as time went on, like, the team that had only slug, it was just like all they did was strike out,
right?
If they didn't hit a home, right? So I think there is value in everything that Nico brings to this team, and I think a lot of people are just kind of, I think they're disappointed by his season last year, and that's why they're more willing to move him right now. From a fan perspective, on how I've kind of watched the discourse all off season. Listen, I think me and you both kind of sat here and did some criticizing, but I think we still, at the end of the day, would rather have him than not.
Thanks to everybody for watching today. Thanks to everybody for listening. This has been the CHGO Cubs podcast. Back tomorrow, we'll rank shortstops, and we might have a Bregman breaking news podcast before then. Until then, thanks for watching and fly the W.
Where'd this come from?
The pantry.
Where'd you come from?
The pantry.
Happy Super Monday. The computers love the Cubs. I mean, the computers love the Cubs, but what if they add Alex Bregman? Get me some cold water for Cody. Plus, did Jed Hoyer miss out on a bargain boost to the rotation? Maybe. Hey, CHGO Cubs, not on Radio Row. How do you like that? Next. Chicago, what do you say? It's the CHGO Cubs podcast moving into the month of February. It is Monday, February 3rd, and could we be talking about a future division championship team? Let's talk about Cody Delmendo with you. Hi to everybody in the live YouTube chat. We've got Sean Anderson running and spinning the ones and twos for us today. I see Gary Ross has left a little football talk to talk baseball with us in the live YouTube chat. Best way to enjoy the CHGO experience is to subscribe to that CHGO Sports YouTube page, because we sit here, we read the comments. We don't always agree with the comments, but we read the comments, and we appreciate everybody that's there. Yeah. What do we have? And by our YouTube page is like 75,000?
Yeah.
75.
I think so, man.
Getting up there, starting to climb. Jay Andrews says, give me a hell yeah hashtag. We have lots to talk about today.
Very rumor-filled weekend on top of actual moves being made.
Big time.
Not just for the Cubs, but other teams that perhaps affects the Cubs.
Well, this is what happens. You've got a week before pitchers and catchers have to be at training camp or spring training, and there's a lot of guys still on the market.
Yeah.
And it sort of happened last year, right?
Yeah. Bellinger.
Go back to Dexter Fowler showing up at camp.
Sure.
That's the way it goes nowadays.
Well, I would say back then, I wouldn't say it's to this extreme.
No, it's
the last 5 years.
Yeah, it's been like you never know what the team fully looks like until, honestly, let's just say March.
Yeah.
But I believe last year Bellinger signed in like the middle of February. So I don't know. I don't think the Cubs are done. And while that's exciting, it's also quite annoying. But we keep dreaming.
We got moves to talk about all the way from Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We got stuff all weekend. And then on a cloudy Monday morning, couldn't be more dreary, couldn't be more just overrun with fog in the city today. Just as dreary as you could put a Batman movie in the city today, right?
Right.
Another one, I should say. And
yeah, no. The Dark Knight was awesome.
And it's just miserable out today. It's not freezing cold, it's just dark and dreary. And then this light comes from the sky. And it shines through and it warms your face. And it's the Pacoda standings. And Cody, I know it grabbed you and it cheered you up like you've never been cheered up before. Because it grabbed hold of you and it said, wait till next year, it could be here. This is the one. We've been sitting in this mid-off season, and then Pacoda projections, the computers decided this is a first-place division-winning Chicago Cubs team this year.
And have the third best record in baseball.
They projected 90 wins, almost 91, right? Pushing towards 91.
90.6, so Dr. Brendan Miller said 91 in his tweet today.
That's why, I mean, I would, yeah, 91. And you're right, 559 is the third highest projected winning percentage in all of baseball. Again, by the computer. The computer has the Dodgers, the Braves, and the Cubs. Very few. I think the Yankees, if you round up, are a 90-win team, but that's it.
Yeah. Well, if I remember correctly, and I'm not as old as you, but I am old in my wins.
Right. Is this computer a Commodore? That's what you're wondering? Like,
No. What I'm getting at here is that I believe going into 2016, the Cubs were projected for 92 wins.
Oh, okay.
So, listen, I take these projection systems with a grain of salt most of the time. I tweeted this morning, last year, the Cardinals were the favorite to win the Central based off Dakota, and I think Milwaukee was picked to finish 4th based off this computer. That said, it's not like the computer is always wrong. I remember back in 2019, they projected the Cubs to win 78 or 79 games, and all of Cubs Twitter went into freaking flames, and then they ended up winning 84. And so while they exceeded that projection, they weren't that far off. So 90 wins, it's a nice, I guess that's a great floor if that's how they feel, if that's how it goes. I don't fully take it all in as like, yes, this is gonna happen, but I'd rather see this than see our producer Sean over here where it says that the White Sox have a 0% chance to make the playoffs. So, and that's not a dig. It's just honest.
Hey, I produce you, and it's a struggle sometimes in the morning to get you up and ready to talk about the Cubs because you are so down at times. How does an 86% playoff percent make you feel?
Pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Better than seeing
the other way around. 86% chance.
It's good. It's better than seeing the other way around, and like.
Stay done. 2 times more durable, so you can use less.
Advocate Healthcare makes it simple to get primary care that fits your life.
It's better than seeing the other way around, and like, I'm going to guess that the computers love some of the Cubs players to take steps forward. They like the addition of Kyle Tucker replacing Cody Bellinger, and they think the Cubs' depth in the pitching rotation and bullpen is good. So, again,
they like Kyle Tucker.
Well, the thing too is that the Cubs aren't finished. So, how much will that number change if they do indeed sign Alex Bregman, or if they trade for Cesar Michael King?
And I think the biggest thing too is not even that Dakota loves the Cubs; it's that they hate everyone else in the NL Central. Everyone else is projected to be a sub 500 team, and I'm surprised that Cincinnati is projected to be 788. Like looking at this, I think St. Louis probably finishes as the worst team in the division. Them or Pittsburgh.
Oh, to God's
I think Pittsburgh's probably 4th, Cincy's 3rd, Milwaukee's 2nd. But, like, it does seem that the Cubs could win this division with 87 to 88 wins. That doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility.
I've been saying Cubs and Reds competing for the division, but it is hard for my brain to wrap itself around the idea of the Brewers, who we always think are going to be trash, falling a 10-game lead over the Cubs at the end of last season, dropping to 3rd in the division behind the Reds. So that's my only hesitation when I say Cubs Reds. But to me, it's shocking that they have the Reds at 73 wins in last place, because I think the Reds are a better team than that.
Yeah, Brandon in the chat, he said 90 isn't a floor, it's a median. So yeah, I guess I can agree with that, because of course if you go back to 16, like I said, they projected to win 92, they ended up winning 103, right? So
and also knock on wood, like Kyle Tucker goes out in the first week, and then that's sure the bottom end projection.
Sure, right. So I think that's a good way of putting it. I think my point is that I still take these projection systems with a grain of salt, but again, it's cool to see the projection systems liking the Cubs, and it kind of proves, I think, a lot of points that me and you have made all offseason, that some of these smaller moves have more significance to them than what a lot of people think. It's not just Kyle Tucker and Matthew Boyd and Ryan Presley. There has to be something to do with some of the depth that they've added in general too, on the pitching side. There has to be some sort of thing about that Dakota loves about them in that aspect. On top of the fact that they must obviously like some of the Cubs young players. So it's fun to see, it's fun to dream about what this team could be. It does give me the
You walked in with a little shimmy. You walked in with a little shimmy.
Yeah, like it gives me a little bit of a bounce about, pitchers and catchers reporting in a week and getting excited about the baseball season, no doubt. But what it really does is just make me wonder, what is that number going to be if the Cubs continue to add? Like, I truly believe that they will. I just don't know in what direction. So,
I have a question about this. By the way, the World Series one is at 7.1% the projection. Is that to get to the World Series or win the World Series? Do you guys know? Anybody know that?
Maybe it's to win the World Series.
I would assume that it's winning.
Yeah, 7%
chance.
So you're saying there's a chance?
I mean, that's 7 times better than the D Rose odds we had.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
Almost. I don't do the math on it.
The Dodgers, I don't know what World Series percentage is. I'm looking into it.
What do they have? 99,
20.7%.
20.7. I see that.
It's more than that. You know, I actually had a dream about the Dodgers, and it was that I thought the only way that they could potentially lose the World Series or a postseason series is if the team started to get the norovirus and it just ran through the clubhouse. That's the kind of thing that derails a team.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I do like just real quick. It is to win the World Series, and that would make what the Cubs have the
7%,
4th best, 5th best. The only teams that are above them in World Series percentage are the Yankees, Orioles. You also have Atlanta, and then the Dodgers. Those are the only teams that have a better World Series percentage.
That's
I'll
crazy.
take that every day of the week. I don't know that I agree with it. I'll be honest with you. That seems a little optimistic for my bitterness.
Yeah.
Let's see, but I will take it. I'd rather keep in mind how accurate is this, Sean? What were they predicting last year? Because remember, 2 years ago I predicted 83 wins. People should be more concerned about what my projection is. When I said 83 wins and they finished with 83 wins. Now last year I said 90, but it might be that my brain was just a year ahead of itself, and now the projections are Prakota's catching up with me.
Sure.
And then I had the weird, universe talking to me at Cubs convention where I kept seeing sevens everywhere. 77,777 miles on my car. I walk in, see jersey number 77, Matt Shaw. I'm like, they're either winning 77 or they're winning 87. But now, Dakota could be bringing us back to 97.
Hey, what do you think about this? Joe N says, if they sign Bregman, I'm done with the Cubs, and you should be too. I think that is it opposite? I've actually never figured out what.
I mean, he's really anti-Bregman.
I've never figured out opposite day.
Or is that Matt Shaw's agent?
When is that? Is it today?
What's that?
Is opposite? I've never figured out when opposite. Is it like an official day?
Kids, we used to say the opposite day.
I'm assuming it's because of 2017. Is that why? The trash can stuff?
Literally, this is the first comment that he's made. I have no idea.
Here.
It could just not like
The Bregman thing has me both ways. One, I still don't believe it's happening, okay? I've said for a long time, I don't believe it's happening. However, there's enough smoke now to say that the Cubs are at least checking in on it, right? By the way, Gary took over the live YouTube chat here in the CHGO experience earlier by saying he's hearing of a third baseman, a name that's not being discussed by a lot of people, and Arenado. What did you say? What did
What he was saying was that a third baseman in the division who wears red is somebody that they've contacted with. So that means
Arenado, right? Well, the Cardinals are desperately trying to get rid of Arenado. Desperately. And I heard John Morosi say last week he'll be shot now if Arenado is not on the Cardinals, because who has that room?
Gary said in the chat that the Cubs have talked to the Cardinals about Arenado?
No. He has heavily hinted that the Cubs have talked to a team within the division about a third baseman. So that means Jeimer Candelario, welcome back.
No. I assume Gary's talking. I would assume he's talking about Arenado.
Sure. Yeah. We'll just let it. We'll just let it.
But the Bregman thing is this. I like the guy. I have no problem with Shaw being the third baseman. I'd almost rather have another big pitcher be added to the team. I've said that. However, I am also desperate for this team, strictly for my sanity and the post-game shows, and on a professional level, just desperate for this team to finally win some games. Please, could you be a legitimate team for the first time in 4 years that we've been doing this? So that's why I would say 1 year of Bregman with Shaw kind of being the super utility guy that Cody's talked about. I'm okay with that too. I just want to win. Please. Desperate for it.
I can follow up with that after you tell us about Hooters.
Yeah, we're going to get to more Bregman in just a second, but I want to tell you about a real champion.
Okay, little hack. If you want a super fresh, high quality burger every time, tell them you want a hamburger. That's a hack, right? No? A hack-free burger made fresh for you? Gotta be Wendy's.
We have news. This is a big plot twist.
With that being said, I do have a serious question to ask you too.
Oh, Lord, God help us.
It is championship week. Is there any better combination than Hooters and Chicago sports? What makes the original Hooters so special? It's pretty simple. They care about people, the food they serve, their guests, and their community. It's an experience unlike any other. Based on years of hard work, grab Hooters chicken tenders and fries, or chicken tenders, tacos, and fries for just $9.99 each. Feeling bold? You gonna win your Super Bowl party this weekend? Try Hooters' new mango habanero wing sauce. Toss your wings or tenders in their sweet, spicy sauce and kickstart your 2025. Don't forget about Hooters' $6 legendary margarita, available all day, every day. And January game day specials right now. Awesome specials on Bud Light and Michelob Ultra Big Daddy deals. Cheer on your favorite team from any of the 11 Chicagoland Hooters locations. Doesn't matter if you're thinking Chiefs. Doesn't matter if you're trying to beat the Chiefs. You can go anywhere you want. They got one in Schaumburg. They've got one out by O'Hare, Orland Park. You name it, Countryside, Aurora. Look online. You can even order online for pickup or delivery. Check them out at originalhooters.com.
Did you say Oak Lawn?
Oak Lawn.
Oak Lawn.
Wells Street, right here in the city, in Old Town.
And Oak Lawn.
In Oak Lawn, for sure.
Boy, I like the honey barbecue when they brought it in here.
Yeah, the honey barbecue was
Right?
good.
Honey barbecue.
Yeah. That was,
On the drummies?
making me remember. It was so good. Anyway. If you got some game you want to go to soon, or hell, a concert. My girlfriend just went to see Kelsey Ballerini at United Center a few weeks ago for her birthday. Got her tickets on Game Time, you know. And she used Game Time Picks, which is a new feature that makes getting tickets for events even easier. Game Time Picks filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats, so you don't have to waste time searching for thousands of tickets to find the best value. Like I was saying, when I go to Wrigley, I just hop on the red line in Argyle, get off at Addison, and pull up Game Time. It's the easiest way. You can see the panoramic view in the app, so you can avoid the polls, you know? And obviously, the best price is always right before first pitch. There's something really special about that, especially if you're like me and you just take a train to get to Wrigley. So, and a lot of people do that, and that's why I emphasize it, because it's really that simple. So, like I said, they have Game Time Picks. They have the all-in pricing, which is a top. When you toggle that feature, it shows the total upfront with no surprise fees at checkout. Luke, I know how much you hate a bait and switch, my man. Hate it. I absolutely hate it. They just tell you the fees right up front. That way, you know exactly how much you have to pay. I mentioned the sea views that give you that panoramic view of the ballpark or United Center or whatever you're planning to go to. They have the lowest price guaranteed, or Game Time will credit you 110% difference. They also have Game Time ticket coverage, where your tickets are guaranteed to be delivered on time and your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. So take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download Game Time app, create an account. Use code CHGO for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem the code CHGO for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, lowest price, guaranteed. Guaranteed. I wonder how much it is to go to New Orleans. What's up?
Hit the like. Oh, hit the like button. God, Sean was just giving me
He was
thumbs up.
giving us
Air
thumbs up.
traffic control. He was waving me in. I was like, what's going on back here? We gotta work on our signal, Sean.
Two thumbs up means this means say, hey, like the video.
Like the
I know. I was like,
video.
Sean, I know it's been a great show
And
so
then
far.
when I hold up the break sign, that means break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Other than that, I don't have any other signals.
Anyway.
Touch the bill, you're happy.
Yeah.
Means you're stealing the show.
Anyway, I bet Game Time has the best price to go to the game in New Orleans this week.
Oh, for sure. By the way, I saw we got our guys down there. You want Bears content?
It's there.
They're there.
Okay, so the Bregman stuff for me. Oh my gosh. So
if they're projecting 90, if the computer's saying that the Percona standings are projecting 90 wins, what does the addition or potential addition of Alex Bregman do for that?
I think it would increase their win total, no doubt, because he's been a four-win player each of the last 2 years. You don't just insert that and the number goes down or barely.
Right, and he'd be replacing someone that's a rookie.
Yes. I would assume that number might move up to like 92, 93, I guess. This is my thing with Bregman.
It wasn't given to me. I decided to lead as an Army officer.
Obviously, as a fan, I would like the Cubs to sign Alex Bregman. I do. But when we look at things in reality, we know they're not going to go over the luxury tax. And so, what do you want more for this team? Do you think this team needs more pitching still, or are you willing to roll the dice with Matt Shaw at third base? I honestly don't know what I would like. I really don't know what I would like. Obviously, Alex Bregman is a good baseball player, okay? But based off what I've been reading about Bregman and what the deal that is out there for him, just with the Astros, they're 6 years, and he's looking for $30 million, and the Astros are offering $26 million AAV.
I wouldn't touch that.
Right. Well, they can't. I'm surprised they haven't met on a middle ground yet. Unless there's new news out there that I haven't seen.
I wouldn't touch anything close to that.
Right. I wouldn't either. But also, we all know the Cubs are not going to give him more than a 3-year deal. I will be shocked if they actually went 6 years. Now, I will say that there's more and more smoke every day about Alex Bregman to the Cubs. And then yesterday, of course, he posts on his Instagram story of him at this taco place in like Mesa, Arizona, and it's like, everyone's like, oh, he's near the Cubs spring training complex.
It's like when Theo was at Starbucks.
Right. And listen, like, I have nothing against anyone who wants to have that conspiracy theory. This guy sitting right here has dreamed about a lot of things, all right? So I got nothing against it. But until proven otherwise, I just don't think the Cubs have been serious about it. As much as the smoke is out there. But if we get to the end of the week, maybe next week, and he's still not signed, then yeah, I'll start to believe it. And I've said that for the last month, that if he does sign with the Cubs, it would be sometime in February. Because Boris and the Red Sox, the Blue Jays, the Astros, and I guess the Cubs, they've been like The Office, the guys with finger pointing at each other, just staring at each other, waiting for someone to bite.
Right.
You know, Jack Flaherty signed with the Tigers yesterday, $25 million next season. Are they still in on Bregman? I don't know. I would say no, but that doesn't mean that they're not. You know, I based off how they've been operating, I would say that they're done, that they're not.
Yeah.
But I obviously I don't know. So for me, of course, I think Bregman makes the team better, but I do value pitching a little bit more. And if you make a trade for Cease or Michael King, the payroll is a little bit more flexible. If you sign Bregman to this high AAV deal, whether it's 3 years or whatever, you're asking where the Belgian run is going. It's definitely going to Alex Bregman, but it's not going to allow you to go and get another starter or another reliever. And I think me and you both have sat here and said that we think they need another one, at least of one of those. And so that's my only concern. Now, if we're operating in our heads that they're willing to go over the luxury tax, then sure. But I don't think they're going to. And I think most of everyone watching and in the chat right now would agree with that. So what do you value more? I personally value the pitching more, but listen, if they sign Alex Bregman tomorrow, I'd be excited about it.
But real quick, I mean, if that is true that they would be willing to go over the luxury tax, they first have to hit the luxury tax threshold. They're 61 million under, if I'm doing that math correctly. The threshold is 241 million. The current opening day projected payroll is 180. So you have 61 million to work with.
I thought, okay, first off, does that include some of the newer signings? Does that include Presley?
Well, listen, the bottom line is don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. I saw that Joe in the chat was talking to the guy who didn't like.
And he didn't like follow it up in the chat, said because of the trash.
It's about the trash can stuff. He never apologized. Least favorite player, and legit done with them after a lifetime of fandom if they sign him. Wow. So he really doesn't want Bregman because you've already got some former Astros on the team. You know, Cody, it's so hard for me. I already said in this podcast basically the same thing you were saying. I think they could use another pitcher. Like the idea of Cease or King or Flaherty, we'll talk about later. One of those guys could really make this a formidable starting rotation and then push some guys out of the rotation that helps increase the bullpen, yada, yada, yada. That said, I am like a bass on a pier, and I do flip and flop, and my mind changes because that's how I am. And how many times did we say last year, the number one problem, we tried to tell people over and over, right? While everybody was saying closer, and I didn't disagree with the closer, I just said two things can be true at the same time. And for me, the number one problem on this team last year was offense.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I don't agree that they needed a closer and they needed more people in the bullpen, all of those things. But they weren't scoring enough. They weren't putting up big numbers. They didn't have any player in the lineup that another team feared. Zero. Yeah. And so they've added Tucker, and that certainly helps. But you also removed Paredes and yada, yada, yada. Bregman would... This team, the way it's constructed, and adding Bregman would make this the type of offensive boost we were talking about. Now, Soto would have been the one that we would have all been happy about. But Tucker, even though it's probably just for 1 year, the offense is better. Could it still be better? Yeah, it could.
I push back on Sean for a second just because, like, from my understanding, the Cubs have like $30 to $40 million left to spend.
So, Gary said it's 207.
Yeah.
Cott's baseball contract, which is Baseball Prospectus inside internal revenue, says it's at 180. Spot Rack has it at 181, and then Fangraphs estimates it at 189. So, I would assume, like, if we want to be like super conservative, we can go with Gary's 207. But I think you can even be comfortable going at like 190 and still giving yourself that much, like, 50 or so million.
Yeah. Either way, we know there's room. And we know that they want to save room for trade deadline activity.
Yes. So, yeah, I agree with you about the offense. I guess the reason that I feel a little bit more optimistic about the offense without Bregman is because I think Tucker can really be that difference maker that they have missed. Like, we both know he's better than Cody Bellinger, and of course, my thinking in my head is that, maybe PCA takes that step forward, right? And Michael Busch is basically the same, but maybe hits a few more homers, and maybe Seiya finally is not necessarily what I've always dreamed of, but a lot better because A's in the DH spot, and he hit well in the DH spot last year, but also Kyle Tucker is right there, either in front of him or behind him in the lineup.
Dansby could be healthy all year.
Sure. And we both feel like Matt Shaw will be better than everything that was at third base for the Cubs last year. Will be better than everything that was at third base for the Cubs last year. The projection systems love that.
Real quick, luxury tax payroll estimate 2025, 207 million. That's where Gary gets that. So the luxury tax estimate is currently at 207. So my bad.
You're good. I'm really bad with this money stuff too. So
clearly, I am too. I have no idea what to look at. And credit to Gary Ross.
Yeah. Always credit to Gary. So
I also, you know, to play devil's advocate on what I'm thinking in terms of pitching, it's like, if the Padres aren't going to play ball in the way that you want to, then yeah, maybe you go that route. I've been thinking the last couple of days, it's like, okay, if the Padres, like it was rumored that the Padres wanted Shaw for Cease, and we know the Cubs aren't going to do that. And if they really don't want to move Casey, then maybe this is we'll look back at this at the trade deadline type situation. But it also comes down to the fact of how desperate are the Padres to get under whatever, like to shred this payroll.
Apparently not desperate enough just yet.
Just yet, exactly. So if that's not going to play out the way that Jed Hoyer wants, then yeah, maybe that's the route that you go, signing Bregman instead, and you pick this back up when the Padres decide to play ball. Because right now, the Padres, in my opinion, don't exactly have a ton of leverage if the whole reason they're trying to move some of these guys is because they're trying to shred payroll. It's kind of similar to the Bellinger situation, except for the fact that Dylan Cease is awesome, and so is Michael King. They're at awesome years, so they have value. They have more value than what Cody Bellinger brought to the Cubs last year. So I think
Cody's basically saying they don't have to do anything crazy right now.
That's true.
They might be 10 games better than the Brewers. That's what the computer says.
We obviously, now that I'm a cap expert, I want to just let you guys know what's going on. Capologist. Padres are at 245 million, so they're already 4 over the tax. So I think King was 7.75 mil, so that should get them under. I think Cease is around 10 to 11 mil, so that should get them under too. But again, how much of a priority is that? But it seems like it is a priority because they don't even know who their owner is because Seidler's dead and they're not sure if it's going to be his wife or the brother. So
all I'm saying is if it's that big of a priority, perhaps the Cubs have more leverage here, and they can still get a trade done without moving a guy like Casey or Shaw.
Or wait. And by the way, there was another option that we talked about that we'll talk about right after the break. If it's not Bregman, could it have been this guy? No longer an option. But first, hey, whether it's pro or college, the app to bet football is Circa Sports Illinois. Circa Sports is sports betting the way it should be. Circa Sports Illinois has high betting limits, low holds, and exceptional customer service. Get ready for this weekend. Oh, are you going to be betting on football? Everybody wants in on it. Bet on all your favorite teams in every game this coming season. Spreads, props, futures, or in-game. Circa Sports has it. I love the prop bets. I know it's not the wisest thing to do, but who doesn't love betting on the national anthem?
The 50-50 shot on heads or tails.
Or the Gatorade color. Who doesn't want to bet on Gatorade color? Fund and bet like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The best bet of the year I've already won. I don't know if I'll win an easier bet.
There's under 9 wins.
No.
I won that one.
That was last year.
Oh, sorry.
We're talking about 2025.
You're right. I forgot. It's 25.
The easiest and best bet I made in 2025, and there will be no better bet, was when I hammered Cavaliers minus 13 at 1 a.m. on Saturday. That was an absolute banger of a win. What, the Mavericks lost
right place, right time.
Yeah. Well, I think it opened at like 9.5 and just skyrocketed, and I just grabbed it because I was like, there's no way they're going to cover this after that trade. Anyway, I put on my Shady Rays because I felt cool after I did it too. Alright, Shady Rays is an independent sunglasses company offering a world-class product rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. Their shades have durable frames and crystal clear optics, making them the perfect choice for all outdoor adventures. They have hundreds of options to choose from, so you're bound to find the perfect pair to match your style. They probably have a style of your favorite team's colors, right? Plus, if your shades ever go missing or take an unexpected hit, don't sweat it, Luke. They have the most insane protection in all of eyewear. Every pair is backed by lost or broken replacements. If you don't love your shades, exchange for a new pair or return worry-free within 30 days. There's no risk when you shop. Exclusively for our listeners, Shady Rays is giving out their best deal this season. Head to shadyrays.com and use code CHGO for 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people.
Shady Rays. Man, people are going to think you have real expensive shades on. You just have really good shades on. That's the way it goes. So there was a lot of activity. You know, we've been talking about the Dakota standings and the projection that they could win 90. I wonder if that do you think that exceeds what Jed is projecting right now? Because Jed's moves are based on exceeding projections. We know, right? That's his favorite phrase, exceeding projections. Has Pagoda exceeded Jed's projection already? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Bregman, we assume, would push it from 90, 93, or 94,
or does Pagoda know something and they're already factoring Alex Bregman into the rating?
Right. Well, I mean,
I don't think so. But
we spent a lot of the last couple weeks saying which pitcher could they get? Whether it's Cease or King, or I mentioned Scherzer was going to the Blue Jays. Jack Flaherty was the name that came up a lot because he had ace type stuff, but injuries have been a problem. Then last year he was good for the Tigers, then he was good for the Dodgers, and he ends up going 2 for 35 back to the Tigers. $25 million this year, and then he can opt out. He could earn $10 million in 26 or $20 million if he starts 15 games this year. So really, it could be a $45 million deal. But regardless, it's pretty close to what they paid. It's for Boyd, right? Like it's not an absurd contract at all.
Well, the only difference is he's going to make $25 million this year.
Yeah.
When Passan originally sent the tweet, I was like, really? Like, he's going to make that much? And for 1 year?
But if it's a 2-year deal, well, for 1 year he's likely to opt out if he has a
right. He has an opt out, so it's the same deal of what we were always thinking about and what I always wanted. I think I said, like, during the postseason when we talked about him for the first time, I was like, I would not go past 3 years for this guy.
But would you rather spend $25 million on him for 1 year, or would you rather trade prospects for a guy that could be in 1 year?
Huge news. You can get a son of for just $3. Wait, I said son of. Look at the words. Son of Baconator is $3. Thank you. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
Advocate Healthcare makes it simple to get primary care that fits your life.
Guy that could be in 1 year. You know what I mean? Like that's another way to look at it.
My overall feeling about this is that I'm fine that they didn't spend $25 million for Jack Flaherty, because he is just the pitching side of Cody Bellinger in a way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the guy had an insane 2019. The Cardinals and their fans thought that he was going to be a stud in their rotation for years to come, and then injuries and underachieving and all this stuff and that. And then last year he goes to the Tigers. He has a great year. He ends up getting traded deadline, helps the Dodgers win the World Series. It was awesome last year. But it's 1 year, and we don't know what he's going to be. He was trying to get a 5-year deal all offseason. They decided to move off that. And he now goes back to a Tigers team where he had success last year. I don't necessarily blame him for wanting to go back there, considering he had success there. It's kind of basically a pitcher's park, in my opinion, there. So it's a good spot for him. But spending $25 million, when again, you're in conversations with Alex Bregman, you have these potential trades with the Padres. Like, I'm okay that they didn't give $25 million to Jack Flaherty, given the different variances. Like, he's either going to be really good, or he's going to be hurt, or bad. One of the two. Like, I don't know which one we would have got. And for 25, I didn't think he was going to get $25 million for 1 year. Essentially, that's what this is. Because I would expect him to opt out after this year if he is awesome. You know?
The one thing I do want to say, he wasn't so awesome to start last year. I know people were concerned from March 28th to May 27th. That's like about 50 games, 51 games, 200 at-bats, 206 batting average, 273 on-base percentage, 317 slugging percentage. And the one thing that sticks out to me is just the same thing that's boosting Paredes going from the Cubs to
You're talking about Bregman.
Yeah, I'm talking about Bregman. But Paredes going to Minute Maid and having the Crawford boxes, like, that's a boost of them because they think that his pull-side power, his infamous pull-side power, is going to benefit because of the Crawford boxes. With Bregman, you look at his numbers, his expected home runs at Minute Maid compared to Wrigley since the pandemic. 21, he had 18 projected at Minute Maid, 13 at Wrigley. 2022, 33 at Minute Maid, 25 at Wrigley. 2023, 29 at Minute Maid, 29 at Wrigley, 24, 31 homers at Minute Maid, 26 at Wrigley. So I do wonder if there would be some power deficiency that you might see from Bregman if he doesn't have that short porch left field.
No, he's not. I mean, that's not a guaranteed play that he is the right answer at third. I mean,
when we're talking about deciding between Bregman or Flaherty,
That's right.
I think there's at least more. The floor is higher for sure with Alex Bregman. And what Sean's talking about with the pull side power thing and having this Crawford box has been a big part. Like I've definitely given that a thought as well. And the fact that even though he's been a four-win player the last 2 years, you just look at some of his best years and you're like, he hasn't been that. And I think there's room for concern, especially as he gets older. So there's obviously concerns with either route you go. There's risk, as we always say. I just wish I could be on a fly on the wall at 1060 West Addison and hearing these guys talk about it, because at this point I really don't know which direction they're going to go. But overall, I'm fine that they passed on Flaherty. What about you?
yeah, I'm okay with it because I think there are other options out there still if you want to do it. I feel pretty good about the rotation. I wish it could be slightly better, but I told you, I am willing to wait to the trade deadline for the next big move if they need one. I am, because I think, in my mind, I was thinking this team should be good enough to stay in contention until the trade deadline. It should be. I thought maybe last year was going to be the same case, but now even Pacoda is agreeing with me that, like, listen, they're going to be good enough. Don't go spend crazy right now in the offseason and go ahead and see if some of these guys are worth trading for and having a good year.
Well, and then on top of that, I know there was a conversation last year between Brendan and Corey talking about PCA and the fact of, like, the timeline of calling him up. Like, should you call him up on opening day because he goes through all the struggles in April and May, and then by, June and July you finally see a comfortable PCA? Is it the same thing with Matt Shaw? Like, is Matt Shaw going to be your third baseman this year, and then are you gonna, hem and haw, call him up come June, he struggles June and July, and then you're not really sure whether to add a third baseman or not? Like, you really do have to commit one way or another, either getting Bregman or just committing to Shaw.
Just no way to know if he's going to take the same path as PCA. Every player's different, all of it's different. I just know that the Cubs, while they may be actively pursuing the idea of Alex Bregman because they're still kicking their tires on a lot of stuff, they've also been adamant about how good they think Shaw can be, that he's going to get lots of opportunity this year. This is his year to break in. He's going to get a great look at spring training, all that stuff. They've said a lot of stuff about Matt Shaw just to go around, spin heel, and go, oh, never mind, Bregman's our guy. Like, it just doesn't seem. I think the deal would have to be absolutely perfect for the Cubs, and I don't know that deal is coming to the Cubs.
Yeah.
I agree with you. If it's going to happen, it's going to be very late. I don't know, but
as far as another free agent option for the pitching side, Nick Pivetta would be that guy probably.
Okay.
He rejected the Red Sox one-year, $21 million qualifying offer going into the offseason. He's pitched over 140 innings each of the last 4 years, worth two wins above replacement. Last season, he's made 25 starts in 3 of the last 4 seasons, 23, 16 starts, 38 games. I don't follow the Red Sox enough to know what his role was in 23, but he made 26 starts out of 27 games last season. So he's basically been a starter. Steamer and Zips. Well, actually, Steamer actually really likes him in terms of projections. Projecting 167 innings next season. Zips projects only 133, so maybe they're thinking about possible injuries. I'm not going to sit here and act like I know a ton about Nick Pivetta, but if the Cubs, I would guess, if they decide to go the next best route in the free agent market for a pitcher, I think this guy is an option. But anyway, maybe we can talk more about him down the road.
We probably didn't lead the show with the biggest news. I know we were all excited about Dakota, but we did miss out on mentioning that Madrigal's going to the Mets. And that Nicky Lopez has joined the team. Sean, thoughts? as our resident White Sox guy?
I thought Nicky Lopez would end up on the south side, so the fact that he ends up on the north side just seems like he really liked his time in Chicago. And I think our friend Howard Aiken still has somebody that could be in the commercials.
Naperville guy, right?
Naperville
he's
Nicky.
local.
That's his nickname, Naperville Nicky. And anytime you bring him up, you have to mention that he's from Naperville. If you don't, I know where you work. I have your phone numbers. I'll find you.
Do you like him better than Madrigal?
Oh yeah. Well, just personality-wise, I mean, Naperville Nicky is a guy you know. It's an easy guy to root for. Is he a great baseball player? No, but he's a better middle infielder than Madrigal. So he's definitely more valuable, at least on the defensive front. And there's been times where he's been okay with the bat. He was really good with Atlanta when he was traded there in 2023. Wasn't that good in 2024, but maybe in a lesser of a role and more of a maybe bench role. He'd be good. He was our starting shortstop for some days,
right?
So I started to hate him a little bit, but that's not his fault.
Right.
That's Chris
Who's your
Jess's
cleanup
fault.
hitter? He was unleadable.
I would say Lopez is basically replacing Luis Vasquez.
Yeah, I can't even keep track. I'll be honest, I can't keep track of any of it, Cody. There's so many. They've added so many middle infielders and relievers. Brandon Hughes is coming back potentially, but there's going to be so many guys. How many of these are actually going to make it through spring training and make it into the system?
Well, I
don't know.
I find Hughes intriguing because he's a lefty, and he did have success.
I was a little bummed when he left.
Yeah,
because I thought, they've actually found something there.
In 22 and 23, or 22 and 23. I felt like 23 he was hurt a lot. The 22 he showed glimpses of like being a really good reliever, right? When they were
situational reliever.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, who knows? But I will say them adding Brad Keller too is interesting. Only because, and I'll give credit where credit is due here, our guy Kyle, the setup man, had Tyler Zombro on his YouTube channel last week, and Tyler Zombro raved about the Cubs adding Brad Keller. So, I think Zombro is excited about Brad Keller. I'm not saying Brad Keller's just going to turn his career around, but we've seen the Cubs in recent years take some of these guys who are trying to revive their career or get right after having some success other places and then falling off. Maybe Keller could be one of those guys. And listen, we all raved about the Cubs
projects. They love them,
right? But we've all raved the last handful of years about the Cubs and how they've improved this pitching infrastructure. The guys people raved about him being hired, Zombro being hired by the Cubs. So
why are sandwiches so much better hot?
I don't know. Why does everyone love summer or hot gossip? Hotter is just better.
Hot milk. We bring the hot.
Come to Reinvented with Accenture.
I'm not going to sit here and know what I'm talking about it, but whenever that guy is openly saying on a guy's YouTube channel that he feels like he knows how he can get Brad Keller back on the right track, that'd be cool. That'd be a great one of those exceeding projection reclamation projects.
We said, who's going to be the new Mike Togman? Who's going to be the guy of these fringe moves that you notice them, you're like, okay, sure, whatever. But you go about your day and you carry on and nothing really changes. Which one of these guys will actually impact winning baseball for the Chicago Cubs? I sure hope it's one or two of them. Yeah. And if the others don't, that's okay. But I hope the Cubs have, thrown enough darts at the board that one of them can be turned into something.
And Nicky Lopez too, like I said, if he's a version of Luis Vasquez, right now, I don't know how this bench is shaping out to be. The only guy on the bench that I feel like is for sure going to be on the Cubs on opening day is Carson Kelly and John Birdie. And maybe I'm missing a name in here because they've added so many guys.
I mean, honestly,
those are for sure outrageous. Those are for sure the two guys I'm like, yeah, that guy. And maybe Gage Workman, since he was picked up in the World 5.
Gage Workman, what about the guy from the Yankees? Yes.
Oh, Cody Ortiz.
No.
He's a reliever.
Ben.
Oh, Callis. Yeah. But
See
he's
what I'm saying?
in the minor leagues, though.
I know, but the list is just like, it's like every
He's
other
for
day
sure.
there's a guy that's been added and given an invite, or
Yeah. I don't know.
he's on the 40 man.
Right. He's for sure on the 40.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. So they have a lot of dudes.
Guys.
A lot of dudes.
A lot of guys.
So,
all right, should we get to our rankings before we
the all-important rankings?
All-important first base rankings. Now, this was a tough one.
Let me say, spending my entire Friday putting together our list for this entire week because Steven's in New Orleans.
Yeah, we had to
doing it
fast track it.
Like doing it all on Friday, it gave me a headache.
Yeah.
So,
but it feels better today.
It feels better today, but the point of why I'm saying that is that if you disagree with this, just know that I spent way too much damn time trying to put together the best list that we could.
I was in the Bona Beef drive-through lane trying to do some of it when I realized we made one mistake.
Can I just jump in real quick? You guys have some of the most chaotic chat ever. I mean, Barb's not even here, and it's not even that, like, she's not even the
Barb's
reason it's
okay.
chaotic.
I hope she's just making meatballs for the dogs next door.
How do you guys have people complaining about Ian Happ? Like, isn't that the one person that's just, like, fine? Like, it's totally just, like,
it's more than fine.
Inconsequential, just absolutely does his job.
Yeah.
Like, I would kill for an Ian Happ on the White Sox.
He was high on our rankings for National League left fielders. Now, first base, a little bit of a question mark. Even though Michael Busch had a nice first season, and some people, including Barb, will clearly say that the Cubs were fleeced in the deal, which could end up being the situation eventually. But as for what he was last year, his first season, and the risk they were taking, seemed like a pretty good deal. Now, first base rankings, I would say it's 1 and 2, and then it's everybody else.
I would argue.
Right? Like, it's Bryce Harper, Freddie Freeman. I don't care who you want to put 1. I don't care who you want to put 2. There's some good players still after that. But to me, they're still the kind of the class. Other guys have had really good seasons out there.
Are they unquestionably top 2 in the National League first baseman? Yes, unquestionably.
Yeah, I mean, there's a time where Matt Olson, I would say,
well, Matt Olson just hit 50 bombs 2 seasons ago, right? But and he's still, despite, in my opinion, kind of having a down season for his standards the year before, he's still awesome defensively, and he still put up a really solid season across the board.
Freddie Freeman owned the postseason.
Yeah,
he was great in the postseason.
Now, I would argue top 3, and then everyone else. That's what.
Okay, yeah, I'm cool with that too. I'm cool with that.
So let's just go through. So we went Bryce Harper, Freddie Freeman, Matt Olson, Josh Naylor, Pete Alonso, Michael Busch, Wilson Contreras, Nathaniel Lowe, Luis Arias, and Rhys Hoskins. Now, as a, I would say from 4 to 7, it's more about like the body of work for me and why I went with that. And then 8 through 10, it's like Arias can play second. What will he be doing with the Padres next year? I feel like Cronenworth will be playing second at this point. And I guess maybe Bogarts could go back to short.
I think I just saw that yesterday. Bogarts is going back to short.
And Hoskins, he's fine. He was a bad defensive player for the Brewers at first,
but it was a low. A year ago, we were talking about that pickup for the Cubs because before Busch happened, we were like, well, that's a low risk deal. There's a guy who's had some good power.
But I think from 4 to 7, Josh Naylor and Pete Alonso have put together a body of work where it's like they belong to be high. They belong to be higher at this point than Michael Busch and Wilson Contreras. And I say Wilson Contreras is not a body of work because he's been a catcher his entire career, and he's going to a year where he's going to play first base for the first time.
I was going to say, how many games at first base?
I don't think he's played it. Maybe he's played a handful, but like it's a very small portion size. And he's going to be playing either DH or first base for the Cardinals next year. Now we know the offense is there.
Now, Major League Baseball or MLB Network, they had him ranked. Am I imagining things? Didn't they have him ranked really high for their first baseman?
I mean, he was on there.
I know, and
this is all in the Hall of
Fame. We don't even know if the guy can play it.
11 games at first baseman for Contreras, has not played the position since 2019.
I mean,
he's played left field more recently. Left field and third base.
Listen,
I think because of offense, that's why I was like, we should put him in the middle somewhere.
Also, Wilson's, this was kind of a deal when you were looking at Wilson's long-term future when he was with the Cubs, okay? You looked at his numbers and said, this guy has spectacular offensive numbers for a catcher, but if you put those numbers in left field or right field or first base, they're not nearly as impressive, right? It's not like he's, excuse me, competing with Harper or Freeman or Olsen, like, I don't know.
Well,
I bet he doesn't play first base much.
I think that
He won't pass.
fair enough. I just think that he is a better hitter than the three guys below him. That's kind of why I was there.
Yeah.
I think by next season we could be saying that Bush is higher on this list. It's just 1 year. It is just 1 year though, and that's why I personally have him below Naylor and Alonso.
Well, we don't even know where Alonso's going to be. We're just assuming he's going to end up probably with the Mets.
Right.
But like, names can slide out of there. It's one reason why I said what I really wanted to do was to take Michael Bush, maybe take Alonso out, because we don't know where he's going. And we slide Bush up to 5 just to make people in division mad. And then Contreras, we drop him down and we just save a spot for Tony Rizzo. We always save a spot for Tony Rizzo because he could end up with the Marlins, he could end up with the Pirates. Where's Anthony Rizzo going to go, and how much loyalty do you have to the captain? How much loyalty? Is it still gone? I just thought it would have been funny to put Rizzo, who doesn't have a team, ahead of Wilson Contreras, because I know you still hold a grudge against Wilson Contreras.
I think it's big in Contreras, so that they should put Wilson Contreras on this list.
And I think people in St. Louis would have been very angry if they saw it.
Yeah. Man of integrity right here.
Or you could have pushed everybody down, dropped Hoskins off, made Brewers fans mad, and put Anthony Rizzo at number 10. That also would have been fairly funny. I also wanted to put Chris Bryant on there. Rizzo and Bryant would have made it an even funnier list.
Yeah, if we're here making funny lists, I guess.
We could have Contreras, Rizzo, and Bryant all in our first base rankings, along with Michael Bush, who we would put ahead of all of them.
Yeah. I think Michael Bush has definitely over the next 5 years could be among the top 5 first basemen in the National League. No, I think he's almost there. It's just 1 year. You need to see him put it together for another year, and I feel like you could make this argument because it's very clear that he's a better defensive player than both Pete Alonso and Josh Naylor.
Defensively, that's what I really wasn't sure about going into last season. I feel really good about him defensively going into this season. Michael Bush offensively is one of those where I could see it going either way this year. Well, you're talking X factors for the season. Obviously, PCA is an X factor. Rotation health is an X factor. Kyle Tucker, Seiya, how does he do with DH? All of those things. We know all of them. But Michael Bush is high on that list. You've seen one season of it. At times, it was great, but it was streaky, too. There were times that weren't great. And so I feel confident I'm going to get the good defense. I feel good about the Cubs defense going into it. I can see 3 Gold Glovers in the outfield. I can see Nico and Dansby as potential Gold Glovers up the middle. I can see Michael Bush being in a Gold Glove conference. I can see Gold Glovers all over the place. That said, that's how I felt a while ago. We were like, oh, they're pinning their hopes on defense and pitching, and then it was awful for a little while. But I just don't know where he's going to be. I don't have a gut feeling on what's going to happen with Michael Bush. If he can take the next step, that's one of those, just another one of those X factors that can help swing a season and push a team towards the 90 wins that Dakota's talking about. I don't know how they feel about him individually, but for me, it's one of the bigger what-ifs going into the season. I don't know how I feel about him offensively going into this year.
Real quick, because William Workman is mentioning that he was awful in the second half of the season, and I just wanted to look at what he struggled with specifically. There's nothing, at least from an outside observer, that I would say this is what he's struggling on. I think it could be fairly bad luck. Bush against four-seam fastballs on the entire year, a negative 10 run value as a batter. In the first half, it was -1, -9 run value in the second half. So obviously he struggled against four-seam fastballs, but his season whiff rate was 21.6. In the first half, it was 22.5. In the second half, it was 20.6. So he was whiffing last half, forcing fastballs, and the exit velocity was still around 93 miles per hour, which is just a little under an averaging hard hit ball. So I just wonder if it was bad luck, especially with bad ball data, especially on his forcing fastball hits. But then you look at against the slider, it was -1 for the entire year, -1 in the first half, but then he was a positive player against that pitch in the second half, a 39.9% whiff rate in the entire season, only a 28.1% whiff rate in the second half. So it seemed like he was seeing the majority of the pitches that he was seeing, forcing fastballs and sliders, all right, and it seemed like he started whiffing less on it. So I think you could throw a little bit of rookie slide into Bush's second half performance, because I was expecting to look at it and see his numbers be like under 600. Like he still had a 700 OPS. I think it was still like 780 OPS by the end of the year.
I think it was the power drought that had fans kind of hesitating for a while, right? Like early on, he started, was it 5 games in a row he had a home run, and everybody's like, whoa, well, they found their first baseman forever, he's the guy. And that power wasn't quite there later in the season. But what Sean's saying, I'm all for it. Listen, can I see a path where he becomes the Cubs' first baseman for a long time? Yes, I can. I sure hope so. I've seen that sample size.
Yeah.
But just like I don't know what to expect 100% from PCA, for some reason I feel a little more confident if I had to gamble on PCA success this year or Michael Bush's. Even though Bush maybe had a bigger sample size, for some reason I would say I believe a little bit more in PCA's 2025.
Well, for the sake of conversation, I'll tell you what Zips projects him as. Zips projects him have a slash line of 244, 331, and a 432 slug with 116 WRC plus, K rate at 27%, 10.4% walk rate, 21 homers, and 72 RBIs, which honestly isn't that far different from last season. My biggest criticism of Michael Bush is that if you're going to strike out 28, 29% of your plate appearances, you got to hit more than 21 homers. Plate appearances, you got to hit more than 21 homers. Now, I know we both hate this excuse, but when Wrigley plays as a bottom 5 ballpark in baseball, for everyone, not just the Cubs, for everyone, sure, maybe what Sean is saying in terms of batted ball luck can be implemented into this a little bit. I'm not saying it's full. I'm just saying that when you play half your games in a ballpark that's the 5th worst offensively last year, maybe perhaps I can hope or optimistically project that maybe those numbers positively progress.
I should have mentioned, by the way, the Die Hard program we have going on right now. It's how you can enjoy the CHGO experience the best. Go ahead and sign up to be a Die Hard. We appreciate it. Get the Die Hard card, get all the inside info, and all that stuff. We will continue our ratings tomorrow, right? Second base. Special guest. Don't want to say anything yet.
We might save it because you won't be here.
You gonna save second base?
Yeah, we got a great
We'll
guest.
save second base.
Let's save second base. We got a great guest tomorrow.
Big guest.
I'll let everyone know in the Discord.
Expecting.
Everyone else can be surprised.
Everybody's gonna be excited. You'll be excited.
I don't even know. I have no clue what's going on.
It's Juan Soto.
It's actually me, and Cody's gonna surprise me by saying
Alex
I am
Bregman.
hosting.
We're just gonna do a Cubs White Sox show tomorrow, Sean. No, we'll have guests tomorrow. Luke is going back to Mexico.
Back to Mexico for one day. Thanks for checking out the CHGO Cubs podcast. Thanks for listening to the like button on the way out. Don't forget, fly the W. Coming up on the CHGO Cubs podcast, it's a 2 for Tuesday. We're looking back at 2 of the biggest moves that turned the Cubs into World Series champs. Are they on their way to recreating that magic? Plus, more of your mailbag questions. Hold the mail. Bring me the butter. CHGO Cubs next. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? It is Tuesday, January 7th. We're ready to talk some Cubs baseball with you. Luke Stuckmeyer, Cody Delmendo, Sarah running the 1s and 2s today, spinning the dials. It is John Lester's birthday.
Now by Xfinity, a simple way to get dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV you love. Get now internet starting at $30 a month, all in, with unlimited data, equipment included, and no annual contracts. Get what's just right at Xfinity.com/now.
I would say he is for sure the one outside of our best friend, Ben Zobrist, who probably is loved, but we'll always biasly say, yes, he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. But I think you can legitimately make an argument for John Lester to be a Hall of Fame. Is he the only one from 16 that I think you can try and make a legit argument for it?
I mean, Chris Bryant was on his way,
right?
But that's not happening. Yeah, I would say Lester's the guy.
Yeah.
It is kind of interesting that when you finish the whole thing, that even if he doesn't get in, it's going to be the biggest championship, right, in our lives, maybe in the history of Chicago sports.
Until the Bears win again.
Until the Bears win again, and they may not have a Hall of Fame winner.
Yeah.
Unless Sestrisny makes a big comeback this year.
I think what sucks is that, like, the guys that you thought were going to go, like, we're going to have that type of career.
The young guys.
They just really faded out, whether it was because of injuries or whatever. I think that's what's the saddest thing about the entire era. And, we've talked about that for years and years, and for more years to come, we will talk about that. And that's just because the Cubs don't know how to put a team out there that's going to win now, so we stop talking about it. I say that, and I'm optimistic about next year. So
we're going to weave Lester into the conversation today. Joshua in the live YouTube chat is saying, after yesterday's food/grilled cheese discussion, Luke, as we enter the cold comfort food season, what are your thoughts on chili and cinnamon roll combo, having spent time in Nebraska? It's very interesting. But wait for what I like to call now the 7th inning stretch coming later in the show.
Okay. Mark that one, Sarah.
Mark that one, Sarah. Joshua has a key question. We're also going to hit some of the mailbag questions. We'll count that as a mailbag question.
Stick around, Joshua.
It's an important question. I know. People outside, I keep explaining that to my wife. People outside Nebraska don't understand it. I'll address it.
I think more people care about your food takes than Cubs takes.
I was going to say just any takes.
You think so?
Frankly, they should. I know more about food than I do baseball, let's be honest.
I agree.
Right?
Like, no offense.
Right.
Yeah, I think you know more about food than
I know more about food than I do anything. That's all I think about.
We both might, actually.
Who doesn't? You eat food all day.
That's true.
Everybody knows more about food than they do about baseball.
Yeah.
Anyways, so we're going to hit some of that. So the question was, this is how we kind of sparked the headline for today's thing. 13 years ago today, 2012, is the day They traded Andrew Kashner to the Padres.
Today is?
For Anthony Rizzo.
Wow. So today's John Lester's birthday and the...
Oh, not today. I believe it was yesterday. It's this week.
Oh, okay.
It's this week. I think it was the 6th of January.
Okay.
So that was yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was definitely this week. I remember because I was on a hike in Hawaii. Credit to me. Then I got a phone call and said, hey, something big's about to happen. I said, aloha.
Aloha. Hell yeah, brother.
But then it happened, and I dug into it after that.
I don't remember where I was, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's hard to forget when you're hiking up a mountain in Hawaii and you're like, okay, they traded Kashner. Isn't he the only good guy on the team?
January 2012. I was for sure, I hadn't transferred to Eastern yet. I wasn't necessarily in school. I was honestly just probably at my parents' house trying to figure out my life. That's probably what I was doing on that day.
Well, it was 13 years ago this week. We also have John Lester's birthday, so I started thinking to myself, other than adding Theo and Joe Madden, player personnel-wise, Arietta trade is another one. For me, two of the biggest moves were the first big trade, Rizzo, and the first big free agent signing, Lester. Those two were both A-plus moves for Jed and Theo in propelling the team out of 108 years into contenders and finally into World Series champs. Is there any sense of deja vu out there? Is there any hope that the Cubs have either made their next Rizzo/Lester move, or can you see on the horizon a possible recreation of a Rizzo/Lester move that would do the same thing for this organization? It doesn't have to be apples to apples either, right? Like for me, if I'm picking one off the top of my head, I would say, well, if you can re-sign Kyle Tucker, then you could look at that trade and say, veteran guy, pelts on the wall, he could be their Lester, even though Lester was a signing and a pitcher, it still kind of translates to me. Is there anything else, or do you see that connection at all? If they could keep him, if they don't keep him, it's certainly not even comparable.
I know a lot of fans are down on Dansby Swanson this offseason. Because whatever their opinions about him and his inconsistencies, his streakiness as an offensive hitter. The defense has always been there, right? But I thought when they signed Swanson at the time that maybe you could make that argument that he is that guy that was going to be one of your leaders for the next 7 years. And unfortunately, the team itself hasn't put itself in position for us to even really compare, because they haven't made the playoffs yet. I do think Dansby Swanson on the Cubs is good for the team, and I do think that he is a good player. He's just, is he at the level of an Anthony Rizzo? Probably not, in terms of, he played shortstop, Rizzo was first base, Rizzo had the captain type mantra, everyone loved Rizzo.
Yeah.
I think Swanson, like you said before, he's a very polarizing player among the fan base right now. I think fans either really support him or really don't like him, and they value certain things about baseball and what brings value to the team. We both sit here and say Swanson is the best defensive shortstop in baseball, but his offense is just so inconsistent that it makes fans, it gets fans arguing back and forth about, is he good, is he bad? At the end of the day, I think he's still somewhere in that top 10 of shortstops in all of baseball, in my opinion. And that's because I value his defense probably more than a lot of fans, right?
Right.
Rizzo, it's different because we watch Rizzo grow from a prospect, and you watch him go through all the ups and downs, and he struggled that second year, his full first year with the Cubs in 2013, and then he really started taking off in 2014 and beyond, right?
Make your house feel like home with 50% off home decor right now at Hobby Lobby. Explore wall decor, accent pieces, lighting options, storage solutions, and more. Shop in store or online at hobbylobby.com.
They traded for him. Swanson is a free agent signing. Can you compare Swanson and Lester? I mean, one's a pitcher, one's an everyday player. I don't know. When you talk about what the impact that those two guys made for the Cubs, Swanson is the closest thing that you can maybe, perhaps one day, be able to say that it's in that same conversation. Because if this team is going to make the playoffs, he has to be more like second half Dansby Swanson last year in 2023 Dansby Swanson for them to legitimately be serious contenders. That they need him to be that. He can't be anything like what he was the first 3 months of last season. So I think he brings a lot of value. Is he a superstar player? No, but was Anthony Rizzo a superstar player? Was John Lester at the prime of his career with the Cubs? I think you can make the argument that Lester was better with the Red Sox. He was great with the Cubs, and he had great playoff moments. He was a great playoff pitcher. But I think most people would say the prime of John Lester's career was with the Red Sox.
You could argue that Hendricks was a better pitcher that year in 2016.
Yeah,
right.
Lester just gave you 30 starts. He pitched a lot of innings. He had the playoff success. He pitched well in the playoffs. The Game 5 of the World Series was incredible. Like, I'm trying to
A+ move.
They were great moves. Obviously, they don't win the World Series without him. I think that perhaps one day we can say Swanson was a key piece to them. Hopefully, being hopefully having some success on October. That's my hope. That's my hope.
It would be nice if you could say, if and when the Cubs get to a World Series and they win it again, it'd be nice if you could say to yourself, Dansby Swanson was one of the 10 moves that were crucial to the Cubs getting there.
And that's what I'm getting
because it's not apples to apples. We know Dansby Swanson's not John Lester. We know, if you want to do position by position, the closest thing you could hope for right now is that Michael Busch turns into Rizzo. Now, I wouldn't go ahead and expect that. I wouldn't put that on Michael Busch, but that's a closer. If you want to just do an actual apple to compare an apple, okay. They made a trade. They traded a pitcher for a position player who's young that they thought could. That's comparable. Now the result may or may not be the same, but if you look at the 2016 Cubs, like I said, you start counting them on your two hands. You've got the Theo move, you've got the Madden move, you've got the Rizzo trade, you've got the Arrieta trade, you've got the Hendricks trade, you've got, signing Dexter Fowler, Ben Zobrist signing. So, and you could easily name 10 key things that happened that led to the Cubs winning the World Series, right?
Yeah.
Could Dansby Swanson still be one of those 10? Could Kyle Tucker's trade be one of the 10 that moves the Cubs into the future? I'd say yes, but only if he's here beyond 1 year.
Right. I guess because Rizzo was traded to the Cubs, maybe PCA for Javi Baez is more comparable, or even the Michael Busch trade. If Michael Busch takes a step forward, I think we all have a lot of hope and optimism for both of those guys, right? I said Swanson thinking more so in terms of like the biggest moves they've done, or the biggest moves that Jed has done since he took over.
So which one's
the biggest moves he's done outside of trading for Tucker?
Which one's the most likely in your eyes to be one of the key moves to push the Cubs into greatness again someday? Is it PCA? Is it Javi for PCA? Is it trading for Tucker or signing Swanson?
We could certainly be saying PCA or Bush or maybe one of these other prospects, maybe Owen Casey or whoever, because I think at the end of the day, right now, I feel like Jed is putting all his chips in on the young guys. He clearly is. They're not. They weren't serious for Soto. They haven't been serious for Santander. They weren't serious for. They've been linked to Bregman, but I think a lot of things would have to happen for that to actually be manifested. They haven't gone out and outside of trading for Tucker, like they are, to me, they are, at least on the position side of the team, it seems like they're going all in on, or he's putting all his chips in on a lot of the young guys. And like, I'm here for it. I just more so want them to not have to put them all out there at once and see what happens, because that, like, lightning isn't going to strike the bottle like it did in 15 and 16. So how they go about it will be interesting to see. But that outside of a few guys, it feels like they are certainly trying to become they're trying to develop this team into a real contender internally. They made the big trade for Tucker, right? Sure, they did. I'm talking specifically here in 25. It feels like more so that they're trying to give a lot of their young guys an opportunity. And I'm fine with giving Shaw that opportunity. I'm fine with PCA, Bush, that opportunity. Yeah, they certainly could do other things in terms of going that route, but might be blocking a guy too. So I don't know.
I've got one more comparison for this coming up in just a second. Comparing trying to get to that first team in 2016 and now trying to get back there again in just a minute. But first, a word from our sponsors.
Hello, citizens. It's time to dare to compare with Bob's Discount Furniture. When you shop Bob's this President's Day weekend, you'll find trending styles for every room, from feature-packed modular sectionals to high-tech Bobopedic mattresses and beautiful bedroom sets, all for hundreds and even thousands less than the competition. Now that's Honest Abe approved. So stop by your local store or visit mybobs.com to see how much you can save when you dare to compare with Bob's Discount Furniture.
From our sponsors. Do you remember Joe Madden's old mantra, try not to suck? My New Year's resolution is try not to stink. Our teams stink, but the rest of us don't have to. I'm arming my pits and more with Mando whole body deodorant. What's whole body deodorant? It's safe to use anywhere on your body. 12 hours after a shower, the average man's grundle odor is 5 out of 12. What's a grundle? I don't know, but you can't show it on television or on a podcast. With Mando, the average grundle odor is 0 out of 10. Mando starter pack right now is the perfect for new customers. It comes with a solid stick deodorant, cream tube deodorant, 2 free products of your choice like mini body wash or deodorant wipes, and free shipping. As a special offer for our listeners here at CHGO, new customers at Mando get $5 off that starter pack with our exclusive code. That equates to over 40% off your starter pack. So use the code CHGO at shopmando.com. Shopmando.com. Please support our show. Tell them we sent you. Smell fresher, stay drier, boost your confidence from head to toe with Mando, and try not to stink.
Get ready for the season ahead with quality shades built to last. Our friends at Shady Rays have you covered with premium polarized shades that won't break the bank, Luke. Shady Rays is an independent sunglasses company offering a world-class product rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. Their shades have durable frames and crystal clear optics, making them the perfect choice for all outdoor adventures. They have hundreds of options to choose from, so you're bound to find the perfect pair to match your style. You probably have a style in your favorite team's color. I said yesterday I got the blue ones. Probably get some orange if you're in a lot.
That'd be nice. But the blue would go, there's still blue and orange.
Sure, exactly. Plus, if your shades ever go missing or take an unexpected hit, don't sweat it. They have the most insane protection of all of eyewear. Every pair is backed by lost or broken replacements. If you don't love your shades, exchange for a new pair or return worry-free within 30 days. There's no risk when you shop. Your team always has your back with personal and fast support. Exclusively for our listeners, Shady Rays is giving out their best deal of the season. Head to ShadyRays.com and use code CHGO for 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000.
Very nice. We were talking about the Lester signing, the Rizzo trade. It's Lester's birthday. It's the anniversary week of the Rizzo trade. You know, are they anywhere near there? I did, as we were discussing this, I was thinking about, so I started naming those quick 10 things that made the Cubs champs, from total bums to 2016 champs, right? And there was front office stuff. There was a new manager. There was obviously a lot of signings, some key trades. What I didn't mention was draft. Obviously, Chris Bryant's drafting was crucial. Drafting Kyle Schwarber, also crucial. It was a big hit, right? It's interesting that this time around, it seems as though the Cubs are counting on the draft more than they are the big moves.
I think it's a league thing. I don't think it's just the Cubs. I think it's a league.
So let's say it's the Cubs, but they've also told us that this group of prospects is not as good as the prospects, which really, am I missing somebody? There's really only 2 key players that were drafted. Who am I forgetting? Anybody? No, because Zobrist was signed, Fowler was signed, Lester was signed.
Almora played a big part.
I guess he did. You couldn't have won it without him, but it never really.
It did not work out, but I don't think they.
Chris Bryant and Chris Bryant's the big one that stands out. Schwarber's the next one.
Absolutely.
Right. So I mean,
Ian Happ was taken in 15 or 16,
right,
but he didn't debut until after the World Series.
And then you have some international signings.
Jorge Soler.
So it's like that group was better, and still only 2 of them really impacted the winning of the World Series. I think, unless I'm missing somebody. It's interesting that they seem to be going that way. My point is that you're going to have to make. My point is just that you're going to have to make more bold moves. I know that the game has changed.
Yeah.
The whole process has changed. You're not going to recreate the 2016 World Series champions in exactly the same way. It's not going to be deja vu. It already isn't. But I do think that they're still going to need more big moves like Tucker, more under the radar but big signings like Dexter Fowler. Now, I could easily see Swanson looking like Zobrist. I guess I could see Michael Busch being Rizzo. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, it's only 1 year. Only 1 year.
It is.
But Matthew Boyd, we can use him as an example. Like that's a signing that a lot of people have already forgotten about. Like it's a nice replacement for Kyle Hendricks potentially, and depth. Right? Admittedly, when they traded for Miguel Montero, I was like, okay, this is an upgraded catcher, but I didn't know if that guy was going to be part of some serious team.
Right. And then
he got the game-winning hit in Game 7. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we say this a lot, like the moves that we don't talk about sometimes all kind of come back and we look back in hindsight and we're like, wow, that ended up being a great move. So I think a question that we can maybe ask and perhaps answer is ask ourselves over the next calendar year or so, which moves has Jed made that are quote unquote under the radar that are going to put the Cubs in contention. One off the top of my head is David Robertson for Big Run, right? I was on the PHLY Phillies podcast like 3 weeks ago, and one of their guys was telling me, he's like, I can't believe we gave you Big Run. And like they want him back.
Yeah.
Right? Now obviously it's all based off potential right now. We've seen some success with him, but that's one that I feel like perhaps if this team is in contention, making a playoff run one day, 25, 26, whatever, he's under control for a while. Like, he's a guy that I could certainly see being part of like a real contender here in Chicago. But as we sit here right now, this team's an unfinished product. And I don't know if this team is 86.5 right now is what the total is in Vegas. Like, I don't know if they can win 87 games right now. I think they're better.
I also don't know if 87 is good.
Yeah, that's a fair point too. My point is that at this point, the only guys that I can look on this team be like, yeah, they could perhaps be part of like that next great Cubs team is a lot of the young guys. And Swanson's going to be here for 5 more years anyway, so I hope that he sees some playoff baseball here in Chicago. Because if not, then man, do we have a lot more sadness ahead. You know what I mean? Maybe Nico Warner. I'm cheering for Ian Happ to play some playoff baseball with the Cubs. I mean, he did it in 2017 and 2018, right? Like, but it's a very, like, especially 18 was just one game.
Right.
You know, like, Ian Happ's been here for so long, and he hasn't played a lot of playoff baseball the last 6 years. I mean, you can count 2020 for him, I guess, but whatever. Like, they have some guys that I feel like, yeah, you can say it, but a lot of them too where I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if that guy's going to help them to make any kind of run.
I don't know if they're an 86-win team. I don't know if they're an 87-win team. I don't know if either of those numbers is good enough to get you close. I know 83 is not very often.
No.
So,
you got to continue to build and get to 90-plus win projection. That's what they got to continue to do here.
They have to, but it goes back, so that leads us to our next thing, the division. The Dodgers traded Gavin Lux to the Reds. Are the Reds starting to creep up? Like, you have to remember that while you're trying to go up, the rest of the division is in flux too. I don't know that the Brewers, I say it every year, I don't know that the Brewers are still 10 games better than the Cubs, but I didn't think they were last year either. But I do know that the Reds are getting to be an interesting team.
Yeah.
And they weren't that far behind the Cubs last year.
I think you can make the argument that the Reds have the best rotation in the division. I'm not saying they are, but I think you can make the argument. Hunter Green, Nick Lodolo. I know Brady Singer he's always been a lot of potential for him, but he hasn't necessarily turned out to be something great. As far as like top end rotation guys, I think the Reds might be able to make that argument.
Pirates have a couple of good arms.
Well, obviously the Pirates do too. But I do think that the position players for the Reds have a higher ceiling than the Brewers and even Pittsburgh. It's just the fact of like, will they pan out? Like, I think it's Ellie De La Cruz and then like maybe TJ Friedel and Spencer. What's his last name?
Spencer Rattler's what I'm saying. I'm still in football.
I'm blanking on his name, but like, almost. They're going to get Matt McClain back this season,
right?
So
Lux is probably, as Gary said, he's probably a utility guy.
Yeah, right.
What a great one.
Exactly, I agree. But if they're going to have McClain and Ellie De La Cruz up the middle, and you have Lux as a utility player, to go with some of their young guys that they have, that have the high prospect ranking status, like, will they all hit? No. But they do have a high upside. And so they scare me a little bit. If they're the Reds, in the back of my head, I'm like, it's the Reds. But, I don't know. Terry Francona doesn't take that job if he doesn't think that there's something brewing over there, in my opinion. So, I think they added a great manager. I think you can certainly make the argument that Francona is a better manager than Council based off just general success over the course of his career. Maybe it's not even an argument. Maybe it's just the truth. Right? But I think the talent in Cincinnati is interesting, and they have a superstar caliber player in Ellie De La Cruz. Steer. Thank you, Spencer Steer.
Thank you.
Who I think had a little bit of a down year last year, but his rookie year was great. Will he be better in 25? That's what we're probably asking about a lot of Reds games. But they certainly have a ceiling, a high ceiling. I don't know what the floor is though. Is their floor like basically like last year again? It's a interesting outlook.
They win like 77 games last year, 78, something like that.
Yeah.
We're hoping to. We'll see. I've asked Mr. Gordon to come on to us. We'll see who Mr. Gordon Whitmire, who now covers the Reds. We'll talk a little Cincinnati and
areas, a nice little.
They've got some players. They've got some players.
Obviously, I think he's a mid, but like he's a veteran piece for a young team that needs a veteran. So I'm not sitting here saying that they're going to run away with the division or anything like that, but I don't think we as fans should sit here and sleep on them. I think that's the point I'm trying to make.
Right.
Now, if the Cubs add, like we talked about, Jack Flaherty and another guy to play third base with Matt Shaw to like split time / platoon, whatever, and they add a couple relievers, then I'll probably feel a lot better about the Cubs. But as we sit here right now on January 7th, I'm kind of like, these two teams aren't that far apart.
Hey, Arenado's available. I saw John Morosi saying that they'd like to resolve that issue with Nolan Arenado sooner rather than later. And we're getting close to being a month away from spring training. Pitchers and catchers. He's got the no trade clause. He didn't want to go to Houston. Would he want to go to Red Sox? Would he want, who knows where he wants to go? But that'll be an interesting thing. Morosi also mentioned Orioles and Mariners. Now talking about a guy we've talked about for the Cubs, Luis Castillo. If nothing else, if the Cubs were still in on that, is the price going up?
Well, let's acknowledge the fact that the Orioles have been very quiet this offseason. Like for a team that should be like that's very clear in their winning window.
Yeah, could lose Burns, Santander,
right? Yeah, I mean Gunnar Henderson had an incredible season last year, right? And they still have Adley Rutschman. They have a lot of really good young players who they've drafted, developed, and have promoted. They still have one of the best farm systems in all baseball. I believe the best farm system in all baseball. So they have guys they can move. For a guy like Luis Castillo, who probably has a higher ceiling than most of the guys the Cubs have. My question about the Orioles is like, why didn't they bring Burns back? Why weren't they in on Max Fried? Like, why? I don't get it. I really don't.
Well, they might be in on Flair.
Yeah, but why?
He's not Burns.
But
period.
Flaherty once played with them. Like, I don't know why they would go back to that, personally. Now, they might be desperate. My point getting here about the Orioles is that they're at a point where they need to do something, or else they're going to go into next season with basically probably the same outlook. They'll have a pretty good offense, but like, will they get the pitching? You know, like they have a few guys in the rotation that I like, but losing Corbin Burns is a big deal. And they need to replace Corbin Burns. So, yeah, I mean, am I fearful that this trade's going to go down and the Cubs are going to miss out on Luis Castillo? I mean, perhaps. I'm just curious about like the names being thrown out there. The Cubs and the Mariners haven't been linked for a while. It's been quiet. And I don't know if it's because of the Roki market, people waiting on it. You know, the Mariners are in on Roki too. Like, is this something that could come back once that's over? We talked about that yesterday. But the Orioles have done less than the Cubs this offseason. And they're supposed to be in the World Series window, right?
They are in one.
Right. So I wouldn't be surprised if a trade happens. And on the flip side, the Mariners need bats. They need bats in a big way. So the Orioles have that. They can certainly move a couple guys that probably are blocked and get Castillo.
Mailbag and 7th inning stretch coming up in just a second. But first, a word from our sponsors. With Empire Today, you get to shop at home convenience and electronic for your needs, quick and professional installation and a low price guarantee. Empire Today is the best place to get new flooring. So of course there are copycats, but Empire can't be beaten on things like quality, service, and speed. So competitors then try to advertise low quality products that Empire's not even going to carry. They're not going to promise you the lowest prices, because anybody that's promised you lowest price period, they're putting flooring in your home that they wouldn't put in their home. Empire's philosophy is to help you find what you need, not overwhelm you with 1,000 choices and substitutes. They also have a virtual floor designer that allows you to snap a picture, see how the new floors will look in your room. And shopping for flooring at the big box store, that's a real roll of the dice. You can be talking to somebody that was working in plumbing yesterday. Flooring is all Empire Today does. They live and breathe flooring. They also service their own warranties. So schedule a free in-home estimate today. All listeners can receive an incredible $350 discount. I didn't stumble. $350 off. All you have to do is use the code CHGO. Restrictions apply. See EmpireToday.com.